Finish, good lady. The bright day is done, and we are for the dark. William Shakespeare. The great art of writing is the art of making people real to themselves with words. Logan Pearsall Smith. 1. On the mega screen, bloody murder played out in classic black and white for an audience of 107. With the sharp screech of violins, violas, and cellos, that number dropped by 1. Unlike the character of Marion Crane, Chanel Ryland didn't scream or flail at the shock of violent death. In row 27, in Theater 3 of Vid Galaxy in New York City's Times Square, she let out little more than a mouse squeak as the ice pick plunged into the back of her neck. Her body gave one quick jerk. Her hands batted at the air and upended the mini bucket of popcorn in her lap. Her last breath escaped like a long sigh. She died in the dark as blood circled black down the drain on the screen. No one noticed. With all eyes, all attention riveted to the screen, no one noticed the killer slip into the aisle and walk away from dark deeds. When Lola Kowalski hurried back in, dropping into her aisle seat, she cursed in a whisper, "Damn it! I can't believe I missed the big classic scene. And I'm going to have to miss the rest. I'm kicking myself for agreeing to be on call tonight, but we've got an emergency coming in, so—" In apology, she patted Chanel's arm. The movement caused her dead friend's body to shift, slumping against Lola. Lola's initial amusement, leave it to an actor to go all dramatic, flipped to alarm. Then the screaming started. Lieutenant Eve Dallas stood over the body. Someone had dragged said body into the aisle in a useless attempt at first, or more accurately, last aid. Now the scene was totally fucked. So was her evening at home. She'd actually walked in the door on time for once, out of the claw swipe of late February wind and into the warmth of a Somerset-free house, as Rourke's major domo was off on his winter vacation. She'd even beaten Rourke home, and experienced the odd and rare sensation of having the big-ass fancy house all to herself. And the cat. She'd considered squeezing in a workout, contemplated just jogging from room to room. If she managed to hit them all, that would equal a pretty damn serious workout. Instead, she wandered into the big front parlor with its art, antiques, and rich colors. She decided she deserved a big red circle around the day on the 2061 calendar, and she put on the fire, poured a glass of wine, sat in one of the butt-cuddling chairs. The cat sat at her feet, eyed her suspiciously. I know. Weird, right? I'm just sitting here. Kicking out her legs, she crossed her booted feet at the ankles. Maybe I could get used to it, she said, lifting the wine for the first sip. Her communicator signaled. Or maybe not. 2 minutes later, she grabbed her coat from the newel post where she'd tossed it, and Rourke walked in. The wind followed him, tossing his black-as-midnight hair around that remarkable warrior-poet face. His perfectly sculpted mouth curved, those wild blue eyes smiled at her. Then he noted she shot her arms into the coat rather than stripping it off. He said, "Uh-oh. Sorry. 5 damn minutes home and I caught one. DB at a vid palace in Times Square." An unhappy ending for the DB. Ireland cruised through his voice. And as she wrapped her scarf around her neck, he left the door open to the cold. Opening scene for my cop. He caught her face in his hands, kissed her, taking his time with it, despite the cold wind and the call of duty. "I'll see you later," she told him. "Maybe even sooner. There's a glass of wine in the parlor. I just poured it." He gave her another, briefer kiss. Less than 10 minutes after she'd walked in, she started out. "Don't forget to feed the cat." As if he'd let me. Now Eve imagined Galahad's belly was full, and Rourke had enjoyed her wine, while she studied a woman identified as Chanel Ryland by her vid-watching friend. Eve stood alone in the theater, having already taken the report of the first officer on scene. She studied the blood on the back of the chair, first in from the aisle, and the smeared drops helpful civilians had stepped in when moving the body. Eve opened her field kit and, with her hands and boots sealed, crouched down to do her job. She pressed the victim's right thumb to her identipad. "Victim is identified as Chanel Ryland, mixed-race female, age 32. No marriages, no offspring, no current cohab." She took out her gauges for time of death. TOD 1831. No defensive wounds visible. ME to confirm. Prepared to turn the body, Eve looked up and over at the familiar clump and watched her partner start down the slanted aisle. Pink, fuzzy-topped boots, pink magic coat, and today's scarf a long snake of variegated blues. Peabody wore a matching cap over a flip of dark hair. "So much for the night off." Peabody studied the victim. "Then again, she's got nothing but nights off now." "Seal up. I want to turn her." First on scene reports the wounds at the base of her neck. Peabody stripped off her outdoor gear, sealed up. "I just ordered a bowl of minestrone. McNabb offered to come with, but I told him to eat and take mine to go. I figure if he wanted EDD, we'd just tag him." Since Eve considered Peabody's skinny, wildly fashionable main man an E-ace, if she did, she would. Together they turned the body. Eve parted the victim's blood-matted blonde hair. Single puncture wound, base of the skull. Not a flat blade. Stiletto, maybe, or an ice pick. "Hand me micro-goggles." Eve fitted them on, her eyes huge and whiskey brown behind the lenses as she leaned over. Smooth, small, and deep. Looks about 3 inches deep. No hesitation marks visible. She rocked back on her heels, still crouched on long legs as she studied the chair. The killer had to be sitting right behind her. I don't see any angle to the wound. The theater's dark. People are watching the screen. All he has to do is lean up a little and jam it into her. In and out. A couple of seconds. If this hit the brainstem, she wouldn't even have time to say ouch. She stood now, hooked her thumbs in the front pockets of her trousers. A tall woman, and lean with it, she took a pen light from the kit to examine the aisle, the seat directly behind the victims. "You can call in the sweepers. Long shot he left any trace on the seat, or that we'd be able to separate it from the hundreds of other asses who've sat in it, but maybe we'll get lucky." She scanned the space, raking her fingers through her short chop of brown hair. No cams in the theater. I've got a uniform getting security discs from the lobby, the concession area, anywhere there are cams. A place this size, 10 theaters, 2 floors, with the 2 mega-screens upstairs, Peabody supplied. This is one of the smaller theaters in here, mostly for classic vids. Looks like, what, it holds maybe 300? 275. Eve had already checked. Uniforms have over 100 people holding in the theater next door. The friend of the Vic and 3 potential wits holding in another. Call the dead wagon, Peabody. Let's get a uniform to sit with her until she's bagged and tagged. She was really pretty. Yeah, I bet that's a comfort to her now. She retrieved her coat, scanning, thinking, assessing as she put it on. It's cold. Cold and precise. And cowardly. A stab in the back in the dark. Didn't need to see her face, to watch her die. So some emotional detachment. Eve took one last look at the body. Objective, but not detached. Chanel Rylan was hers now, and that was as attached as it could get. Start with the big group, she told Peabody as they walked out. Hold on to anyone sitting in the Vic's section or directly across the aisle, anyone who touched the body. The killer could be one of them. Could still be here. Could be, Eve agreed. That would be ballsy. Stab in the back in the dark, not ballsy. But killing in public, even in the dark, takes some balls. We need a search for the weapon. All bins and recyclers, all areas. If the killer hung in, he had to ditch the weapon. Eve paused a moment in the wide, dimly lit corridor that led to the various theaters. Me? I'd do the jab, stick the weapon back in my pocket and slip out. Hands on hips, she studied the setup. Who's gonna notice? Somebody needs a pit stop, wants more popcorn. He wouldn't even have to leave the building. He could just walk into one of the other theaters down here, take a seat in the back. We need to check and see what time the other vids let out, which ones ended before the body was discovered. If any did, he could have just walked out like the rest. Eve signaled to a uniform. Nobody touches or uses any trash bin or recycler. I want the sweepers to do a full search. That includes bathrooms. Which theater houses the audience from the crime scene? That's number 1, Lieutenant. A Dog in His Day. Kid-friendly early show. It let out at 1835, so it was between shows when First on Scene arrived to secure the scene. That answers that, Eve murmured. Peabody, start in Theater 1. Where's the friend of the victim? We've got her and 3 others in separate areas in number 5. The 3 jumped in to try to assist, compromise the body and the scene. All 3 were seated in the proximity of the victim. Okay. Peabody, go ahead and pull in McNabb. We're going to need more hands anyway, and he's likely to get here and review the security feed before either of us finish with the wits. Will do. Dallas, some of the wits are probably going to need to use the bathroom before we're done. Hell, you're right. Officer, have a team clear the unisex facilities on the 2nd level. Odds are slim the killer went up there to ditch the weapon, if he did ditch it, but clear it first, sealed up and on record. Anyone who needs to go needs to be accompanied by an officer, 1 at a time, and the facility is subsequently re-cleared before the next. Got that? Yes, sir. Do employees have facilities? A locker area? Break room? Find out. Have it closed off. Let's get started, Peabody. Eve moved down the long, curving corridor to the double doors of Theater 5. She saw the woman seated with a female uniform in the rear row of the far right section. A man and woman together, 1 man alone, all with 2 officers, spread out in the far left section. Nobody looked very happy. Eve went to the lone woman first, gave the uniform the nod to step out. I'm Lieutenant Dallas. Chanel. I don't understand. Eve sat. The chairs here were wider, deeper than those at the crime scene. I'm sorry, Ms. Kowalski. Lola Kowalski. I'm sorry, Ms. Kowalski. You and Ms. Rylan were friends. Besties. Roomies. I needed a roomie when I busted up with my boyfriend, like 10 years ago. Chanel had just moved here, and she was one of the apps. We just hit it off straight out. We've been there for each other through all the thin and thick, and now... Lola pressed fingers to eyes red from weeping. I'm very sorry for your loss. I know it's hard right now, but I have questions I need to ask. You may be able to help us find who did this to her, and why. There's just no why. Lola sobbed into her hands. No why. There was always a why, Eve thought. Was Chanel involved with anyone? Maybe she had a bad breakup? Lola shook her head, began to wind her long tail of brown hair around her fingers. Nobody's serious right now, or in the last year or so. She had a serious, back 4 or 5 years ago, but they busted. Not mean or anything, just busted when he got a break, a part in a home screen series. But they shot it up in Canada, West Canada, so they busted. Chanel was happy for him, but she was New York, Broadway. She worked plenty in swing, too. Swing. It's like the supporting cast in a play, and you have to learn lots of the parts because you're going to play more than one character. She worked at Broadway Babies, too. It's a restaurant in the theater district where the waitstaff sings and performs while they serve you. She worked really hard. Did she beat someone out for a part? Cause resentment there? It happens. People in the business know it happens. I know lots of them through Chanel. They get pissy, maybe, or depressed, but they don't kill each other. She had lots of friends. She dated around, but not serious. She was bi. We didn't. I'm just straight, and we were like sisters. She kept it light dating after Damien. She was happy for him. He's still out there, Canada and New LA, in another series. But it broke her heart a little, too. So she dated a lot of people, competed for a lot of parts. Yeah, that was, her life. I'm not going to say everybody loved her, but a lot did, and a lot really liked her or respected her. I don't know anybody who'd do this to her, it doesn't feel real. Why don't you tell me what happened tonight? You and Chanel decided to see this vid. Why this vid, at this theater, at this time? That's easy. It's classic, and we're both really into classic vids. We try to come every couple weeks. If Chanel's in a play, we work it around rehearsals or workshops or performances. She was in auditions for one now, second callback. So we came to the 6 o'clock because she had the night off, and we were going to go out to dinner, then to this club for open mic. She loves to hit open mics. It helps her rev for a big audition. It was just a girl pal night on the town. So you came here often. At least a couple times a month. Mondays if she didn't have a shift at the restaurant because the theater's dark. Wednesdays if she was between plays. Sometimes we'd hit a matinee on my day off if she wasn't in rehearsal. So coming here was a routine for you. And just the two of you? Mostly. We double-dated here a few times, but mostly people aren't as into classic vids as we are. It's, our little thing. Tell me about this evening. Walk me through it. Okay. Lola took a deep breath, swiped her hands over her face. Chanel was juiced up because she thought she nailed the first callback. We met for a drink when we got off work. Where? Toodles, over on 7th. I worked just a couple blocks from there, so she met me. We hit happy hour, split a half carafe of house wine and a plate of mini pierogies. We just talked about stuff, like always. Her callback and, oh, Carmine, this sweet teacup poodle I neutered today. I'm a vet. Then we walked to the theater, talking about the first time each of us saw Psycho, and how it freaked me so I didn't take a shower for months, and how she watched it over and over to study Janet Leigh's performance. Did you notice anyone who seemed to be listening to your conversations? Paying too much attention? No, I just didn't. Okay, keep going. So we got here early enough to get popcorn and drinks and good seats. The classic theater's never full, especially on a weeknight, but I really like an aisle seat. And I wanted one especially since I was on call. I hate when people pick their way across the aisle in front of you during a vid. We just settled in, hung out for a couple minutes until it started. Did anyone speak to either of you? Out in the lobby? In the theater? Did you notice anyone who made you feel uncomfortable? No, we were talking to each other. I mean, the guy at the concession stand asked if we wanted the special, but we didn't. Okay. Your initial statement said you came back to your seat and found Chanel. Why did you leave the theater? I was on call, and my link vibrated. Right after Marion had dinner, had the talk with Norman Bates. I had to go out to the lobby to take it. I work at Pet Care, and we run a 24-hour emergency clinic. There's a vet assistant and a couple of support staff in the clinic at all times, but one of the vets is on call for emergencies. Gloria, the assistant on duty, said we had an emergency coming in. What kind of emergency? A dog, struck by a car, and the owner was bringing him right in. I had to go. If the dog needed surgery or had to be put to sleep, they needed a vet. I got some information from Gloria, but she didn't have much because the owner was panicked and running with the dog. I gave her instructions because he'd probably get there before I could. Then I went back to tell Chanel. I sat down for a second, said how I'd missed the big scene. You know, the shower scene, and I was sorry, but I had to go to work. Lola covered her face now, rocked. I put my hand on her arm, I think. She just sort of tipped against me. I started to laugh. I think, drama queen. Then there was blood. I could feel it, smell it, and she wasn't moving. I'm a little, not sure exactly then. Her hands shook as she lowered them, and her eyes blurred as she tried to focus on Eve. I think I started screaming. I think I tried to drag her up, and I was screaming for help. I think people were like, "Shut up, sit down." But other people came over, and I think somebody ran for an usher or security, or I don't know. The lights came on, and the vid stopped. And Chanel was lying there. Lola, did you see anyone come out when you were in the lobby on your link? Did you pass anyone going in or out of the theater? I don't think so. I was kind of annoyed to be called out. Then, well, some poor dog's hurt, so I was pretty much focused on talking it through with Gloria. How long do you figure you were out of the theater? I'm not sure. Maybe 4 or 5 minutes. I don't think more than that. Well, she shut her eyes. Wait. I saw it was the 911 signal we use for emergencies. I got up, went out. I went all the way out to the lobby, because even with the soundproofing, you can kind of hear the vids, just enough to be distracting. I still had my drink, so I walked over to the area where you can sit and eat if you want. I guess there were a few people there waiting for the next show. I tagged Gloria back, talked to her. A couple minutes, maybe 3, because she's still a little green and I wanted to be sure she prepped. Then I walked back, so however long that was. Did you see who was sitting in the row behind you? I didn't notice. You mostly notice the people in front of you, if they get in the way. Behind or around, if they're not talking or rattling, you know. It was nice and quiet in the vid. People who go to classics are usually really respectful. What about the dog? The dog? Oh, God, the dog. I had to tag Gloria. The officer asked me not to say why, just that I had an emergency of my own and to pull in Carter or Lori. About how long after you took the emergency tag did you tag them back? Tell them to get another vet? I'm not sure. Really not. I guess 15 or 20 minutes, maybe even longer. I just forgot about the poor dog. Understandable. I'm surprised the clinic didn't tag you again after the owner brought the injured dog in. He hadn't gotten there, Gloria said. Eve only nodded. He must have been running a long way. Is there someone we can contact for you, Lola? Someone you'd want to stay with you? I don't think I can go back to our apartment yet. I just don't think I can stand that until I'm sort of seeing this guy. Maybe I can go to his place for a while, maybe? Do you want us to contact him for you? Have him come and get you? Eyes welling again, Lola nodded. Give me his contact information. We'll take care of it. I'm going to have the officer take you out to the lobby. Stay with you. Will you talk to me again? When you know, will you tell me? Yes. And if you think of anything else, you contact me. Eve reached into her own pocket, almost surprised to actually produce cards, gave one to Lola. Eve called the uniform back, gave her the friend's contact information, then turned her attention to the 3 people across the theater. She chose one at random, sat down beside him. I'm Lieutenant Dallas. Mark Snyder. You came to the vid alone, Mr. Snyder? Yeah, I wanted to absorb it without distractions. I'm a film student. He clasped his hands together, stared at the blank screen. I'm working on my master's at NYU. Oh boy, this is really, really real. Though she'd run him, Eve judged him to be in his early 20s. A young black man with wild and improbably red dreads, a bar stud through his left eyebrow. Why this vid? Hitchcock. I'm doing a paper on Hitchcock, and this particular work is a major part of the paper. But I... Sorry. He pressed a hand to his stomach, spent a couple of seconds breathing. I love film. I want to direct. The classics are a particular inspiration to me. I come here a lot. The classics at least 2 or 3 times a month, and, in general, probably twice that. It's a different, experience watching in a theater than on a home screen or a mobile. Where were you sitting? In the same row as... The same row. In the center seat. We were the only ones in the row. I like to sit alone as much as I can, but I sort of knew them, the women. I mean, I'd seen them here off and on, and I knew they'd be quiet, not talking during the vid or being distracting, so I sat in the center seat. Tell me what happened. It was right after Bates cleans up the bathroom, after the shower scene. He's going to wrap Marion's body in the shower curtain, put her and her luggage and the money she stole and wrapped in newspaper in her car and sink it in the swamp. Perkins is amazing. He's perfect. You believe him. You believe he's horrified, panicked, protecting his crazy mother. I was studying the work, his expressions, his body language, and she started screaming. He took a moment to swallow. The woman on the aisle, he jerked me out, pulled me out of the story. I was annoyed for a second, but then I realized it was one of the women in the row, the ones I sort of knew. So I knew something was really wrong because they're respectful. And the way she was screaming... I'm sorry, I don't know her name. The one with the darker hair. I stood up. I could see something was wrong with the other woman, the blonde woman. I thought she'd gotten sick or something. I started over, and the couple there? He gestured to the man and woman seated in another section. They started over too, from the other side. They were together on the other side, so we got there and... There was blood, and the screaming, and they said, the other couple, to go for help, to get the lights on while they laid down the one with the blood in the aisle. I ran out, and part of me, in my head, kept running, like a vid in my head. But I grabbed somebody from the lobby and told them somebody in number 3 was hurt really bad. We needed an ambulance. They needed to turn on the house lights. She was bleeding really bad. I don't know why I went back in, because in my head I was running away. The woman of the couple, not the one with the one who got hurt, but the couple who tried to help, she's a... God, I can't find my words. A physician assistant. She said that, and she had blood on her, and she told people to stay back. I sat down. I just sat down, because I didn't think I could stand up. And then the police came. Did you notice anyone sitting in the row behind you? Not behind me, but behind them, at the end of the row. I really didn't want anyone in my box, if you know what I mean. Within my area, in front, beside, behind. And there were lots of empty spots. I saw somebody slide into the row behind right after the house lights went down and would have moved if he'd come toward the center, but he just sat behind them. A man. I don't know. I didn't look so much as sense. The house lights were down, and the opening credits starting to roll. I hate people who come in late, so I sensed the movement, figured I'd just move if he came into my box, but he didn't. Or she. Honestly, it was dark, and it didn't matter if it was a man or a woman to me. It was a corner of the eye sort of thing. Was he or she there when you heard and reacted to the screams? I don't know. You stood up, started across the row. Was there anyone behind the women? Give me a second, okay? He shut his eyes. I'm going to visualize it. I don't want to, but I will. I'm watching Anthony Perkins embody Norman Bates, because he does. He becomes, and you as the audience believe. And she screams. To my right, she screams. The really, really pretty blonde is slumped over the brunette with the soft eyes. The brunette's screaming, struggling to lift her friend. And I know something's very wrong. Very wrong, so I stand up. Some people are yelling for her to shut up, but I know something's just wrong, so I start over and see the man and woman start over from the other section, and No. He opened his eyes. Nobody was sitting behind them when I stood up. The whole row behind was empty. Okay, Mark. That's very helpful. Eve dug in her pocket to give him a card. If you think of anything else, if you get a better sense of the person who sat behind them, contact me. Do you need a ride home? I think I want to walk. I think I need to walk. He got up when Eve did. You think the person who sat behind them killed her. I need to find out. I wish I'd looked. I wish I'd just turned my head a couple inches to the right and looked. I have good visual skills. If I'd looked, I'd be able to tell you what the person looked like. But I didn't look. I just thought, good, not gonna push into my box, and the vid's starting. Then I was inside the vid until the screams. 45 seconds. What's 45 seconds? Sorry, the shower scene. It runs for 45 brilliant, terrifying seconds. I just wonder if the last thing she saw before... If the last thing she saw was murder. 45 seconds, Eve thought when he walked away. More than enough time to kill. 2. While sweepers in their white suits sucked and brushed and tweezed and collected, Eve sat at the back of the crime scene, working on her notes. The scene itself, the witness statements, the timing, and what she knew about the victim already told her a great deal. When McNabb bounced in on his plaid air boots, the symphony of hoops on his earlobe glinting in the bright house lights, she paused in her work. Reviewed the feed straight through from the time the Vic came in. That's 1748 until the first responders entered. 1839. Nobody left through the lobby or using emergency exits from your TOD until the show let out in number 1 at 1835. Then you've got maybe 150, and at least 40% of them under 12 streaming out. Odds are he walked out with that group. Eve looked down to row 28. He kills her, slips out of here, walks down to the other theater. Just has to hang there for a few minutes, then stroll out with a bunch of kids. We need to look for people coming in earlier, hanging out in the lobby. Anyone who moved toward the theaters when the Vic did, and anyone who came in directly after her. Most probably solos. See who we can match with the group leaving from 1. I can cover that. He slipped his hands into 2 of the half-dozen pockets in his atomic blue baggies. You ever seen it? Psycho? Yeah, it's in Rourke's collection. He's a fan of the hitchstick. The what? The director guy. Is that really his name? Something like that. Huh. So, really creepy vid. Seriously old and creepy. Maybe it's not just chance, right? Maybe some psycho picked psycho, and the Vic, wrong place, wrong time. Nope. Specific target. Eve rose as Peabody came in. The Vic's friend and vidmate's a vet, on call for emergency detail tonight, and she happens to get a 911 from the clinic that takes her out of the theater right before the Vic's jabbed. Plus, it's looking bogus. The friend didn't get the tag? Peabody asked. No, she got it. The clinic got it. Some guy claiming his dog got run over and, oh, poor doggy! Eve sent Peabody a sour look. There was no dog. The dog was bullshit, a ploy to remove Lola Kowalski and give the killer a clear shot at Chanel Ryland. Timed it, Eve continued. The timing's perfect, and so's the research. The killer knew Rylan would be here, knew Kowalski was on call, knew when the big shower scene would hit, and anybody who'd shelled out to see this vid would be focused on the screen. Or covering their eyes. McNabb wagged his thumb at Peabody. I did. So, Peabody admitted. None of the people I talked to saw anything. One guy thinks maybe he noticed somebody leaving, but it's an indefinite maybe. He was in the back, watching the slice and dice with his date's face buried in his shoulder. Timing, Eve repeated. He had it worked out. And he knew her, Peabody put in. Yeah, knew her, chose her, stalked her, studied her. The question is why? The Vic was an actress who supplemented that income working at some place called Broadway Babies. I love that place. We love that place. McNabb grinned at Peabody. Dorky fun. I like dorky fun. Geez, she might have waited on us. The friend says the Vic was up for a part. Maybe somebody didn't want her to get it. Killed in a theater. Eve shrugged. It could play. No current relationship, no recent breakups, but maybe she brushed off somebody who didn't like being brushed. She was a switch hitter, so we look at both teams. It feels a little impersonal for relationship revenge, Peabody pointed out. Agreed, but we look so we can close that line off. Plus, there's enough personal in it for that look. This night, this theater, the bogus dog emergency. McNabb, copy the security feed to my home unit. I want to take a look. And why don't you give whoever's in charge here the bad news that this theater will be sealed off and shut down until further notice. No prob. I got one more. I'm here to serve, LT. The animal clinic. Pet care on 7th. Hit that on your way home, will you? See if you can tap where that emergency call came from. If you need to take the e-toys in, tag me, and I'll get the clearance. All over it and back again. Peabody, since you like the baby's place, let's go swing by there, see what we can see. Yay! Eve saw her partner and the EAs bump wiggling fingers, their strange little gesture of affection, before McNabb pulled a bright purple ear-flap hat over his head and long blonde ponytail. Since they didn't mortify her by locking lips, she ignored it. Outside, she and Peabody hiked the 2 blocks to the overpriced underground lot through the unrelenting insanity of Times Square. They wound through the drunks, the revelers, the gawking tourists, the hustlers, and the street-level licensed companions, while lights flashed and megascreens hawked designer fashion worn by pouty and sexually ambiguous models. Eve caught the eye of a street thief, watched him wisely turn on his heel and head fast in the opposite direction. His coat, likely with several of the loot pockets already holding wallets and wrist units, flapped around his legs. Eve skirted around construction barriers. If it wasn't drunks, thieves, and tourists, it was some guy in a hard hat jacking a hole in the street. She went into the relative quiet of the lot, opted to take the stairs down. Are we going to do notification after the restaurant? I did it. Boots clanged on the metal steps. Just the parents, and they live in Wisconsin. Shocked faces, glazed eyes, choked voices. I talked to a couple people who worked the concession. They knew her. Not personally, Peabody added, but they knew her face, said she was always friendly. She sang happy birthday to one of them a couple months ago. Small popcorn, medium Diet Coke, and for a comedy, she added gummy bears. Creature of habit, Eve said when they reached the car. It makes one easy to stalk and study and plan. We need to run the staff, even the ones not on tonight. People who saw her regularly, got to know her habits. How'd he make the tag to the vet place? Make it so close to the murder? A good question, and one I hope McNabb finds the answer to. A partner? A partner makes the tag? Maybe. It's more logistical than the killer making it. Have to do it outside the theater. Then come in again, sit down again, killer, get up, walk out again. More likely someone notices that. The in, sit, stand, out, in, and all that. Eve didn't disagree. Up and down, in and out brought attention. But she wanted verification. She parked again, a half block from where her navigation system put the restaurant. This time she copped a street-level spot. In a loading zone, but flipping on her on-duty light covered that. I know I told you what a mag time we had in Mexico, and thanked you about a zillion times. So don't do it again. What I didn't say, Peabody continued, mostly because I wanted to see if the results stuck, was how McNabb conked on the shuttle on the way to the villa. Just dropped out, and he extremely loves flying. And after we got there and basked, had a couple of birdbath margaritas, took a swim, he conked again, even before we continued to bask with sex, and slept dead out for 12 solid. Like you said, he needed a break. And he got one. You and Rourke made it so he got one. I'd have been okay if he'd slept the entire time we were there, but the 12 solid really helped. So we had lots of sex. This is how you say thank you? We had lots and lots of sex, Peabody said, unabashed. Lots of drinks, lots of sitting around doing nothing, lots of everything that wasn't work. And it stuck. He's got his bounce back. McNabb always bounces. But it's the real deal again. The natural bounce. It's a load off, Dallas. I just wanted to say, good. Good, she repeated when she reached for the door of the restaurant. She opened it to a blast of voices raised in song and the smell of Italian cooking that made her stomach yearn. Eve stepped to the hostess podium, where the woman behind it beamed a smile, held up a finger, then joined her rather stupendous soprano on the chorus. People at tables, in booths, stopped twirling pasta, stabbing meatballs, forking up chicken piccata to applaud. The music dropped away into the clatter of dishes, the hum and buzz of conversation. And the waitstaff, all clad in sleek black, continued to serve and clear as if belting out some Broadway standard just came with the field green salad. Welcome to Broadway Babies. Do you have a reservation? I have this. Eve palmed her badge, tipped it up. Oh. Oh dear, is there a problem, officer? Lieutenant, I need to speak to whoever's in charge. Of course. That would be Annalisa. If you'd wait here, I'll get her. As she scurried away, the party at a long table in the center of the room burst into mad laughter all at once. As if taking his cue, one of the bartenders began to sing as he poured wine. Across the room, a waitress did a hands-on-hips dance toward him, made it a duet. I love this place. It's just so much fun. Fun, Eve thought, if your idea of same equaled waitstaff singing and dancing around your table while you were trying to eat. Or, Jesus, actually pulling you up from your seat, spinning you around while singing in your face. Then again, the man currently being spun and sung to, and, good God, the woman the bartender grabbed up after actually leaping over the damn bar, both appeared to enjoy it all just fine. It took all kinds. The hostess hurried back, accompanied by a woman with whipped cream white hair, tiger gold eyes, and a statuesque body tucked into a bold blue dress. "Good evening. I'm Annalisa Baccardo," she said with the faintest accent that went with the sense of Italian food. "How can I help? Is there somewhere more private where we can talk?" "Of course." The polite smile never wavered. "I would like to ask what we might be discussing." "Chanel Rylan." "Chanel?" The smile only widened. "Surely Chanel couldn't be in any trouble with the police. She's—" Something in Eve's flat, direct gaze caused the smile to fade. "Yes, of course, if you'll come with me." Annalisa led them back through the swinging kitchen doors into the heat and chaos of the heart of a busy restaurant. "My office is through here. I need to be close. Giovanni," she called out, then rattled off a spate of Italian before she opened a door, waved Eve and Peabody through. The office largely consisted of a desk, a couple of chairs, and walls covered with photos. "Our staff, over the years, 22 years, performing all over the world, off-planet as well. Here, Chanel." She tapped a photo of the doomed actress, spotlighted, arms outstretched, face lifted. "What's happened to her? She's been hurt?" "I'm sorry to inform you Chanel Rylan was killed tonight." "But no!" Going as pale as her hair, Annalisa braced a hand on the desk, slowly lowered into a folding chair. "No, she's—" "An accident?" "No, not an accident." "A moment, please." She clasped her hands in her lap, shut her eyes. "I'm rude," she managed. "Please, sit down. Please sit." "Can I get you some water, Miss Baccardo?" "Annalisa," she murmured, eyes still closed. "I'm Annalisa. There is wine over there. I would very much thank you for bringing me a glass of wine." She sat in silence until Peabody touched her hand, put a glass of wine in it. "Thank you." She sipped again. "They're my children, my family. Some will only perform here, in this happy place. Some will go on to more, to much more. They're my family. Please tell me what happened to her." "She was killed tonight at the Vid Galaxy, Times Square." "You have the murderer?" "Not at this time." "You must." Those tiger eyes went bright and hard. "You must find and punish who did this. She was sweet and smart and talented. She brought joy. Those who would kill one who brings joy have no place in the world. What can I do to help you put him away from the world?" "Do you know anyone who'd want to hurt her?" "I promise you I don't." "Someone she was involved with, romantically, sexually?" "She had many romances. She brought joy there, too. Lightly," Annalisa added. "Her work was first. No one serious, no one angry. Competitors, inner work. Ah, there is drama and strife and camaraderie, and even a little madness in such work. But I know of no one. She was talented and worked hard, but not destined to be a star. That takes more. She was happy to have what she had, to do work that satisfied and fed her, to make a living doing what brought her joy and gave it. Some are more ruthless, yes? Some don't have a care for bruising feelings or crushing opportunities. She didn't have that quality. I think this must have been a madman, and someone who didn't know her. Maybe you noticed someone who paid too much attention to her, who came in, watched her. The tourists come and go, though some come back when they visit New York again. We have regulars and family groups who often come to celebrate a birthday or anniversary. I notice nothing like this. If one or the others had, I would have been told. Family, she reminded Eve, and family looks out for each other. I want to help, but there's no one I know who would have hurt her. That helps. How? It tells me you feel it's very unlikely someone who works here or comes in on a regular basis would have done this. I believe it absolutely. Who on your staff was she most friendly with? We all work together, perform together. We are a company, too. But I would say Micah, on the bar. They sometimes dated, lightly, for both, and Teresa, one of our sous chefs. They were friendly and also dated lightly. And Eliza, a waitress. Sometimes they were up for the same part and would support each other. Often they would run lines together. You will need to speak to them. Yes, I will arrange it, but Teresa, she has this night off. If you give us her contact information, we'll take care of that. I will. I will tell you as well, both Eliza and Micah have been here since 4:30. We have a short rehearsal before we open, and there is restaurant business as well. That's also helpful, thank you. I'll bring Eliza back first. I have to arrange for someone to take the bar for Micah. May I bring you wine? Appreciate it, but we're not allowed. On duty. That's very much too bad. But I'll bring you cappuccino. We make very excellent cappuccino. Eve drummed her fingers on her thigh when Annalisa stepped out. I think if her killer stalked her here, he was subtle about it, careful about it. That's a woman who'd notice, or would be told if anybody gave the wrong vibe. Both she and the roommate insist the Vic had no angry or disgruntled exes, but some can play that game and seethe inside. Rising, Eve wandered the little room. But it strikes as less personal than an ex or a rival. We'll talk to these two just to wind it up, then unless something pops out, call it. I'll put together the book and board at home. We'll hit the morgue first thing in the morning, see if there's anything we missed about the body. Homicide, Peabody intoned. Our day starts and ends with death. That's why we get the shitty bucks, Peabody. Eve drove through the gates of home for the second time that night. She wanted that glass of wine Annalisa had offered, though the cappuccino hadn't sucked. And she wanted something, anything, that tasted even half as good as the Air and Broadway babies. But wants took second place to needs, she thought. She needed to set up her murder board and book, and to think about Chanel Rylan. Lights sparkled in the windows of the big house, lending it that castle-in-a-fairy-tale air. Low-lying clouds, shadows in the night sky, floated over turrets and towers. She caught a hint, just a hint, of the moon behind those blanketing clouds. The wind, quieter than it had been, still bit, so little felt better than escaping it and letting the warmth inside envelop. Once again, she tossed her coat and scarf on the newel post. This time, no cat waited. She'd find him, she knew, with the master of the house. Book and board first, she thought, then she'd catch up with them. But when she walked into her office, she found them both stretched out on a sofa, the fire snapping. The man held a book in his hand, had a glass of wine on the table. The fat lump of a cat sprawled across Rourke's knees. And there she is. I figured you'd be in your office, or watching a vid. Work's done for the day. For me, in any case. And watching a vid's more fun with you. Reading's a nice solitary choice. He gave the cat a nudge that had Galahad rolling over on his back. "You've work yet?" "Yeah, sorry." He got up, setting the book aside, walked to her. "You'll tell me about it." She moved into him, wrapped her arms around him, just held there. "Sometimes it hits me especially." "What does?" "That I have this to come home to." She'd tell him about it, she thought, knowing from experience that it would help line up her thoughts. "I'll wager you haven't eaten." "You'd win that bet. It has to be Italian. The last interviews were in an Italian restaurant, and it smelled like heaven coated in red sauce." "I can take care of that. Pour yourself a glass of that wine," he advised as he eased back. "It's exceptional. Then you can tell me about it while we eat." "We? Didn't you eat already?" "I did some work. I did some reading." "It's not that late," he added, and started toward the kitchen. "Especially for an Italian meal." She poured the wine. He was right, as usual. Exceptional. And while he programmed the meal, she started on her murder board. "Your victim?" He glanced at the ID shot on the board as he carried domed plates to the table by the window. "She was lovely." "Yeah. An actress. Theater. Doubled as a waitress at Broadway Babies." "Ah, the place where they sing while they dish up the pasta." He went back into the kitchen, came out with the salad, bread. "That's the one." "Weird, but people sure looked happy." He glanced back at the board after he set the rest on the table. "Psycho? Was she hacked to death in the shower?" "No, but that's what she was watching when somebody jabbed a thin, sharp blade into the base of her skull." "That smells really good." She stepped over. She could work her way through a salad if the reward was pasta. "One of the vid palaces in Times Square," she said as she sat. "Early evening show in the classic vid theater. Her name was Chanel Rylan." And she told him of murder and misery while they ate. He listened, with little comment, until Eve cleared the salad bowls and he lifted the domes on one of his wife's personal favorites, spaghetti and meatballs. As he knew her body language intimately, he noted she relaxed by a few degrees even before she wound the first forkful of pasta. "Your conclusion would be a target-specific victim, with the emergency call to the friend, the cap on that stone." "Bogus emergency," Eve said with a mouthful of pasta. "Pretty exquisite timing." "It is." Watching her relax with the meal made him glad he'd waited for her. And the choice of that timing. The shower scene, the shocker, the murder of what the unsuspecting audience believes is the central character 30 minutes into the vid. That 45 seconds of stunning violence. "How do you know that?" She poked her fork in the air before stabbing a meatball. 30 minutes in, 45 seconds. It's one of those things you pick up. I have no doubt that in the single viewing you had of the vid with me a year or so ago, your cop brain would have estimated that timing very precisely. You're not a cop, as you like to remind me. Happily. But I live with one, and would make another wager. She's already concluding the purpose of that exquisite timing. Rich guys always making sure bets. She ate more pasta. 45 seconds, during which anybody who had an ass in a chair would be completely focused on the screen, or have their hands slapped over their eyes, like Peabody on her first viewing. The timing, the method say target-specific. The victim herself. With a shake of her head, Eve picked up her wine. "Tell me about her." "Happy, hard-working, talented. 3 of the top words her friend, her parents, her employer, her co-workers all used to describe her. Sexually, she batted for both teams, but didn't take the game too seriously. The only long-term ex moved to Canada years ago. Career deal. No big drama, according to her friend, and he'd have no motive to come back and stab her to death. But you'll look at him. You've got to look. She was up for a part, a bigger one than usual, so I'll look at whoever else is up for it. He knew her. The tone, the body language, the look in those cop's eyes. But... okay, it's target-specific. You can't discount that bullshit dog emergency that had the person sitting beside her leaving the theater for several minutes. The timing of that, the fact the killer sat right behind her, which indicates he either followed her there or knew she'd be there. That's no random stab in the dark. Literally. He nodded as he ate. And again, but... there had to be countless, less risky ways to kill her. She's a night creature, right? Either coming out of the theater after a performance at night, or from the restaurant. Walking home from the restaurant after shift, from the theater after a show. Grab her, stab her, and book it. But this was dramatic, right? And really risky. And it depended on everything falling into place. Which it seems to have done. Yeah. She stabbed at another meatball. But what if somebody decides to sit beside the killer? What if the friend decides to ignore the call, even for a few minutes? What if somebody else walks out at the same time as the killer? If you're going to plan as well as he or she did, those are risks that have to be weighed in. So why go to all that trouble, take all that time to find that moment when there are easier ways? The killer enjoys or craves the risk and the drama? Maybe, yeah, and I've got to tug on that. And maybe the method, the precision of it, the moment of it, were all as specific as the victim. Maybe, maybe they had sex during that scene sometime in the past, and it meant more to him or her than it did to the victim. Maybe he'd seen her in that theater before, and something she said, did, the way she looked, triggered something. How long before the showing are the layouts of vids announced? She sat back for a moment, picked up her wine, lifted the glass toward him. That's a good question, Mr. Civilian. 3 months. They set the classic vids up 3 months ahead, advertised them in theater and online. And before you ask, the victim and her friend had a routine, and going to that vid on that night fell right into it. Plus, both of them blasted it on their social media feeds. Going to Psycho with my bestie. Girls' night at the Bates Motel. I'll never understand why people do that stupid shit, but they do. Eve paused, ate a little more. She's coming across as a decent human being, one who enjoyed her life, her work, had a nice circle of casual friends, and that bestie. He ended that. And so far, while the method says she was a target, nothing's popping to show why. What can I do to help? I'm not sure there's much at this stage with this one. Throw me a bone. She sat back with her wine again, studied him as she sipped. You could just go back to your book. Or... On a half-laugh, she sipped again. Okay, or... You could run the background on the X, check any travel over the last couple days, eliminate him or nudge him onto the list. Damien Forsyth, currently living and working in the Calgary area of Canada. He's a regular on some series, The Enduring. That's simple enough. What's on your agenda? A deeper look into the Vic. So far, she's not telling me much. Some basic checking on her friend, the pet clinic and staff, a few runs on staff at the restaurant, and the play, the other contenders she was auditioning for. That's quite a bit. Mostly just routine. Well then, I'll see to my assignment. Rising, he looked back at the board. Sometimes there's just no logical reason. But there's always a reason. 3. With a pot of black coffee, Eve settled into the work. Routine, yes, and some of it tedious, but routine mattered, demanded structure and direction, and tedium could lead to rewards. Not so much this time, she thought as she worked her way through the life of Chanel Rylan. Nothing stood out, nothing rang a bell. Other than a handful of traffic violations, including a minor accident, no injuries, prior to moving to New York, she had no bumps. Slightly above average student, with stellar marks in drama, theater, dance, music, starring roles in school plays, some community theater. No medical issues that showed up on a standard run. No pregnancies, no rehab. Financially, Eve mused, she'd done okay, and obviously wasn't in it for the dough. Her outlay for clothes, rent, the voice, acting, and dancing lessons she continued ate up most of her income. Eve shifted to Lola Kowalski. Lola had 2 bumps, 2 arrests for protesting animal rights. Currently, and for the past 3 years, she'd worked as one of the 3 rotating vets at Pet Care. Previously, she'd studied for her license and worked as a veterinary assistant at Pet Care. So that showed either loyalty or an appreciation for routine. Eve finished it out. Financially, the vet did better than the actress-waitress, but the vet sure wasn't rolling in it, as Rourke came in. He poured himself a mug of Eve's coffee. I sent the details on the X to your file. Give me a roundup. His only bump, from your standpoint, along the way was a charge of drunk and disorderly. This after a bachelor party. He's had a couple of high-profile romances since moving to Calgary, and also keeps a residence in New LA. The romances might be quite sincere, or the result of a publicity campaign. His star seems to be rising. He gets good reviews, gives clever interviews, and appears to have the respect of his current cast and crew. Rourke eased a hip onto a leg of her command center. Not only hasn't he traveled out of Canada in the last week or so, he was, at the time of your murder, in front of cameras, shooting a scene. You didn't get that from a run. I didn't, no. I got that when I noticed I'm acquainted with one of the producers on the series. Aren't you acquainted with everybody? At times it seems as though. In any case, he continued, I tagged him up, chatted a bit, and was able to wind it around to how things were going on the set and so on. Eve nodded approval. Better that way than direct. The ex is going to hear about it before much longer, but better to ease the info out without adding murder to it. So I thought. When I asked, he mentioned they'd just wrapped a key scene only an hour before, one they'd worked on most of the day. I was treated to nearly a bloody play-by-play of the shoot, the setup, the technical challenges, and so on, and to the characters therein. Damien Forsyth's character played an integral part in it. He didn't make sense anyway. We'll cross him off. Thanks. With a shake of his head, Rourke drank more coffee. You owe me thanks, as the man blathered on for 20 minutes. Eve shot a finger at him. You asked for it. I did. I can't deny it. I'll be a glutton for punishment and say give me someone else to run. Eve glanced down at her notes. Annalisa Baccardo. On a frown, Rourke lowered his mug. That name seems familiar. You're probably acquainted. She owns the restaurant where the Vic worked, the singing waiter place. Something. I can't quite snag it up. He rose, walked around to sit at her auxiliary unit. Seconds later, he leaned back. Yes, of course. Eve picked up her coffee, smirked. She's a little old for you, Ace. Age means nothing to the heart. Or the dick. I'd be insulted for my dick if that weren't completely true. However, in this case, I've never met the woman, much less had any part of my anatomy involved with her. I have heard of her. He swiveled his chair toward Eve, sat back a bit. About 30 years ago, Annalisa Baccardo lit up Broadway. A genuine diva, multiple Tony Awards. Her name alone could make or break a play. Musicals were her forte, and she translated that talent to the screen a time or two, to exceptional reviews. How come she's not still lighting things up instead of running a restaurant? She was involved personally and professionally with Justin Jackson, another towering talent. They didn't always perform together, but when they did, magic. Rourke flicked his fingers in the air. You can read about it if you like. Just keep going. They didn't marry, but lived together, had a child together. A daughter, he said, glancing at the screen to corroborate his memory. When the child was about 3, and Annalisa was in rehearsals for a new production, Justin walked the girl to the park. On the way, a car jumped the curb, struck both of them. Killed both of them. Oh, Jesus. She hasn't performed since, that I know of. I didn't realize she owned Broadway babies. Curious, he did another search. She owns it under the name Lost Angels. She said the staff were her children, Eve remembered, her family. And I guess they are. I've confirmed she was in the restaurant at the time of the murder, but this gives me a better sense of her. Sitting back, Eve scanned the screen, picked up her coffee. Then with a hiss, swiveled to face Rourke. I'm getting nothing from any connections, from anybody who'd be connected to a connection. Target specific. Eve pushed up and away to pace, to think on her feet. All current evidence points there, and target specific generally equals personal. But it doesn't feel personal. Not in method, not in background of Vic. So, potentially, the victim represents a type, or was a surrogate. Mira territory. She paused by the board. I need to talk to her. The vid. Was that just luck of the draw, or also specific? The research into the victim could have started back when the schedule of vids was announced. The vid becomes the trigger, but then, if so, how does the killer latch onto Rylan in the first place? Rourke waited a beat to determine if she had asked the question to herself or to him. Decided it was both. I imagine there's a subscription service. A what? Like a season buy. So many tickets purchased in advance, and a sign-up for tickets to one slated to show. Like season tickets for baseball. Shit. She double-timed it back to her comp to run a search. Rourke beat her to it. Rylan belonged to the theater's Golden Ticket Rewards program. Show off. We do what we do. Buy a package of 25 tickets per year, get one free, an automatic 10% discount at concessions, a monthly newsletter, an assortment of benefits, Rourke added. They probably split it, Rylan and Kowalski. I can verify that, but that's what they did. So, The killer maybe buys the same package. I'm going to want to see the subscription list. Sees her there often enough to focus in on her. Maybe he makes a pass she deflects. But, tapping her fist on the workstation, she shook her head. It wasn't sexual. The killing wasn't sexual, so that doesn't hold up for me. The on-screen killing, that's sexual. Killer spies on victim through peephole, enters when Vic's naked and vulnerable in the shower. Knife penetrates. A lot. The on-screen murder provides the sexual component? I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll talk with Mira. To me, this was quick, nasty business. In the dark. The Vic's facing away, not toward. She's fully dressed. The killer penetrates, yeah, but it's one stab. On screen, it's... Eve made a decent mimic of the shower scene's repeated shriek, while she mimed jabbing repeatedly with a knife. Murder usually makes sense, she continued, even if it turns out to be crazy shithouse rat sense. So far, I've got a victim with no known enemies or bitter, even mildly annoyed exes, no big potfuls of money or influence, no apparent knowledge of some dastardly deed or connection thereto, no sexual component. But at the same time, the killer knew her, or took the time, made the effort to learn her routine or habits, as well as the routine and habits of her roommate. She stands for something. Someone, Eve finished. It's all that makes crazy shithouse rat sense. Then it seems to me you've shaken out quite a bit in a few hours. Maybe. Or maybe I'm off base, and the killer jerked off while anticipating the shower scene and the murder, then shot his wad of sexual component in his boxers when he jabbed the sharp into the base of Ryland's skull. That's a visual I'd just as soon not have playing in my head. Or, Eve rose, circled the board again. She's up for a part. She's beaten out others for parts before. And lost out to others, I assume. Yeah, but we'll stick with beating out. It's a circle, a community. Though some likely come in, others likely give up, but you'd get to know each other. If you're up for the same part, odds are you've been up against each other before. Her co-workers at the restaurant didn't ring for me at all, but they've been up for the same part over the years. Maybe someone had enough, or someone went desperate. Have to have this one, or I'm finished. Have to have it, or I can't pay the rent, whatever. Have to have it. Not so much time or effort needed to learn the victim's routine and habits. To get information on the roommate, you're in the same club already. Wouldn't it make more sense to wait and see who got the part? Eyes on the board, on Chanel Ryland. Eve fisted her hands on her hips. Desperate makes for crazy shithouse rat sense. It's impossible to disagree. So I talked to her agent. I talked to whoever's in charge of the auditions, and we see where there's overlap. It wasn't sex, a twisted version of love. It wasn't rage. It wasn't for financial gain, revenge, or as far as it shows, to preserve a secret. It sure as hell wasn't random. That leaves jealousy as the most likely motive. What part was she up for? Rourke wondered. Some new play. Second lead. Not even the headliner. Rourke rose, drew her in against him. You'll just keep circling the board and the same thought pattern. You can't talk to anyone else until tomorrow. Dig into it until... Let's shut it down for the night. Everyone I talked to who knew her liked her. But they're actors, so they all know how to put on a show. He tapped a finger to the dent in her chin. You're a cop, and you excel at seeing through a show. Yeah, and what I saw came off as real. People liked her. Still, somebody killed her, specifically, and more, did it in a way that involved unnecessary risks. Something's missing. If there is, you'll find it, but not tonight. No, not tonight. She drew back to shut down, and abruptly remembered. We're Somerset free. And, since I'm sure you're interested, he's very much enjoying his winter break. Yeah, great. We have to have sex. Well, now, if you insist. When he reached for her, she gave him a light shove back. Not so fast, pal. I've got logistics to consider. It's all right. I remember how it's done very well and can walk you through it. We'll see who walks who where. I've got it. Count to 30. He let out a laugh. Seriously? You want sex or not? Arching his eyebrows, his gaze locked on hers, he said, 1. She gave him a hot, noisy kiss, then jogged out of the room. He counted it off as he shut down her machine, the fireplace, the lights, strolled into his own office to do the same. When he hit 30, he stepped into the hall, spotted one of her boots. Ha! He walked to it, picked it up, continued in that direction. He found the second boot after a turn to the right. Amused, he picked that up as well. So, she's after a game. He'd play. He could, of course, simply ask the house system where she was, or call up the monitors and see for himself. But that would be cheating. He followed the trail, found her jacket on a doorknob. Though he recognized a ploy, he also understood the double bluff, so he opened the door, ordered the lights. No, they wouldn't be making good use of the big gel bed in that particular guest room. He put her jacket and the boots on a bench in the hall, continued on. When he'd worked with architects and engineers on the design of the house, when he'd watched it built layer by layer, he hadn't imagined himself wandering through it some night, following the trail of his wife's stripped-off clothing. And there was a sock. He paused to study a painting he'd stolen, 6 or 7 years before. A lonely, hooded figure crossing a windswept moor under brooding skies. He'd taken it for his own collection, as it had pulled at him, that resolve, the loneliness, while his primary target of a small, exquisite Corot he'd sold for a very tidy fee. Then he'd met his cop, his mate, the love of his life, and he'd arranged for the painting of the lonely figure to be found and returned to its owner. Then he'd bought it legitimately. He'd done the same with the other bits and bites he'd still had inside the plump pies baked on the shady side of the line. Divested of them, given up those dark little thrills. A small price to pay, he thought as he moved on, found the second sock for the woman now leading him through the maze of his own home. She'd never failed to fascinate, frustrate, and fulfill. Doubling back, was she, he mused, spotting some loose credit she'd likely pulled out of her pocket. And he spotted a door open an inch or so to lure him. Sliding the credits into his own pocket, he moved on, as he knew the room to be linen storage for that section of the house. Then doubled back himself, as he wouldn't put it past her to decide they'd have sex in a bloody linen closet. Apparently not, he thought, when all he found inside were linens. The game took on fresh interest when he found her trousers tossed over the banister of a stairway leading up to the next floor. Intrigued, he started up, mentally going over the floor plan. Ballroom level. Sitting rooms, baths, a staging area for catering, storage, a small efficient kitchen and butler's pantry, again for catering, another separate area for any staff hired for a party to break or gather, another storage area, a game room. The ballroom, of course. He found her shirt hanging over the door of one of the sitting rooms, considered, and decided that after the hunt, a sitting room ranked very low on the scale. Then turned the other way. He found her pocket debris, the lockpicks he'd given her pocket knife, her communicator, her link, even her badge, all together on the hunt table outside the wide doorway, and stepped inside the ballroom. She sat in the shadowy light, perched on the arm of one of the sofas. "I wasn't wearing enough to cover the house," she said. "Next time, I'll have to gear up." "You managed to cover considerable ground nonetheless." "Lights on, 10%. The grand chandeliers overhead flickered on, soft, quiet light. She wore her white support tank, her simple white panties, and her weapon harness. Long, long legs, tousled hair, a smug, smug smile. Was it a wonder he went hard as rock instantly? "I've never been up here when there hasn't been a party, or the prep for one. How come you have furniture in here when nothing's going on?" "Something's about to." She grinned at him. "That's a point, a good point. And so you come to the only area of the house without an actual bed." "Anybody can have sex on a bed," she pointed out. "How many have sex in the middle of a big-ass ballroom?" She rose, walked to the center of the room. She pointed at the floor. "Right in the damn middle." "We might as well do it right, then." He moved to a panel, flipped it open, danced his fingers over the controls within. The enormous fireplace flared on, blazed. Music, something low, with a lot of bass, streamed on. She grinned again. "Not bad. That's not bad." He crossed to her, hooked an arm around her waist, yanked her against him. When she linked hers around him, prepared to drop to the floor with him, he circled her into a dance. "Damn it," she let out a sigh. "That's really not bad at all." It might have been dreamy, the music, the lights, the man. Then she remembered she was dancing in her underwear while wearing her weapon. She tipped her head back, started to make some snarky comment about just that. He stopped the words with his mouth. Circling, swaying, with the long, long kiss, deep and lush, with body pressed to body in a perfect fit. It topped dreamy by several points. What he brought her in a room built for glamour, for crowds, the simple and the intimate. He felt her slide into the moment with him, the just us, any time and anywhere, and always. He couldn't say why the fun and the foolishness she'd begun had struck such a strong, clear, romantic chord in him. Now he could take that moment, this moment, their moment, to show her both. "I like your dress," he murmured. "Oh, it's just a really little something I pulled on." His lips curved against her hair. "It suits you. Not everyone wears white so well, or with such powerful accessories. Yeah, it's a stunner, she said, making him laugh. So's my wife. Again, she angled her head back. So you're married? I am, yes, right down to the marrow. You? I got talked into it. It's working out pretty well. She laid a hand on his cheek. He's got this way of making me feel I'm the only person in the world. When I'm with my wife, when I'm holding her, she is. She pressed her cheek against his, closed her eyes as they danced. No one ever made me the reason before him. No one else ever made me the one. She changed my life the moment she walked into it. She's the reason and the one. I don't know if I believed in love before, but I know I didn't understand it. And now. This time she tipped back her head, took his lips, and gave herself to the now. He hit the release on her weapon harness, slipped it off, letting it slide to the floor before he circled her back to the center of the room, of the moment. Together, they lowered to the floor while the music beat, the light shimmered, the fire snapped. He let his hands roam. That long back, the narrow torso, over smooth skin under thin white cotton. The tough, disciplined muscles never failed to arouse. His woman was a fighter, a brawler, a tireless warrior, and still could offer him the soft and the sweet. Her hands roamed as his did, the short, unpainted nails digging in, letting him know his body, his touch, his needs pleased her. She smelled of soap and winter wind, tasted of woman and warmth. He tugged the tank away to cup her breast, small, firm, lovely, in his hand. Her heart bumped beneath his fingers. She tangled her legs with his, let herself float on the gentle surf of rising senses. The feel of his hands, always clever, now patient, on her skin, his scent, one she'd recognize among thousands, the taste of him as her lips skimmed along his jaw. All coalesced into one, into him, while the fire sizzled and snapped, while the music drifted through the air. She slipped his sweater up and away, wanting skin to skin now, craving heart to heart. Used hands and mouth to saturate herself with him, to indulge herself, to take what was only hers. When he pressed her back, she flowed with it. When he gripped her hands, she linked her fingers with his and held on as with mouth alone he turned her body into fire. One quick gasp escaped her, a gasp that shuddered into a moan as he churned her system into glorious chaos. Feasting on her breasts, his teeth adding a tiny exquisite pain, he made her tremble. He wanted her to quake, wanted to feel her quake and break beneath him. He needed to drive her into helplessness before her power whipped back and conquered him. She would give, he knew, as his mouth played over that lean torso. She would cry out in surrender and yield all. So her hips pumped up, body arched, breath sobbed, as his tongue slid over her, into her. Hot, impossible pleasure broke over her, swamped her. Helpless, yes, helplessly she rode the torrent to its dizzying peak, trapped there in a kind of glorious madness before tumbling down, weak and dazed. He exploited, he plundered, and she, still wrecked, could only writhe under the assault. The next orgasm ripped through her, velvet claws. And still. She tried to say his name as her mind whimpered, "Too much, it's too much." But when the word slipped from her, the word was more. So he used his hands on her and gave her more. Half crazed now, he moved up her body, his only clear thought to take, to have. Wait. Her heavy eyes met his. Wait. Eve. He pressed his lips to her throat, prepared to beg if he must. She gathered what little strength and sanity she had left, rolled, simply laying her head on his chest while she found her breath. Eve! Fighting the animal clawing inside him, he gripped her hips. "I need you." "I know." She rose up, looking into his eyes as she straddled him. "I know," letting out a long sigh as she took him in. "I know." Pressing one of his hands to her heart, she began to move. "I know." So her power whipped back, built. She surrounded him, accepted him, conquered him. When she melted, heated honey against him, they lay together, tangled, dazed, in the center of the ballroom. Fleetingly, he wondered if he'd ever not think of this when they had the room full of people, food, lights, and music. He also wondered how he'd find the energy to carry her to their actual bed if, as he thought she might, she fell asleep on top of him. Then she stirred, let out a long, low sound of satisfaction. Well, that's another checked off the list. Adoring her, he laughed. "You have a list." "It's just a mental list, for now. How many rooms do you figure we have yet to hit?" Adore her? Hell, he bloody well worshipped her. "I'll have to do a count." "Do that." She pushed up enough to look down at him. "Because we have to hit them all. Big house, so it'll take a while. But we have to hit them all, even if we hit the last one when we're old and creaky." He skimmed a finger down her chin. "We might save one for when we are, as a kind of incentive and reward." "That's a good idea. I like it." "I think I can get up now. Especially since I don't have to worry about the clothes I left scattered around out there, because, hey, Somerset free." She rolled off. "I've got to get my stuff, though. Badge, link, like that." "You get that. I'll get what's in here, including your weapon." "Deal." Eyes still heavy, face still flushed, she got to her feet. "It's a good deal," she said when he got to his. "All around." He took her hand, kissed her fingers. "The best of deals." "Now I'm walking in a ballroom naked," she said as she crossed the gleaming floor. "How many people can say that?" 4. Eve woke in the pre-dawn dark with the weight on her chest. When she opened her sleep-blurred eyes, she made out a silhouette that had her reaching for her weapon with one hand, balling the other into a fist. Before she punched the shadow, as her brain cleared enough to remember she wasn't wearing her weapon or anything else, the shadow let out a familiar, growly sort of sound. "Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you?" "Lights on, 10%. In the low light, Galahad's bicolored eyes stared, hard and steely, into hers. "What's your problem?" She hauled him up, dumped him on the bed beside her. Those odd feline eyes only narrowed. The growly sound clicked up to an actual growl. "Watch it, pal. I'm bigger than you." Eve scrubbed her hands over her face, called for the time. "The time is 5:33. Current temperature is 19 degrees. Eve shot a finger at the cat. "I had another 30 coming to me." Galahad's response was a snarl. Since she didn't have Rourke as backup, already up and buying a solar system or selling a small country, Eve imagined, she rolled out of bed, snagged the robe her husband, who inexplicably thought of every damn thing, must have tossed on the foot of the bed. As she pulled the robe on, the cat stalked to the edge of the bed, sat, stared. "Look, you're creeping me, okay? Knock it off." She walked to the wall panel, opened it to the auto chef, programmed the first cup of life-sustaining coffee, and got it. No Somerset, and Rourke in one of his Emperor of the Business World meetings. Still, the man who thought of every damn thing usually fed the cat when the house was Somerset-free. Turning, taking that first gulp of good, strong black coffee, Eve eyed the cat. "Are you bullshitting me, Tubby?" He jumped off the bed, a definite thud, sat, stared. His bullshit generally took the tack of sucking up, rubbing that pudgy body against legs, looking sad or appealing. Now he just looked pissed. Righteously. "Okay, I'm buying it." She programmed kibble, and though he didn't deserve it after costing her a half-hour down, she added some salmon. When she set it down, he strolled over, tail swishing. His body language clearly stated, "It's about damn time." "Yeah, you're freaking welcome." Eve took the coffee with her into the shower. Fully awake, considerably less grumpy, she came out to see Rourke standing in the bedroom. Dressed in one of his impeccable suits, he gestured at the empty bowl across the room, while the cat wound between his legs and sang his sad song in pathetic meows. "I can see the bloody empty bowl right there. I've eyes. And no doubt if I lowered myself to take a whiff, I'd smell tuna or salmon on your breath." "Salmon," Eve confirmed. The cat glanced over, obviously concluded the jig was up. He strolled toward the fire, sat, and began to wash. "You didn't feed him before, right?" "I didn't," Rourke confirmed, as he was both sprawled out and snoring, and I knew I wouldn't be more than 40 minutes or so. He woke me up, sitting his tonnage on my chest and staring holes through my brain. If we put a micro-AC on his level, he might learn to operate it. He doesn't have to, Eve pointed out. He operates us. Entirely too true. Eve went back to the auto chef, put herself in charge of breakfast, which meant a Somerset and oatmeal-free day. While she contemplated her choices, Rourke switched on the financial reports, muted the sound. He stood a moment, studying what would always remain incomprehensible to her, while she settled on berries, bacon, and, pancakes. She topped it off with a pot of coffee. "Did you add a planet to your collection?" she asked, as she carried plates to the table of the sitting area. "Not this morning. I'll get the rest." She sat, drenching her pancakes with syrup, while he brought over the berries and coffee. "So, what's on your plate today?" she asked him. "Besides breakfast." "As it happens, I just agreed to pay a quick visit to an ag complex I have an interest in Bristol." "Where's Bristol?" "England." Since that requires considerable shuffling of the day's schedule in any case, I'll likely check on the rehab in Italy before heading back. A pity you have a case, he added, as he poured coffee for both of them. Or we could take a day or two. To the bone, Eve knew she'd never take to the idea of casually shuttling off to Europe. Do you need a day or two? For the work, I mean. No, a few hours. It's more for public relations than work in Bristol. For Italy, I think it's time for an unexpected drop-in. I expect you'll be in the field quite a bit today. Starting with the morgue. Lovely. My best to Morris, of course. Considering, Eve ate more pancakes. You go to Europe, I go to the morgue. That about sums it, right? And yet here we are. Rourke patted her leg. Sitting here having breakfast, while our cat calculates if he can manage to snag some bacon. He can't. Lifting a slice, Eve gave the cat the same quality of stare he'd given her, and crunched in. Once she'd hit her limit on pancakes, she went to her closet to dress and to line up her morning agenda. Morgue, then Cop Central to put her board together there, check any reports, update. Schedule a consult with Mira, get Mira the data. A visit to the victim's apartment, Eve added. See how she lived, fill in some blanks. A talk with the people in charge of the auditions, the casting. Another talk with the vet assistant who took the bogus emergency. As she planned it out, she pulled on black trousers, a white shirt, yanked a gray V-neck sweater over that when she remembered the temperature. Shifted to grab a black jacket at random, but Rourke beat her to it. He stepped in, took another, a sort of tweed maybe, of deep forest green with touches of gray and black woven through. There's an undertone of green in the sweater, he pointed out. She frowned down at it. It's gray, with a green undertone. She shrugged, took the jacket from him, then deliberately grabbed brown boots. You'd be breaking my heart if I didn't know you're winding me up. Serve you right if I wore them anyway. She switched them for black. I need to go deal with the schedule changes, which will likely have Cairo set her hair, or maybe mine, on fire. Eve sat to pull on the boots. Imagined Rourke's steady-as-a-rock admin would handle it all without flames. I'll see you when we're both back. Meanwhile, take care of my cop. He bent over to kiss her. I will, if you take care of my traveling gazillionaire. That's a deal. Alone, she strapped on her weapon, filled her pockets. She gave Galahad a quick scratch and rub, no point holding grudges, then jogged downstairs. Coat, scarf, snowflake cap, then out into the cold where her car sat, engine and heater already running, thanks to the man who thought of everything. And, thanks to the cat, she ran 30 ahead of schedule. No ad blimps blasting yet, she noted, and traffic at the edge of insane rather than fully over the line. Some commuter trams, overhead and on the street, carted the night shift one way, the early shift another. Eve used her wrist unit, dictated a text to Peabody. Skip the morgue. Go straight to Central. Get me a consult with Mira, and clear the way for us to go through the Vic's apartment. More time saved, she thought as she played weave and dodge on her route downtown. Time she'd spend getting that subscription list for the Vid Palace, running down the names. Somebody knew you, Chanel. Knew a lot about you, Eve thought. Co-workers aren't ringing so far. Exes aren't ringing. A neighbor, maybe. Somebody who belonged to the same gym or shopped at the same market. A friendly woman, everybody said. A happy one. Friendly and happy tend to talk to people. Neighbors, she thought again. Markets, a gym if she used one. Bank, beauty salon, and the vid palace. Somebody you see regularly, but more important, who sees you. Before you know it, you've got a target on your back. Or on the base of your skull. Those angles played in her head all the way downtown. When she walked through the white tunnel of the morgue, her boot steps echoed. She heard muted voices behind a set of doors, smelled bad coffee, something fried. Hash brown cake, she decided, which somehow managed to be both disgusting and delicious. She stepped into Morris's theater, and a chorus of voices singing about making the match. Early and bright, Morris commented, turning the music down to a murmur. He stood beside Ryland's body in a navy suit with thread-like stripes of maroon. His shirt matched the stripes, and the tie played both colors together in a pattern she thought they called, for whatever reason, paisley. He'd braided his long, dark hair, then twined it with a maroon cord. His eyes, exotic, sort of beautiful, smiled at her from behind his safety goggles. Ryland's chest, already spread, lay open to him. The cat woke me up, so I got an early start. Our Galahad's not ill, I hope. No, fat and healthy. He wanted breakfast, and apparently we're there to serve. Anything I can use yet? As you see, I haven't gotten far, but I can tell you that at this point, I see a healthy, well-proportioned female who took care of her body. Though slightly underweight, as many are in her profession, she has exceptional muscle tone. A lovely face as well, and no signs I've found, thus far, of any surgical enhancements. Your TOD concurs with mine, he added. She was enjoying some lightly salted popcorn and Diet Coke when she died. I don't get how anybody enjoys popcorn if it's only lightly salted, but it takes all kinds. COD? I'd suspect the ice pick plunged into her brain stem. Ice pick, Eve nodded. You're looking for one with a spike about 3 inches long, with a diameter of 3 millimeters. It has a wooden sheath, as I found microscopic traces of wood in the wound. That's good. That's helpful. He ordered his work screen on. Eve watched the spine, and what she assumed was the brainstem attached, revolve in bright yellow and blue. The spike entered between the first and second vertebrae, penetrated the brainstem, disrupting the central nervous system in a slightly upward angle. With that penetration, the brain ceased to transmit orders to breathe, to regulate body temperature and blood pressure, heart rate. That cessation would result in, most likely, a short seizure as the body, cut off from the brain, objected, you could say. Death followed quickly, a matter of seconds. How good would you have to be to make that shot in that spot? A bit of practice. Morris lifted his shoulders. From reasonably close range on a sitting target, you wouldn't need more than a rudimentary search to know where to aim, and your aim could be off a bit and produce the same results. If you're thinking the killer needed medical training or expertise, I'd have to say no. May have had, certainly, but wouldn't need it. Okay. Hands in pockets, she wandered. Okay. Ice picks are easy to come by. They use them in bars, commercial kitchens. She worked in a place that has a bar and a commercial kitchen. I thought she worked in the theater. That's a cast recording playing now, from one of the plays she worked in. She did, and doubled as a waitress. Broadway Babies. Ah, a very entertaining place, if you're in the mood for it. Home bars and kitchens, too, Eve mused. You can pick one up at a hardware or home store, no problem. I have one myself, Morris told her. I'll send her talks off, but from what I'm seeing she lived clean. No signs of chemical abuse, addictions, no recent sexual activity. She never had a child, and, though the blood work will confirm, I don't see any signs of pregnancy. That fits with what I know about her. So, ice pick, specific kill spot for fast, quiet work. I don't think she's going to give us much more. The dead only know what they know. Yeah, and this one, she never saw it coming. With the rest of her morning's agenda in place in her mental file, Eve pulled into Central. She'd juggle whatever she had to for the mirror consult, she thought as she wound her way up, shifting from elevator to glide, but she had a reasonably clear picture of the victim. Talented, friendly, happy, unencumbered sexually or romantically, with no hard-edged breakups. Financially steady, as long as she kept the second job, which by all accounts she enjoyed anyway. Take away the method, Eve thought, and she'd have pegged Rylan as a random. She jumped off the glide on her level as Peabody popped out of a viciously crowded elevator. Hey, good timing. Anything from Morris? Confirmation of on-scene conclusions. The Vic lived a clean and healthy life, up until an ice pick severed her brainstem. Ice pick? They just look mean. I'd say Rylan agrees with you. She swung into homicide, stared for the 3 seconds she calculated she had before Jenkinson's virulent blue tie with its hard candy pink, were those elephants parading over it, seared her corneas. Reinecke, Jenkinson's partner, had one foot propped on his desk as he worked his link. A tough-soled cop shoe clad the foot, and the positioning allowed a peek of the multicolored puppies, she thought they were puppies, frolicking against the screaming green background of his sock. They were solid cops, she thought. Solid, sensible cops she'd go through any door with. And yet they insisted on assaulting the senses of all in their viewing area with their insane choices of accessories. She had to stop asking herself why. Instead, she turned and headed straight to her office and the coffee in her auto chef. Maybe I could get one. Unwinding the boa constrictor of her scarf, pink, blue, and white today, Peabody followed Eve in. Because I scored you a consult with Mira. 9:30. Eve programmed a coffee regular in addition to her own preferred black. We can follow that with the interviews with the director and producer of the play Rylan was up for, Peabody added. They have the other callback, Jessel and Brooke, scheduled for 11. That'll work. Eve passed Peabody the coffee. Contact Kowalski. I want to look at the apartment and the victim's room. We'll slide that between Mira and the theater. And put in a visit to the vet. I want to talk to the one who took the bogus emergency. On it. You've probably got a report from McNabb in your inbox. He went by the vets after he left the scene last night, as requested, since they're open 24. He took a look at the link transmission on that. He determined on site the tag came from a drop link, but since they cooperated, he brought the desk link in to triangulate location at the time of the tag. Good. I'll get up to EDD if I can. Check his progress on that. Peabody went out. Eve settled in. Once she'd set up her board, updated her book, she did deeper runs on the victim's coworkers, the roommate, and added one for the competitor, Jesselyn Brooke. Nothing and no one popped. She sat back, put her boots on the desk, studied the board. Point 1. Whoever committed this murder was a planner, detail-oriented, someone who knew how to schedule. Point 2. The killer was someone willing to take risks to achieve the goal. Question: what was the goal beyond Ryland's death? What was the purpose or gain? Point 3. No sexual component. Ice pick penetrates, but the weapon as she saw it had been chosen for speed and silence, not to simulate sex. Question: how to resolve the personal nature of the planning, the target specificity, the intimate knowledge of the victim's habits, with the impersonal nature of the murder. She got up, walked to her narrow window. I see you, she thought. I watch you, study you. I know what you like, where you go, who you sleep with, what you want. Was it just that, she wondered? Just the thrill of taking a life? Of plucking someone, at random, studying them like some bug under a scope, then crushing them? That's how it played for her. Ryland might not have known her killer. Maybe she'd have recognized the face. Someone she'd seen in the restaurant, at the Vid Palace, at the theater. But the connection, on her part, remained just that loose. On the killer's, one-sided intimacy and knowledge. The thrill of that. The goal? Maybe nothing more than taking it from selection to study to planning to conclusion. If so, Ryland wouldn't be the last, the only. In fact, she may not have been the first. She turned back to her desk, intending to bring up unsolved homicides from the past year that contained at least one of the elements of her case, and heard Peabody's pink winter boots clomping toward the office. Hey, Dallas, Nadine's here. I don't have anything for Nadine. The on-air reporter and best-selling writer was a friend, and often useful on an investigation, but this one didn't call for Nadine first and her crack skills. It's more like she's got something for you. Eve's eyes narrowed because Peabody's totally sparked. Am I going to smell double fudge brownie on your breath? No, and I'd be sad about that, except for what she did bring. She's got Blaine Delano with her. Okay. Peabody's sparkling eyes rolled in disbelief. Blaine Delano, Dallas? She's a really famous novelist. The Hightower Chronicles. The Dark novels. She writes about cops. She writes really solid cop stories. I've been a fan for, like, a decade. So get her autograph if that blows up your skirt, and send them both on their way. I'm just a little busy with, murder. That's the thing. Geez, I got so flustered. As if it cured the flusters, Peabody patted a hand on her chest. Ms. Delano says she might have some information on the investigation. You didn't think to mention that first? I got really flustered. I started seriously thinking about being a cop after I read Devil's Due. But she says, and Nadine backs her up, she thinks she has relevant information. Eve considered her office and the logistics of fitting 4 people inside the deliberately limited space, as she'd probably have to knock Peabody unconscious and drag her out to bar her from the interview. Have them go to the lounge. I'll be there in a minute. I think it might be better if I tried to grab an interview or conference room. Santiago's a big fan, too, and Trueheart. Lots of cops are, so you may want to limit the access to her." Even as she spoke, Peabody pulled out her PPC, did a quick check. "Interview B's open. Bag it, and I'll be there in a minute." She pulled up an incoming on her computer, noted that McNabb worked fast, and had interesting data. Not only a drop phone, she read, but he'd narrowed the location of the transmission to the crime scene, inside the theater, in the section where Rylan had been seated. And while he couldn't confirm it as a timed auto-send, he could and had confirmed it as a recording. Since he'd attached it, Eve ran it. Street noises, traffic, horns. Oh, God, Prince broke the leash. He ran out into the street. Oh, God, he got hit by a car. He's bleeding. He's hurt. He's really hurt." Eve heard the vet assistant try to interrupt, to calm, to ask questions, but the voice just rolled over her, spiked with panic. "I'm bringing him in. I'm running. Please, Prince, hold on." Eve listened to it a second time. The killer had done a good job projecting fear and panic in a high register that might have been female, or might have been a male feigning hysteria. The video portion only showed a blur of lights, pedestrians, all in the jumpy, jumbled stream of someone running. "Damn good job," she murmured. More than enough to have the assistant on duty call the vet on the slate. You go out some night, push record, run and babble for a minute or so, and done. Last night, you wait for your moment, send it. Wait again until Kowalski leaves her seat. Do the deed, walk out. She rose and went to see what some cop writer thought she knew. Inside Interview B, Nadine First sat at the scarred table as camera-ready as she would have been at the Channel 75 anchor desk. Her streaky blonde hair waved perfectly around her foxy face. A red top with a hint of lace played off her slim and severely cut gray suit. She lifted her brows over cat-green eyes. "Lieutenant Dallas, Blaine Delano. Thanks so much for making the time." A woman Eve judged as early 40s rose, extended a hand. About 5'5" by Eve's gauge. A good, probably gym-fit build in narrow black pants, a casual black sweater. She wore her hair short, a sleek cap of brown with hints of red around a quietly attractive face. Eyes, deeply brown, met and held Eve's. Her low-register voice held a smoothness along with the faint remnant of a Brooklyn upbringing. "Have a seat," Eve told her. "Peabody?" She went to grab us some water. "No point being annoyed," Nadine added, as she knew Eve well. "I think you're going to want to hear what Blaine has to say." "If you know what she has to say, why are you here?" "She came to me. I brought her to you. I've already agreed to be off the record because Blaine asked, so chill it down." "I should have come directly to you," Delano said quickly, "but I wanted the opinion of someone I trust and respect, and, frankly, I wanted the conduit. I'm aware you also trust and respect Nadine." "So far." Eve glanced over when Peabody came in with tubes of water. She sat, waited while Delano cracked a tube. "Okay, Ms. Delano, what do you want to say?" "I want to say, need to say, I think I might be responsible for Chanel Ryland's murder." 5. The woman seemed steady and sane enough, Eve thought, though distress eked through. "If you're going to confess to murder, I should read you your rights. Don't be such a bitch, Nadine snapped. I have to be true to myself. Delano let out a breathless half-laugh. I appreciate the mild kick in the ass. When I killed her in Dark Days, her name was Amelia Benson. You're talking about a book? About a fictional character. Yes, Amelia Benson was a young actress who held a series of jobs, as her acting income didn't pay the rent. She had ambitions, some talent, and considerable energy. Every week she went to a classic vid, to study, as she hoped one day, to be a star of stage and screen. One rainy Wednesday, in a nearly empty theater, while she watched Grace Kelly thwart an attempt on her life, Amelia's ended, an ice pick through the base of the skull. It rang, Eve realized, loud and clear. Why an ice pick? Eve asked. Such a mean and common tool. And effective, I thought. Sharp. Delano spread her hands. Small, easy to come by. They found her body when they brought the house lights up after the credits. The killer, of course, had long since left the building. Okay. You believe this applies to Chanel Ryland's murder. I do. I'm sick because I do. The bulletin I heard this morning said an actress, a young actress, and the vid, a classic Hitchcock vid like the one my fictional victim watched. Dial M for murder in my book. Same director, and that she'd been stabbed during the vid. The shower scene. A compelling scene like the one I used for my book. The bulletin didn't identify the weapon. So you wrote a book with a murder victim, an actress who's killed during a vid by stabbing, and you figure it's connected to an actual case. I do. And worse, I think it's the second one. Now Delano gripped her hands together on the table, knuckles whitening. I think it's the second. Why? When Delano brought her joined hands up to press between her breasts, Nadine started to speak. Let her tell it. Nadine hissed out a breath, but didn't speak. This was easier in my head. Drink some water, Ms. Delano, Peabody advised. Take a breath. Okay, yes. She obeyed, cleared her throat. I think I'd have been struck by the similar elements. A young actress stabbed while watching a Hitchcock vid. If subsequent reports had termed the weapon an ice pick, I'd have been more than struck. I was only somewhat intrigued by what I now think was the first. About a month ago, a young street-level LC, only a few weeks into the job, was strangled in a flop many use for their work. Her body showed no sign of recent sexual activity, no other injuries. The killer used a white scarf. She paused, drank more water. In my book, Dark Falls, a young street-level LC, only a few weeks into the job, was strangled in a flop many use for their work. Her body showed no signs of recent sexual activity and wouldn't, as this was her first client of the night. No other injuries. A sedative mixed with wine, a cheap Chianti, was discovered in her system during the autopsy. The killer used a white scarf, left in place and tied into a bow at the side of her neck. Delano cleared her throat again. At the time, as I said, I was mildly intrigued. The young licensed companion, no sex, the white scarf. But it's a dangerous line of work, especially at that level. If you tell me the case is closed, that there was no bow, no sedative found, if you tell me Chanel Ryland was killed with a steak knife, I'll mark this all up to coincidence and paranoia. I'd like to be able to do just that, more than I can tell you. Eve leaned back in the chair. You write cop books? Police thrillers, yes. Maybe you know what cops say about coincidence. Deliberately, Delano picked up her water, drank. There aren't any. God. Peabody, get the file on the LC. Jenkinson and Reinecke caught it, but I don't remember all the details. Yes, sir. Delano closed her eyes as Peabody left the room. It was an ice pick. There was a bow. You don't have to tell me for me to know it. I don't know what to do, what to think. How long ago did you write the LC one? Dark Falls? The first book of the spin-off Dark series. Deanne Dark, former police detective, still one in that book, who turns in her badge at the end of the book and turns to private investigation. 8 years ago. That was a spring release as part of the Hightower series. They were partners. The second, Dark Days, with the ice pick, came out that fall. I've done 11 Hightowers and 8 Darks. 8, and now 2. I feel sick. This wasn't your fault or your responsibility. Nadine turned to Eve. She could use hearing that from you. I don't know either way yet. Has anyone contacted you suggesting turning your fiction into reality? No, nothing like that. I've had readers who want to give me plot lines or ideas, and murder techniques might come into it. I've had readers upset or disappointed, even angry, that a romantic relationship hasn't developed between Deanne and Hightower. I don't know why anyone would do this, or pick my book specifically. Anybody too obsessed or pissed? Nothing raises a flag. These characters, Hightower and Dark, have been around for 11 years. They've gone through changes, growth, personal tragedies, and triumphs. Not all readers want the changes. Others want more. You can't let that influence the story or the characters. Watching Delano, Eve shifted angles. How about personally obsessed or pissed? With you, not the characters or the books. Delano swept her hands up over her face, into her hair. I lead a quiet life, Lieutenant Dallas. A deliberately quiet and simple life. I have 2 teenage girls, and raising my girls, building my career, takes about all I've got. I don't even date. I've tried it a couple times, at Heather's and Piper's urging. My girls, she explained. But I'm just not at a place in my life where I have the interest or the energy. I have friends, mostly other mothers, or, like Nadine, someone in the business. I have my family, my mother, my girls, and I have my work. I stay home more than I go out. You're not married to or cohabbing with the father of your daughters? Or one of the fathers? Just one, and no, I'm divorced. How long? 12 years. But you have contact? Not really, no. Craig rarely sees the girls. He's not that interested. He's remarried and has a son, which is what he wanted. Acrimonious divorce? Delano offered a thin smile. Is there any other kind? There wouldn't be in my world, but some people claim it. I don't. But if you think, after all these years, Craig would kill 2 women to make me suffer, I'd have to say that stretches credulity. Was he or is he ever violent? Once. More nerve showed as Delano shifted in the chair, linked her hands together, pulled them apart. Do you really need this information? She asked as Peabody came back in with a file. I don't know what I need until I know. Briefly, then. I married Craig when I was 24 and had my 2 girls before I was 30. I was a teacher and had been working on my doctorate, but when we married I gave that up, as Craig wanted me to stay home, keep the home, and tend to the children. He wanted, Eve repeated. Yes. And while I was content being a professional mother, I did begin to feel the squeeze with the limitations of my social activities, my outlets. I accepted that Craig was a very old-fashioned, traditional man, and he provided for us. I accepted that he wanted a son and didn't interact as much as I expected or would have liked with the girls. I accepted that he wanted things done a certain way, and his response when I didn't reach that level was subtle insults, coldness. I accepted. You may not understand. Just because I haven't been there doesn't mean I can't understand. All right. Again, Delano linked her hands together, but this time it seemed like a reset rather than nerves. I had a lovely home, was expected to make myself and that home attractive, to be a charming hostess, to be a fully involved mother. I enjoyed all that, but I wanted something for myself. I started to write. I'd always had an interest, and I had the time when the girls napped or on the rare occasions I was allowed, though I didn't see it then as being allowed, to let my mother take them for the afternoon. I told no one. It was just for me, and over the course of a year, I'd written a book. She smiled now, quick and easy. It thrilled me enough I took a chance and contacted a college friend who worked in publishing. She agreed to read it, and she liked it. Now Delano let out a sigh. What a moment that was. She had a few editorial suggestions, and I worked on those in secret. And when she read it again, she bought the manuscript. It was, and is, one of the biggest moments of my life. Delano glanced at Nadine. You understand. I do, absolutely. I contacted my mother, Delano continued. I didn't tell her, but asked if she'd like to have the girls, an overnight. Of course she did, so I arranged that. I spent the day shopping for candles, flowers, what I needed at the market to prepare Craig's favorite meal. I did all this with such excitement, such joy. I was a writer. I'd written a book. It would be published. People would read it. When Craig came home, I had the scene set. An elegant, intimate dinner for two. I had champagne. He questioned why I'd let my mother take the girls, without clearing it with him, but I told him I wanted a special evening for the two of us. She looked down at her linked hands. He thought I was pregnant. He didn't know, as I also kept that to myself, that I was on birth control because I wasn't ready to have another child so quickly. I wanted another year first, so rather than argue, I'd lied. I'm not proud of that. Your body, Eve pointed out, your choice. Yes, but he wouldn't have agreed, so I took the coward's way. In any case, I told him no, not yet, but I had, in a way, given birth. That night, I poured the champagne, and I told him about the book. How I'd written it in my free time over the last year or so. How much fun it had been for me, how satisfying, and best of all, I'd sold it. He listened to all this, and I should have known. I should have seen it. But I was so happy, so inside my own excitement, I didn't see what was coming. Free time? He asked me. Wasn't that interesting? I had so much free time. I had free time because he did all the work, and I'd used what he'd given me to lie and deceive, to hide my ingratitude. She took a long breath. I tried to defend myself, to tell him I hadn't neglected anything, Him, the girls, the house, but he took my plate, dumped the food on the floor, to remind me I only had food and shelter because he provided them. When I objected, he hit me. When I objected to that, he hit me again. And again. He ordered me to destroy the manuscript, to tell this friend he suspected I'd had sex with I'd made a mistake. He ordered me to clean up the mess I'd made, then come upstairs and do what his wife was obligated to do. Eve gave it a moment, while Delano visibly composed herself. And did you? A stronger woman would have told him to go to hell. But yes, I cleaned up the mess, put the kitchen to rights. I locked myself in the powder room long enough to take a picture of my face, the bruises, the blackening eye. Then I went upstairs. It was rape, but I didn't fight. I didn't protest. In fact, I pretended to enjoy it. In the morning, I fixed his breakfast, apologized again when he demanded it. When he left for work, when I was sure it was safe, I packed what I needed, I packed what the girls needed, and I left. I went to my mother's. She called a friend, a lawyer. I arranged for a neighbor of my mother's to keep the girls while the three of us went to the police and filed charges. I also filed for divorce. What did he do? Eve asked. He objected. He claimed I'd committed adultery, had been an abusive wife and mother, but he couldn't prove any of it, as it simply wasn't true. He threatened, and he made the next several months very hard. But I knew he didn't want the girls, and I would not have them live under a man like Craig. I went to therapy. I wrote another book, and lived with the girls, with my mother. What about the assault? Did he get dinged for it? His lawyer suggested that the divorce would go smoother if I withdrew the charges. I wouldn't. I'd had smooth, accepted smooth, and it made me a doormat. What would being a doormat, what would allowing myself to be physically attacked teach my daughters? He eventually pled it down, did community service, had to agree to rehab for domestic abuse, and 2 years probation. A ding. Not enough of one, but a ding. He remains bitter, and I think sincerely believes he was wronged, that he was an ideal husband to me. But he never laid a hand on me again. As I said, he remarried. He has the son he wanted, and, from what I can glean, a biddable wife. Maybe tuning her up is part of the biddable. Delano shut her eyes again. I don't know. I hope not, but I don't know. He resents your work. I bet part of the bitter is lodged in your success with that work. Yes, and I'll admit to feeling some ugly little satisfaction from that. Using your work to kill could be some serious payback. I can't see it. Believe me, that's not me defending him. He's a small man, Lieutenant, and a man who prides himself on image and status. If he wanted payback, if he needed it, he'd try to smear my reputation. But to do that would smear his own, so he leaves me and mine alone, and I do the same for him. Okay. Eve let it drop, fully intending to see for herself. She opened the file, studied the crime scene photos of the street LC, the white scarf with the perfectly tied side bow around her neck. Who killed the LC in the book, and why? I had a female killer, a fairly traditional wife and mother. I later realized I based it in part on myself. She had a psychotic break when she realized her husband used LCs, very young LCs, and murdered 3 before they caught her. The white scarf and bow symbolized the sash and bow from her wedding gown. A female serial. Any connection to the killer and motive from the second book? None, except the characters of Dark and Hightower, and some of the other cast I developed in the first series. In that second case, the killer was male, paid to kill the actress by the lover of an actress up for the same part. A pro? No, a failing screenwriter trying to get backing for his script. A friend of the lover was a producer. The agreement is, kill this woman and I'll produce your script. The killer had no connection to the victim. They'd never met. The screenwriter and the producer have a falling out when the producer goes low budget and the screenwriter wants more. The producer kills the screenwriter. How? God, do you think? He sets it up to look like a suicide. Gets the screenwriter drunk while agreeing to the high-budget treatment. When he's drunk enough, the producer hangs him, types a suicide note on the computer. It's bungled, and Dark is already looking at the producer. More, the screenwriter left the outline of a new script on the same computer, one that mirrors the deal made, the killing done. The third book. The main murder if there's more than one. I'm going to need stronger than water before this is over. Poisoning. In an edgy popular club, a crowded dance club. Cyanide added to a palmtini. A what? A martini flavored with pomegranate. They're popular. The victim is a minor celebrity. She was the girlfriend of a trash rock musician. That's what launched her celebrity. Bad girl, wild child, lives on the edge and often over it. She uses people as freely and carelessly as she uses illegals. Nice. Okay, we're going to want to see your reader communications. Start with the last year. All right, I'll have my mother put it together. She handles that end of things, and the social media. You say you don't date. Is there anyone you've brushed off in the last year or so? I don't really put myself in that situation. With a half smile, Delano lifted her shoulders. I'm a 43-year-old single mother and introvert. You look good, you've got a brain, notoriety, and you've got money. Delano opened her mouth, closed it, considered. Well, yes. Think about it. You may want to talk to your mother about this, since it would give her more of a sense of what to look for, or it might spark a memory of a communication that applies. Otherwise, don't talk about this. I need to tell my girls. Teenage girls tend to blab to other teenage girls. Not if I put it under the dome. The family-only dome. It's a sacred trust in our house. My mother's the same, Lieutenant. If it's put under the dome, it stays under the dome. You can consider all this under the dome, Eve said to Nadine. Understood and agreed in advance. It'll break eventually, Blaine. You should work on a statement. Have it ready when it blows. Right. Yes. You're right. If you need me for anything, Lieutenant, anything, I'll be available. I'll get out of your way. She rose. Thanks, Nadine, for coming in with me. If you need anything, tag me, Nadine replied. I will, and I'm not going to be shy about it. I love my work. The good guys win. Terrible things happen, ugly things, but the good guys win. I'm going to count on that. I'm going to show you out, Ms. Delano. When Peabody took Delano out, Eve stayed where she was. How well do you know her? She asked Nadine. I'd call us casual friends. She's been on Now a few times, Gives a good interview. She's not bullshitting about not socializing much. I did meet her kids and her mother. They all came to the studio once. Tight unit. What was your impression of her? Smart and steady. That would be correct. The kids strike me as the same, and I'd say the smart and steady comes down from Blaine's mother. They'll hold it together. What do you know about the ex-husband? More now than I did. I poked around a bit pre-interview, but she's kept a lid on it. And casual friends don't push that line much in a non-professional arena. My impression there was controlling jerk, but the smacking around? She's kept that under wraps. But you knew about it. Nadine's lips curved. It might be that in the act of poking, I unearthed some documentation buried under layers of time, privacy, and discretion. You didn't hit her with it during the interviews. What would be the point? Nadine jerked a shoulder. She could have ridden that train herself, probably sold more books on that track, but she didn't, likely to shield her kids. I slap it out on air, I get that momentary reaction, some buzz after, and I humiliate a couple of kids and a woman who rebuilt her life. What's the point? The point is you'll dig, but you understand and respect the line between petty gossip for ratings and real juice. It's why she tagged you, Eve said. It's why I'm telling you I have no doubt we'll be investigating a cyanide poisoning at a dance club in fairly short order if we don't get lucky first. Why not a bogus hanging suicide? That's the next murder in the series. The second murder in the second book? First, the killer's likely done with the second book, and it was bungled. This killer isn't looking to replicate a bungle. But they all get caught in the end, Nadine argued. It's just as she said. The good guys win. Not in the book the killer's writing. Now beat it. It was great seeing you, too, Nadine said dryly as she rose. Since we're on books, I've got the Red Horse Chronicles about ready to submit. I want you to see it first, and there's no point in giving me a pained look. The book's happening. I'd like you to read the manuscript before I send it off. Just like the ICOV agenda, it was your case. Yeah. Your enthusiasm and support sings in my writer's soul. Meanwhile, since I'm getting an early start, I think I'll visit a couple journalism departments. Start dealing with getting myself an intern. I've got a candidate for that. So you mentioned before, Nadine remembered. Where does he or she go to school? She. I'd call it the School of Hard Knocks. She's smart, annoying, relentless. Relentless and sly. She's like you, basically. How old is she? I don't know. About 15. I'm looking for a college student. Eve just shrugged. It's your deal. If you decide to take a look at her, it's Quilla Magnum. She's at Harbor House now, but she'll be transitioning to Rourke's On to Dawn when it's ready in the spring. She's in a shelter? I'm not looking to take on a troubled youth. I'm after an intern, someone I can mentor. Your deal, Eve said easily. She gathered up the file, got to her feet. Did she know any of the dead girls you found in the building Rourke's rehabbing? Ask her. I've got a fresh dead girl to deal with. Opening the door, Eve jerked her thumb in a get-out gesture. Nadine narrowed those feline eyes. You threw that at me on purpose, but I'm not taking on a teenager. Whatever. Satisfied, Eve turned toward Homicide and went straight to Jenkinson's desk. She curled a come-ahead finger at Reinecke. What's shakin', boss? Reinecke shifted in his seat. You've got something fresh on the Kent case? Might. I've got the file, and I've got a consult coming up, but run it through. Reinecke took primary. Yup, Reinecke agreed. 18-year-old Caucasian female. Rosie Kent. Kid had barely started in the life. Her family didn't like it. Parents divorced, both remarried. Had a civil but distant deal going. Kent had one full sib, older sister, two younger half-sibs, one from each parent. Older sib, high achiever, going to Florida State on scholarship. Vic's a little bit of a screw-up, Jenkinson continued. Got through high school, flunked out of community college the first semester. Started the LC training. She figured it was an easy way to make money, and kind of a middle finger to her family. They couldn't stop her, Reinecke put in, so decided to wait it out, figuring she'd get tired of trolling the streets to make a score, get tired of being pawed for a fee and dealing with all the restrictions, the regular testing and all that. She didn't have a chance to get tired of it. With a headshake, Jenkinson's chair squeaked when he leaned back. She was just a couple months in when she bought it. Nobody saw that John. It's friggin' cold, right? Reinecke eased a hip onto his partner's desk. It's dark. She hasn't been around long enough to make friends with the other LCs, and it comes out she's standoffish anyhow. Acts superior, so nobody hangs with her. The way it plays is she comes out of the SRO where she's living and gets picked up straight off. That's how the timing played. She used one of those flops where the LCs check themselves in if the desk guy isn't on duty, which he ain't most of the time. It's like a time clock, and it auto-changes by the quarter hour. John or Jane pays up front. LC takes the key to the room on the tab, does the job, tosses the key back after, and the room goes back in rotation. No security? Nada, Jenkinson confirmed. As low rent as low gets. So she ran up 3 hours before the clerk, who was watching porn in the back room, saw it on his tote board. He went up to haul her out, figuring she was using it to sleep in the warm. Found her. No sex, no DNA, no trace. Reinecke lifted empty hands. Vic had an OTC sedative mixed with cheap wine in her system. No sign of restraints or struggle. She logged in for 30 minutes. TOD came in about 10 minutes after the login. The murder weapon, more of a sash than a scarf. White, tied in a fancy bow. Reinecke tapped the left side of his throat. We ran like crimes. Followed a few similar to nowhere. Jenkinson shrugged. Nothing special about the sash, the sedative, the wine. The Vic didn't have a regular boyfriend or fuck buddy. You had to figure the killer intended to do what he did. Maybe targeted her because she was new at it, and that made her an easier mark. Was she registered for men and women? Yeah, and the ME cited, especially with the Vic being unconscious at the time. It didn't take a lot of strength to strangle her. We looked at the female angle, Reinecke added, but hit the wall there, too. We've been waiting for the next shoe to drop. You know, the bow, a symbol maybe, but so far nothing. You hate seeing one open this long. Jenkinson glanced at the caseboard. A month goes by, 5 weeks, it stays this cold. The odds just get longer. Either a break falls in your lap, or you get another one. You got another one, LT? I think she was another one. Nothing popped out of IRCCA with the white sash and bow. We got scarves and bows and sashes, Reinecke said, easing to his feet again. But not with all the elements. We've got all of them, just not in reality. In fiction. Fiction? Is that why that writer was here with Nadine? Reinecke asked. The one Peabody was all about? Santiago's a big fan. Talked me into reading one. I don't much like cop books. They end up pissing me off. But this one was pretty solid. I keep meaning to try another. Never read a cop book that didn't blow. You want fiction? Jenkinson said. Go with science fiction. You know it's bullshit going in. This one didn't blow, Reinecke insisted. You're saying the Hightower writer wrote about a killing like ours? She says exactly like, and the way she ran it down, she's right about that. She also wrote one that plays like the one Peabody and I caught yesterday. Too many mirroring elements to be coincidence. Take a fresh look with this in the mix. Your victim wasn't just plucked off the street, Eve told them. She was target-specific to mimic the victim in the book. The killer had to stalk and research. The motive arrows back to the books, and the books come from the writer. Which book was it? Reinecke demanded. Santiago will have it. It'll help to take a look at it. Dark Falls. It's the connected series. Hightower and launches the Dark series. The second's my case. The third's going to be a poisoning in a dance club. Female Vic. Anybody gets a dispatch on that, I hear about it. I take it. Spread that word. I've got a consult. She looked over as Peabody came in. Did you get the fangirl out of your system? Born a fangirl, die a fangirl. Eve smiled very, very pleasantly. You might just, and sooner than you expect. I wasn't just fangirling. Peabody kept herself beyond boot-kicking distance when she joined them. I escorted her out and fangirled just the proper amount so she wouldn't freak any over the line of questioning I worked out while you were handling the more personal in interview. What line was that? How some writers use readers to beta test a story. She doesn't. I figured if she did, we'd want to look there, but it goes straight from her to her agent and editor. Nobody, not even her mom or her kids, and they're tight, see any of it. And some writers use researchers to dig up especially obscure or highly detailed information. She doesn't, so no go on that either. She's a little superstitious about the process, like if she lets too much of what she's working on or thinking up out there, it, like, diffuses or something. But she has talked to our own Morris a few times, and she sometimes asks Detective Olivia Diaz, retired, some procedural questions. That's one of the detectives she went to when her ex tuned her up. She was out of the 8-3 in Brooklyn. They keep in touch. Diaz still in Brooklyn? She moved to Cape May about 3 years ago when she put in her papers. I did a quick run on her on the way back up. She looks solid. Reach out. Talk to her while I'm with Mira. You've avoided unexpected death. Always a good day. The day's not over, Eve commented, and walked out. 6. Eve grabbed a glide, then wove her way through people who obviously weren't in any damn hurry. She quick-walked the rest of the way to Mira's outer office, where the Dragon admin guarded the gates. She said, "You're late, Lieutenant." Damn it. Deliberately, Eve looked at her wrist unit. 2 fricking minutes. 2. Sorry, I was detained by a little something we call murder. The admin simply smiled her thin, humorless smile and tapped her earpiece. Dr. Mira, Lieutenant Dallas is here. Of course. You can go right in, she told Eve. Eve breezed by the dragon's lair and opened the door to Mira's sanctum. At her desk, perfectly presented in an ice blue suit, The department's top profiler and head shrinker raised a finger in a 1-minute signal as she finished a conversation on her link. She just walked in. Yes, I'll tell her. And yes, it's very interesting. Thanks, Dennis. I'll see you at home. Mira clicked off, brushed an absent hand at her mink-brown wave of hair. Sorry. Have a seat. Dennis thinks he might have some information relevant to your case. Eve thought of the dreamy-eyed, absent-minded Mr. Mira, a man she had a helpless, harmless crush on, and made the connection. He reads Blaine Delano. Mira sat back, eyebrows arching over soft blue eyes. Wind, sails. She flicked her fingers in the air. Poof. I'm not about to tell you anything you don't know. She came in. Nadine brought her in. I just finished interviewing her. With a nod, Mira rose, walked on ice-blue heels to her office autochef. Eve accepted she was in for a dainty cup of flowery tea. And with the number of mirrored elements, you believe the killer used Delano's book as a template. I do, and not for the first time. Mira paused in her programming, glanced back. There are more? One we know of, for now. The book in the same series, just prior to this one. The Dark series. You're not familiar? I've read several of the Hightower books, but I haven't started the other series. I keep meaning to. Dennis devours both, and when he heard the report, he thought of the book. She gestured Eve to one of her pretty scoop chairs, brought over the dainty cups, sat, crossed her excellent legs while she balanced her own cup with the careless grace that continually baffled Eve. He actually pulled the book up on his reader, checked the scene, and made notes on the repeated elements. Before we discuss that, what other murder? Other book? Jenkinson and Reinecke caught one last month. A new-to-the-life street-level LC. Strangled, no sexual activity, left in a time flop. The killer used a white sash, tied a fancy bow on the left side of the throat. I'm not familiar with the case. They didn't come to you. They did consult with... She flipped back through the file in her mind. Strider. But with the... For now, anyway, one shot, no wits, no history. The profile was pretty loose. No like crimes that hit the main notes. The book's the one Delano used to, spin off the Dark character into another series. Wait. Mira closed her eyes a moment. I read that. Years ago, but it's coming back. It was a serial case. And the Detective Dark character knew this particular victim. In both the book and the case, the Vic was tranked, an over-the-counter sedative mixed with Chianti. No signs of struggle or other injuries. No clerk on the desk, no security. Both Vics are in the same age range, same race, both were new to the life. So, repeated elements again. Mira observed. In the book, if I'm remembering correctly, it was a female killer, and the victims represented the LCs she learned her husband engaged. Your memory's on target. I don't think that's what we're dealing with in reality. Thinking it through, Mira lifted her tea. No, given this second killing, it would be the books, the author, as motive. Delano was up front in the interview. Though she'd send Mira a copy of her refined notes, she relayed the salient points now. Mira nodded, sipped her tea. You'll have to look at the ex-husband, of course, but my conclusion, with what you now have, is these killings are too tied to her work, too indirect to strike at her. and too intellectual. You've described a spousal abuser who relies heavily on manipulation and intimidation, and only broke into violent rage when crossed, when he felt his authority and status threatened. His wife, whom he'd view as his property, challenged his authority. Moreover, usurped that authority and status by reaching a level of success, writing and selling a book, completely on her own terms. The killer is detail-oriented, Mira continued, very controlled. The killing is an act, a reproduction of something he or she envies, or admires, perhaps both. She can write about it, Eve suggested, but I can make it real. Yes, her killers get caught. I won't. Exactly, Mira agreed, because he's smarter than the character and the creator. The victims are simply characters. They aren't real. They have no personal connection to him. They're avatars until he makes them real. Clearly, he's read the books. More, he must have studied them. So, an obsessed reader? Would fit, yes. The books become real, and the need to recreate grows. That need may have come from an obsessed reader or a frustrated writer. A killer with both qualities is a very high probability. He puts himself in the story, writes it from his own point of view. He admires and resents Delano professionally. Another reason I think the ex-husband falls outside the profile. He didn't start with her first book. That's interesting, isn't it? Mira considered as she enjoyed her tea. The Hightower books launched her career. Another reason the ex-asshole is low on the list. Yes, as I said, I haven't read the Dark series, but I did read the one where she turned in her badge, separated from Hightower, as official partners. I need to reread that now. It may be that the separation plays a part in the killer's mindset. The fact that the female detective struck out on her own, rebelled against the badge and the limits of it. Which would bump the ex up the list, Eve commented. Yes, it's a factor. The Dark series, from what Dennis told me, is centered on a strong, somewhat reckless woman. Female empowerment. She chose another path, even if parallel. She still seeks justice, but often breaks rules to find it. Your killer is obviously a reader, one who enjoys police procedurals, detective novels, murder mysteries. Entirely too much. They become a world he inhabits. Very likely he believes he has the talent and intellect to create those worlds, and better than Delano. He, or again she, is mature, controlled, patient enough to select the victim that fits the needs of the story he stars in. To study and plan. A risk-taker. It's worth it, the risk. Nothing great is achieved without risk. With Rylan, a lot of easier ways to kill. But if he needed to follow a script, it's not Rylan so much as the recreation. I'd agree at this point. I wouldn't profile him as less than 30. If he's male, sex isn't of great import. Male or female, the killer likely lives alone, or in a situation where he or she has considerable time alone, or privacy. He lives in books. He may work with them, selling them, or at a low-level position in publishing. Nothing with any power. His power's inside the books, and now manifesting with the actions he takes. Eventually he'll run out of books. I'll damn well bag him before he gets to 8, but he's a planner, so he has a plan for when he finishes the last book in the series.
I agree. When the series is done, the only thing left is the creator.
Yeah. Eve had thought of it while listening to Delano. He writes that one. Maybe he already has, right?
It would certainly be a work in progress.
Got it. Eve pushed to her feet. The third Vic's already selected, studied, and marked.
Who?
It'll be a half-assed celebrity, self-made badass who used to bang a rock star. I don't know if it has to be trash rock like in the book. Poison this time. Dropped into her fruity martini. Crowded dance club.
Another female victim.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, that's 3 for 3.
Give me a second.
Mira pulled out her pocket link, said,
Dennis.
A moment later, Eve heard his voice, warm, distracted. Charlie.
I know you're on your way to class, but I have a quick question. In the Dark series, are the murder victims primarily female?
It's her specialty, you could say. You see, after her friend's sister was killed in Dark Falls, and Deanne becomes embittered by the restrictions on police work, she devotes herself to female victims. There are male victims throughout, of course, but
the primary victims are female.
That's the framework of the series. This becomes her mission, her raison d'etre. You must read them, Charlie. They're very cleverly done.
I will. In fact, I'm going to reread Dark Falls tonight.
We'll snuggle up together. You look so pretty.
Dennis, I adore you. I'll see you later. Have a good day.
Still smiling, Mira slipped the link back in her jacket pocket.
It's nice when the man you've been married to for decades still thinks you're pretty.
You are pretty.
Thank you. It takes considerably more work than it once did. I know you have to get back, and I have another consult, but I think this is another key factor. Female victims. It may be yet another reason the killer focused on this series, and one written by a female. Women may be seen as weak or competition. He may be impotent. She, if it's a she, may be jealous of what she sees as female power. But female victims, female protagonist, female creator? I doubt that's insignificant.
It won't be. I appreciate the time, and I'd appreciate hearing about it if Mr. Mira has any more insights.
He'll be thrilled.
Mira rose, walked Eve to the door.
Good luck. I'll send you a formal profile.
Then she turned to her admin as Eve left.
Would you download the novel Dark Falls by Blaine Delano and the book that follows in the series to my tablet, please?
Eve contacted Peabody. Grab my coat and stuff. Meet me in the garage. We'll take the victim's residence, then the theater. She aimed for an elevator, jabbed the call button as she calculated working in a visit to Delano's ex, work or home. The door opened to reveal a pair of uniforms struggling with a guy with mad tufts of hair, unlaced knee boots, and a flapping topcoat covered in what appeared to be weird symbols drawn on with some sort of metallic marker. He actually had tin foil capped and peaked on his head. "They're coming!" He screamed it, eyes bulging in Eve's direction. "They eat your brains while you sleep! They look like us, but they're not! Only the sign of Umberto can protect you! Don't sleep! Don't sleep!" Eve opted for the stairs. She still beat Peabody, and had time to lean against her car, check the victim's address, the theaters, check Craig Jefferson's home and work on his official ID. She took a minute to study him. What most would call good-looking, a good head of styled hair, a smooth face, and a smug look in his eyes she'd have noticed even without knowing he was an asshole. A marketing executive for some company that made health food, vitamins, supplements. For the hell of it, she looked up his current wife. Younger than Delano, she noted, by 6 years. But the man had a type. Same coloring as wife number 1. Same build. First marriage for her, and a listing as professional mother. She put her PPC away when she heard Peabody's boots. Eve swung on her coat, stuffed the scarf and hat in pockets for later, and got behind the wheel. Diaz was happy to help. She comes off genuinely fond of Delano, and rates the ex as low on the murdering bastard list. She pegs him as more of a sniveling, abusive coward with a massive ego and a hard-on, in the non-sexual way for women. Unless they're, in Diaz's term, of the breed and bake category. Outside that, they're bitches. She's happy to put the word in with her former LT, ask him to share her case file on the Jefferson arrest. She says he broke pretty fast once they put him in the box, hence the sniveling, but coded it with badass attitude. I lean toward her take, but we'll look at him because the killer likely has that same hard-on for women. She filled Peabody in on the consult with Mira as they shoved their way to the victim's theater district apartment. I should have flipped to it, Peabody said. The female angle. The writer, the central character, the primary Vix throughout the series. I think it's a solid angle. And you can take it further. The writer lives in a female household, her mother and 2 daughters. Peabody glanced over. You've already gone there. It's in the mix. We can look at it 2 ways. Either the killer's male with that hard-on for women, or the killer's female to keep it consistent. That doesn't narrow it down. When Eve spotted a street slot within a block of her target, she considered it her lucky day. She hit vertical, ignored Peabody's muffled squeal, zipped over traffic, and dropped between a bunged-up rattletrap and a filthy sedan with a couple inches to spare. I would have been all right with walking, Peabody managed. I would have been all right with it. Good. Because you score a slot like this, you keep it. We'll hike it to the theater from here after we check out the apartment. It's because I bought that Danish on the way into Central. I wasn't going to. I told myself not to, but it was right there, all glossy and full of the gooey yumness. McNabb ate too, but does his skinny ass care? No, it does not. I thought you had loose pants. I took them in as an incentive. Peabody checked her waistband as they hoofed to the building. Maybe I should have left them loose as a reminder. Your ass is smaller. Peabody stopped dead, jaw dropping. What did you say? I've got eyes. Eve kept walking, forcing Peabody to jog to catch up. They don't latch themselves onto your ass, but I've got eyes. I want to kiss you on the mouth, with tongue. Try it, and your marginally smaller ass will have my boot marks imprinted thereon. It could be worth it. Eve pressed the buzzer on the narrow door between a store called Center Stage and a tat and piercing parlor. Lola's voice came tinny through the speaker. Yes? Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody. Okay. The door buzzed, clicked. Eve took one look at the skinny elevator with its dented door in the tiny lobby and took the stairs. 4th floor. Peabody sighed.
It's definitely the fault of the Danish.
We play the angles with her. She's had some time to settle. Did she notice anybody she saw repeatedly at the vids? Especially over the last couple of months? Somebody she saw in the neighborhood, somebody Ryland commented on. You talk to her while I take a look at the Vic's bedroom. Got it. Lola stood in the doorway, nibbling on a thumbnail. She'd had time to settle, Eve thought, and had spent a lot of it weeping. Chanel. Do you know who? Not yet. But finding who is our top priority. Can we come in?
Yeah, sure. This is Devon.
The tall, skinny black man with wild, red-tipped dreads appeared to have done some weeping of his own. He offered a hand. I live across the hall. I can go. I just didn't want Lola to be alone.
Can he stay, please? Is that all right?
You know, Chanel, mister, it's Monroe, but it's just Devon. I knew our Chanel. I'm a costume designer. Chanel and I worked on the same play a couple of times. His huge dark eyes teared up, but when Lola let out a broken sob, he put an arm around her shoulders, blinking away threatening tears. Come on now, my baby girl, you sit down. I'm going to make you some more tea. Can I make some for both of you? I'm good, thanks. I'd like to see Chanel's room. I'll show you. No, you sit down, baby. He nudged her into a chair with a colorful print, tucked a bright blue throw around her legs. I'll be right back. It's just over here, ma'am. Lieutenant, Eve said, and followed him to the right. Devon stepped into the room with Eve, lowered his voice. She hasn't slept all night. She came home early this morning after trying to settle herself down with this guy she's seeing. Just needed to come home and came over to get me. I didn't want to leave her alone. I can step out until you're done if you'd rather. She'd tell you everything we did or said anyway, and it's clear she needs someone. You make her the tea. But let me ask you, if you noticed anyone in the neighborhood, anyone who looked like they might be watching the building, anyone hanging around the theater, the market Chanel used, the vids, if you ever went with them. I'd go sometimes, but I don't remember anybody who stood out. We hadn't worked at the same theater in about 7 months. I do the market more than Chanel did. Lola'd do most of that, I guess. I wish I'd noticed somebody. Anybody. She was just a sweetheart. When the man I thought was the love of my life dumped me 8 weeks and 3 days ago, Chanel and Lola were right there for me. I don't want Lola to be alone. Go ahead and be with her. He nodded, took a damp-eyed look around the room, managed a smile. She liked happy. Chanel did. She liked pretty, bright, and happy. When he stepped out, Eve took her own look around. Bright and happy covered it. The tiny room all but glowed with bright pink walls. What was it with pink? And the cheerful art covering them. Mostly flowers and butterflies, Eve noted, and all, to her eye, little originals likely done by friends or bought on the street. A candy-striped duvet flowed, just a bit carelessly, over the bed under a mountain range of pillows. More flowers and butterflies, she noted, along with a dancer in one of those ballerina skirts. A unicorn. Clothes, just as colorful and bright, tumbled over a chair. Over the single window, a half-dozen sun-catchers were draped from fishing wire. A curlicue mirror over a 3-drawer bureau held a collection of photos tucked into its white frame. Bottles, pots, a bouquet of paper flowers in a thin vase, costume jewelry, earrings, bracelets, and pendants in a multicolored bowl, jumbled together on top of the bureau. The lone bedside table held a lamp with a frilly white shade, a tablet, a candle that smelled like sugared cookies. In its drawer, Eve found tubes of hand cream, face cream, lube, a vibrator, a lighter, likely for the candle, a nail file, little clippers, and basic female paraphernalia. She tried the tablet, not passcoded, and skimmed through with the vague hope for a diary or journal. She found what she realized were plays, some with parts highlighted, a calendar and schedule, a lot of bookmarks for stores, theaters, music, emails, plenty of them junk and spam, more photos. She'd leave the deeper search for EDD, she decided, and turned to the closet. If she'd spread her arms, she'd have wrapped her elbows on the sides. While she didn't really appreciate the size of her own closet, studying the complete chaos here made her grateful that hers, through little effort on her part, somehow remained organized. Everything jumbled and tumbled. Dresses, pants, jackets, shirts, in cheerful disarray. Dozens of scarves and belts hung over the rods. Boots, shoes, skids tumbled together in skinny cubbies, and out of them like a footwear river. A pair of battered toe shoes hung on a hook by their pale pink ribbons. Worn ballet slippers, shoes with straps and low heels Eve took for dance shoes, and a couple had those metal tap things on the bottoms, crowded onto a shelf above the rods. Getting dressed every day must have been a frigging opera, she thought, as she reached up for a box that bore Chanel's name in big, bold letters among the glitter of stars. Inside, Eve found playbills, old programs from school plays, dance recitals. The playbills had been signed by fellow cast members, some with inscriptions. Inside each, Chanel had tucked photos of herself, of other cast members, rehearsals, costume fittings, makeup sessions. She'd saved some menus from the restaurant, had her co-workers sign them, attached photos. No journal, no diary, Eve thought. Chanel had recorded her life as she lived it, in theater. Eve replaced the box, stepped out of the closet. She wouldn't find the killer here, or any trace of him. Chanel's life hadn't mattered to him. She'd only been a character in his world. She went back out. Lola remained tucked up, Devon beside her. Peabody sat across from them, talking in low, soothing tones. "Did you find anything that helps?" Lola leaned into Devon as she spoke. "I didn't touch anything in her room. I couldn't even go in. I'd like to take her tablet in, go through it more thoroughly. You can take anything you need, anything." "Did she have other electronics?" "Just the tablet, and the link in her purse. You already have that." "Do you want mine? You can take mine." "That's all right." Should I go see her? Her parents are coming in, and they're going to see her. Should I?" Eve read dread, guilt, fear, grief. "I imagine her parents are going to want to have a memorial for her. Maybe you could help them with that. I think that would be more important." "I could help." She pressed her face to Devon's shoulder. "I could." "We'll help. I bet Annalisa would let us hold one in the restaurant. Music, dancing, that's Chanel, right?" Lola nodded. "Would it be all right if I cleaned up her room some before her parents come? And maybe, take out a couple of things Chanel would be embarrassed for them to see?" "I think Chanel would appreciate that," Peabody said as she rose. "You're good friends, both of you." When they trooped back down the stairs, Peabody sighed. "They don't know anything, Dallas.
They want to know something. They'd turn themselves inside out to find something that would help.
There isn't anything for them to know. We'll finish it out, hit the vet office, the theater, but it's long odds. If she knew her killer, it was casually, more like peripherally. Someone who came into the restaurant or to a performance, to the vids, all to observe her. She didn't keep a diary, but she posted every damn thing on social media. Where she had dinner, while she was having it. Her classes, rehearsals, something that happened at the restaurant, a date, a shopping trip. It's all there, so he could follow her tracks, pick just the right moment. The one that mirrored the scene in the book. They stopped at the pet clinic on the way to the theater. Eve had Peabody interview the distraught assistant, while she herself warily eyed the waiting room full of cats, dogs, and what appeared to be large, furry rodents. One of the cats hissed like a snake inside its carrier, but the rest, as cats often did, simply looked bored or superior. Dogs, in Eve's mind, had 3 basic modes: dangerous, insanely happy, or just insane. She caught the crazy-eyed look in one about the size of a small horse, wondered vaguely why anyone would want a dog they could essentially ride around the house. When she made the mistake of meeting those crazy eyes for a split second, it danced its great gray bulk in place, then charged, dragging its squeaking owner out of her chair. In defense, Eve slapped a hand to her weapon, but the horse dog covered the ground like a sprinter, heaved itself up, planted its enormous front paws on her shoulders, and lapped its wide, wet tongue from her chin to her hairline in one noisy slurp. "Samson!" Uselessly, the woman tugged on the leash, pulled at the thick collar. "Down, Samson, down! He doesn't bite." If he bit, Eve thought, she would no longer have a face. "He likes you." Breathless, the owner pulled and tugged. Sometimes something just clicks with someone he sees. He's still a puppy. Eve looked into eyes shining with the terrifying, crazy love. A puppy. "He wouldn't hurt a fly. Samson, down. He's gentle as a lamb." "Step on his back foot," the assistant advised. Willing to try anything, Eve put her boot on one of the enormous paws. Samson dropped down, wagged, leaned his considerable weight lovingly against Eve's legs. "Mrs. Pinksy, you have to be the alpha." I know. I'm sorry. I do apologize," she said to Eve. "Uh-huh. Peabody?" "Yes, sir, we're done." Relieved, Eve sidestepped, turned for the door. Samson blithely galloped with her, dragging his owner behind as she begged him to stop, sit, heel, behave. Once again, Eve looked down into the eyes gleaming with mad love. She pointed, said, "Sit." He dropped his huge ass onto the floor, slapped his axe of a tail. "Stay," she ordered. As she escaped, she heard the assistant say, "That's an alpha, Mrs. Pinsky." "He was sweet," Peabody began. "Big and sloppy and sweet. He licked my entire face." Eve ran her hands over it, grateful her skin appeared to be intact. "I think he might have licked my eyeballs." She shuddered it away as they walked. "I lost track in there, but from what I heard, she couldn't add anything." "Nothing. She bought the emergency, and why wouldn't she? She tried to get more information, but he broke the call. She followed protocol, contacted Lola, then went in to set up an exam room and possibly surgery. She also checked their records.
They have 2 patients named Prince, but one's a cat, the other's a ferret. No canine patients by that name. We tie it up, then we layer over Jenkinson and Reineke's work on Rosie Kent. The killer crossed both Vic's paths and Delano's. We find the intersections. The wind blew, and with it brought the sense of soy dogs, hot pretzels, roasted chestnuts. The urban street banquet. She caught Peabody's head swivel toward a smoking glide cart. "After," Eve said. She badged the guard at the theater door, crossed the empty lobby. She paused at the back of the house as music swelled and the woman on stage finished up a number in a belting Broadway voice. She ended it with her arms raised high, her head flung back. Then she dropped her arms, shot out a megawatt smile as one of the 3 seated in the center of the house applauded. "Thank you. Thank you, Jessalyn. Or should we say Sadie?" "Oh, God!" She clasped her hands together. "I got it? I got it?" On a throaty laugh, she circled the stage in pirouettes. "Oh, my God!" "She looks enough like Rylan to be her sister," Peabody commented. "Yeah. Take the 3, and I'll start with her. Let's see what we get." 7. With her high, sunny ponytail swaying, the actress bounced off stage toward the 3 in the seats. Eve started down the sloping center aisle. She heard the woman bubbling, saw her shaking hands, or in one case, hugging the one she called David. Eve gave it a moment to play out. "Sorry to interrupt. Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody." She watched the amused pleasure in David's eyes fade away. "Yes, of course. David Reingold. We're running just a little behind." "Are you being arrested at last, David?" Still flying, Jessalyn Brooke beamed at him. "For being criminally talented?" He shot her a quick smile, took Eve's arm. "Give me a minute," he said, as he led her a few paces off. "We haven't told Jessalyn yet about Chanel. Mitzi and George agreed we should wait until after this callback, rather than have Jessalyn carry that through it or postpone it. If you'd give me a few minutes to speak with her, tell her what happened." "I'll take care of that." Eve turned. "Miss Brooke, if you'd come with me." "Sorry, what?" "Go ahead, Jess. I'll be right there." "All right, David. You're the boss." "What's this about?" she asked as she walked up to Eve. "Are you really the police?" "Let's sit back here." Eve gestured to Peabody so her partner would take the group to the front, while she took the actress to the back. "Can we make it fast? I'm really on a high, and I need to contact my agent, my mother, my ex-boyfriend." Eve pointed to a chair in the last row, sat on the armrest of the one beside it so she could face the woman. "Can you describe your relationship with Chanel Rylan?" "Chanel?" Jessalyn glanced around the theater as if expecting to see her competitor. "Look, I know she got the callback too, but is this some David way of telling me we're sharing the part? That we're going into rehearsals co-owning it?" Some of the shine faded, but Jessalyn shrugged. "I can live with that. I still got it. I nailed that number." "I take it you haven't listened to or read any media this morning." "On the morning of the biggest callback of my career? You're joking, right? I spent the morning sacrificing black-feathered chickens to the primeval theater gods." "In my brain," she added, when Eve didn't smile. "No chickens were actually harmed." "Miss Brooke, I'm sorry to inform you Chanel Rylan was killed last night." "That's not funny." All the shine dropped now, and angry insult took its place.
That's an ugly thing to say. David? Eve continued to face Jesselyn, just held up a hand to stop David if he tried to come back. It's not meant to be funny, and murder is usually ugly. Stop it! Just stop it! You and Chanel were competing for this part. Stop it! I want you to stop this right now! Eve took out her badge. Look at this. I'm with the NYPSD. I'm investigating the murder of Chanel Rylan. I need you to answer some questions. This isn't... I can't... But... She pressed a hand to her mouth, sucked air through her fingers. They knew. They knew, and they didn't tell me. I get it. Closing her eyes, she rocked in her chair. I get it. The show must go on. I get it. Chanel gets it. We all get it. Oh, God, what's happened to her? What happened? She was stabbed. Tears glimmered, shimmered, spilled. A mugging? If you'd answer the questions. Tell me where you were last night from 5 to 7. Where I'd kill her for a part? Is that what you think? Can you tell me? God! I went to my friend's dance studio after work. Wait! As tears continued to leak, she pressed her fingers to her eyes, took several hitching breaths. Lowering her hands, she gripped them tightly in her lap. I worked from 11 to 6. I bartended at Sylvia's. I went to Missy's studio. I picked up some Chinese on the way at the Brass Gong. I waited until she'd finished her last class. She ran lines with me for today, and I rehearsed the number. She helped me with the dance. We went out for one drink after, then I went home to get a solid 8 hours, to be fresh for today. She paused again, struggling. To be fresh. To be my best because I was going up against Chanel. I was with Missy, and Hank came into the studio for about an hour. I was there from, 6:15, 6:30 until 10, I guess, and we had a drink back at Sylvia's before I went home. All right. I'd like the contact information for your friends. Chanel was my friend, too. The words blurred on the sob. Not like Missy and Hank, but a friend. We were up for this part, and we've been up against each other for others. Sometimes I got it, sometimes she got it, sometimes we both washed out. I wanted this one bad, that's no secret. It would have crushed me to lose out. But you get used to being crushed, or you go back to Wisconsin and do community theater. Lola, her roommate, her person, is Lola, like Missy's mine, and I can't remember her last name. Does Lola know? Yes. Did you socialize with Chanel? Sure, we hung plenty. She swiped at tears with her eyes. We're theater people. You hang together or you hang separately. I've got better pipes, she has better pins. If one of us had a part, the other sometimes helped in practice. Voice for me, dance for her. She dated my ex-boyfriend before he was my boyfriend. She stared up at the empty stage. When we got this call back, we made a pact. It wasn't easy because we both really wanted it, but we made a pact. Whichever of us got it, the other would pitch in. I'd work with her on the songs, she'd work with me on the choreography. Eve guided her through a few more questions, took the contact information. Do you think I should get in touch with Lola? I don't know if she'd want to talk to me. I got the part. Would you have kept the pact? Yeah, sure. Chanel would have kept it too. It wasn't our first pact. That's your answer, isn't it? She bought Peabody a glide cart lunch, indulged in her own loaded dog washed down with Pepsi. You might as well drink battery acid as cart coffee, in her opinion. From there they headed downtown to talk to the street hookers, the beat cops, the LC trainers and certifiers, the useless desk clerk at the flop. They spent 2 hours recrossing her detective's boot prints and couldn't shake out anything fresh. Still, Eve circled back again to the sad little room where Rosie Kent died. A single bed with a lumpy mattress covered with questionable sheets. It wasn't meant for sleeping, after all. A closet-sized bathroom with a pitted, wall-hung sink, a toilet no one in their right mind would plop their ass on, a spotty mirror. Ceiling light in the bedroom, no lamp, a small table that wobbled, no dresser. Bare floors, a window that leaked in cold air, and walls of sickly gray. A key-operated time clock hung beside the door. The LC keyed in the time allotted, and when it ran out, the clock buzzed. The hall door locked from the inside, but could be bypassed with the standard master. They may have settled on the deal, the details on the street, but it's January, it's cold, it's time to party, so she says let's go. Details are worked out as they head to the flop. How much time, the standard fee. With this settled, she logs in downstairs, takes the key. They walk up. She brings her in, locks the door, keys in the time. Puts the keys on the table there. She's new. Maybe she gives him some sex talk, puts on some moves. It's an adventure, and she's in charge. She thinks she's in charge. But she's not, Eve thought. It's a scene that's played out countless times in this sad room. But this time, the killer had written a lethal ending. He's brought a bottle with him. Wants to have a drink. Relax first. Fine with her. She gets paid whatever they do. Can't drink out of the bottle. Can't drink from the same bottle, or they'd both pass out. So he has to have a glass for her. At least one glass, maybe two. A case? A briefcase? A purse? Eve circled the room. Go freshen up a little for me. That's one way to get her into the bathroom so he can add the trank to her glass. He's got both glasses when she comes back. Hands her the doctored one. Maybe he pretends he's nervous. Maybe he asks her to start to undress while they have the wine. Easy to imagine it, Eve mused. Easy to see it. Unless you're inside the scene and think you're in charge. She's the center of attention. She likes it. Does her little strip tease, tries to do the sexy while she drinks. It takes a few minutes for the trank to start to kick in. A little dizzy, a little off. Sweepers didn't find any wine spilled in here, so he doesn't let her drop the glass. Maybe he gets a little more in her before he puts her down. She's new at it, Peabody added. Anyone experienced would have tried to bolt, would have struggled the minute she felt off, but there wasn't any sign of a struggle. No, she was easy pickings. He just led her to the bed. Time to lie down. Sure, lie down. And let me do what I do. Take the rest of her clothes off. Watch her go under. Get the sash out of that briefcase or purse or bag. Here's the moment. Does he call her by the character's name? I bet he does. She does, because whatever gender the killer is, for this scene it's a woman who wraps the sash around Pryor's neck. A woman who pulls it tight, tighter, watches the eyes flutter and roll, the struggle of the body for air, hears that last choked breath expel. A woman who tests the pulse to be sure the heart stopped beating, then ties the pretty bow, angles it. Then it's just get the glasses, cap the bottle, fold the clothes neat, just like in the book. Unlock the door, peek out to be sure no one's around. Walk out, walk away. And scene, Peabody murmured. What? It's what they say. It's all about the scene. He might have been a man under it, but for this scene, for this killing, he posed as a female. Rosie, like Pryor in the book, was certified for either, so the killer dressed as a woman either way. The killer brought her here as a woman and killed her as a woman. That's the fresh here. That's the new angle. If that's true, the killer came to the vids as a man. That's right. It's what plays through. It's the scene reenacted. A scene, she thought, as she circled the room, reenacted on a sad, ugly stage. Maybe that made it more real to the killer. It's not that hard to pose either way, Eve continued, but it's unlikely we're talking about a big guy. Even world-weary LCs are likely to notice an unusually large woman trolling for action. Average to small build, likely, as a male killer. Average to tall build as a female. That's basic probability. Maybe a wig for this. The sweepers didn't find any fibers or hair, but maybe. A female dressed as a male for the vids is also possible, Peabody put in. If so, she's unlikely to be busty, curvy. Could have kept outdoor gear on, but it's still noticeable if you're, Zaftig. Anyway, it's generally easier for a woman to pass as a man than the other way. And for the vids, you could just wear regular unisex clothes. The man's in your head, right? That's just right. The point is, the killer has to, and is capable of, sliding into the role. But it's not theater. It's his or her personal reality. Eve turned one more circle. Let's get out of this dump. I want to write this up, send it to Mira. And we're going to start looking at Delano's communications with an eye for one person who can play a lot of parts. Back at Central, Eve called Jenkinson and Reinecke into her office to update them. What'd we miss? Reinecke asked her. You didn't miss anything. We've got new information, new lines, and a new theory. Rosie Kent wasn't a one-shot or the start of a serial in the traditional sense. She ran it through for them as she added Kent to her board. So we're after a wacko who's living inside a book? Jenkinson frowned over it. Maybe a tranny, a cross-dresser. Possible, but it's not about the lifestyle. It's about the scene and recreating it as closely as possible. So for Kent's murder, we're looking for a female. For Ryland's, a man. That's how the killer saw himself. That's how he approached it and how he presented. That's the why, Reinecke muttered. What's the friggin' point? Delano's going to be the point, or the books, or a combination. The Vicks, including the one coming up next in the books, are female. The creator of the scenes is female. The detective in the books is female. That's going to play in. When Delano divorced, she moved in with her mother. She has 2 daughters. That's a lot of females, and it has to factor in. What about Delano's ex? Eve nodded at Reinecke. I'm going to take a hard look there, but he doesn't fit the profile. I'll send that to you. Add that these are complex, detail-oriented killings, and he's mostly a domineering asshole with violent spurts. My sense at this point is his dick's too important for him to pose as female. He timed it good, with Kent. Jenkinson studied the board. Picked her up right after she came out for the night. We figured either he got real lucky, and luck's mostly bullshit, or he'd scoped her out before, maybe even bought her before. Now you've got to figure it didn't have jack to do with luck. We can go back, talk to the working girls and boys again. Any of them been on the stroll a while would spot a cross-dresser or a tranny, even somebody pretending to be. It wouldn't hurt. But it's possible, and how I'd play it, the killer did the scoping as whatever the hell sex he was born with, and if that's male, geared up for the kill, not before. We'll play it out anyway. It's pissing me off now. Jenkinson took one last hard look at the board. Yeah, it's pissing me off. Let's hit the streets, partner. Alone, Eve grabbed coffee, sat, wrote up a report for Mira. She took time to run some possibilities, chewed them over. Dissatisfied, she brought the security footage from the vid palace up on her screen, ran through it. Slowed the speed, picked through it. She watched Chanel and Lola cross to the concession stand, chatting. Chanel pulled off her hat, shook out her hair, laughed at something Lola said. Eve studied people who filed into line behind them. A couple of teenage boys, another couple she judged to be on a date. She toggled to the snack area, the tables, studied every face, toggled back, followed Chanel's progress toward the theaters with her popcorn and soft drink. The teenage boys headed in the same direction. 2 jumbo corns, 2 jumbo drinks, assorted candy. She spotted the student she'd interviewed on scene, watched a few others. No solos. Sat back, drummed her fingers. Then ordered the feed to start 30 minutes earlier. People coming and going, a matinee letting out. Kids show, she had to figure, by the number of children and exhausted-looking adults herding them. A full 20 minutes before the victim and her roommate entered, Eve felt a little buzz. A solo, wearing sunshades, and something about the way the stride, the boots, the long, bulky coat read male, checked his wrist unit, turned his head as if checking the lobby area for someone, seemed studied to her. No hair showing with the thick, dark cap pulled low on the forehead. No clear view of the face, with the cap, the shades, and the scarf bundled around the neck, skimming over the chin. No bag, she noted, but deep pockets in the coat. Another check of the wrist unit, a chunky, mannish one. Gloves on the hands. An impatient shrug before he marched across the lobby, head down, face averted, and disappeared into the corridor that led to the theaters. She ran it back, stopped on the best angle of the face, zoomed. Caucasian, she determined. Hard to judge the age, she thought, but if she had to guess, between 30 and 50. About 5 feet 7 inches in height, and no way of knowing if there were lifts in the boots. Medium build, say 150, but again, no way to know what was under the coat. She zipped it forward to TOD, slowed it again. When the first show let out, she slowed it more, worked her way through the crowd, looking for the dark coat, the cap, the body type. She kept it running after the first responders arrived, after alarms spread on faces and body language in the lobby. Ran it back again, picked through again. And there, she thought, there you are. Still studying, she hit her inner office comm, snapped, Peabody! Change the coat, she thought. It's reversible. That's thinking of the details. Pale gray now, with weird little penguins all over it. and the cap, changed to an ear flap with pom-poms on dangles at the sides. Same boots, same trousers. Can't change everything. Playing it up, Eve observed. You know where the cameras are, so you keep your face angled just enough. And you're laughing. Like you're with the people around you, while you pull on those stupid pink-lensed wind goggles. Sir! Peabody rushed in. What do you see? Eve tapped her screen. Female. Caucasian, probably. About, 5'6", maybe 5'7". On the heavy side at, like, $1.60. Long winter coat, gray with black and white penguins. Winter cap, ear flaps, long ties with pom-poms. Dark scarf, wind goggles with pink lenses. Eve ordered the feed to cue to the first stop point. What do you see? She repeated. Okay, male, Caucasian, like 5'7", 5'8", medium build, long dark winter coat, dark cap and scarf, sunshades, dark lenses. Split screen, Eve ordered. Now? Well, Peabody jerked back, then leaned in. The same damn boots. The same pants. There's a height difference, maybe. I don't think that's cam angle, but the cut of the coat, that's the same, too. Reversible. Take a minute, turn it inside out, retie the scarf. The cap, it could be the same one, too. Turn it inside out, pull down the flaps and ties, yank out the lifts. Switch the shades for the goggles. What do you conclude? I conclude I'm looking at the killer, and the killer's female. You can get more height with lifts, but you can't shrink without removing lifts. The coat adds bulk, and she could easily add more under it, so she may not be as heavy as she looks here. No hair showing, no eye color, and we can only get a partial on the face. Hell, we can't get a clear view of the ears or eyebrows, but I see a woman. Eve pushed up, gestured. Get me hard copies, full body, close-up on the faces. She stalked over to her window, scowled out. Send them to Reinecke and Jenkinson. They can show them around. She didn't look like that for the Kent murder, but you've got to try. I looked at the feed last night. I didn't catch it. You weren't looking for the transformation. McNabb and I looked at it, too. I didn't go back far enough. She came in a solid 20 minutes before the victim. Came in, settled in while they were still having a pre-vid drink. Then she just had to shift her seat when they came in, sit down behind Rylan. Sit in the back until, that's what I'd do. Sit, wait, watch. Maybe slip in behind Rylan after the movie starts. She turned back. Why bother to change the look to leave? Is it, what, a flourish? For fun? Plot twist? It's a story for her. Her story, but a story. So, come in as a man, kill the character as a man, leave as a woman. Plot twist. Plot twist. Eve grabbed her coat. Let's go see the writer. Blaine Delano lived with her family in a settled Brooklyn neighborhood with rejuvenated old houses, heavy on the brick. A place of sidewalks, financial security, good schools, and restaurants. Delano's corner lot 3-story had a narrow garden area in the front and a covered portico over the front entrance, with a small attached garage on the side street end. Window boxes holding some sort of purplish, cabbagey-looking plants added a female sensibility. Top-flight security, Eve noticed, which showed the females inside had sense as well. Eve pressed the buzzer, expecting the security comp to quiz her. but the door opened in seconds. Delano's mother, Eve concluded, as the resemblance, despite the age difference, was strong. The mother might have gone boldly red, with a short sculpted cap of hair, but the eyes, the shape of the mouth, the line of the chin, she'd passed down to her daughter. "Lieutenant Dallas! Detective Peabody!" Brooklyn rang in her cheerful voice. "I recognized you." She grabbed Eve's hand to shake, used it to pull her inside while she gestured Peabody in. "I've seen the ICO vid 3 times. I'm really rooting for it next month." "Next month?" "The Oscars! You're going, aren't you? I hope you're going. What an experience. And listen to me, blathering on when you must be here to see Blaine. I talked her into going upstairs to her office to write, take her mind off things. She's so upset about that poor girl. Come in, sit. I've got the fire on. Spring can't come soon enough." She led them out of the wide foyer with its vase of fragrant lilies on a glossy table, its big oval mirror and pretty girly chairs, into a spacious living area where a fire snapped in a hearth of dark gray brick, flanked by tall white cabinets. On the mantel over the hearth stood more flowers, candles, and a large painting of what Eve thought might be tulips. Lacy curtains fussed at the windows that let winter light slide inside in frilly patterns. Soft throws draped artistically over the backs of facing sofas, while the pillows Eve assumed women loved simply because lined the seats. "Let me take your coats, and you make yourselves at home while I get Blaine." "Thanks. We'd like to speak with you too, Mrs. Delano." "Audrey, please. And I'll confess, I'd be thrilled to be interviewed by Dallas and Peabody. I know it's a terrible situation, but if there's a silver lining, you should find it. I'll go get Blaine." She carted off the coats, steps brisk in her house skids. "This was a really nice house," Peabody commented as she wandered around. "I really liked this room. It's girly, but it's comfortable girly." She sat in one of the occasional chairs, snugged her butt in. "Really comfortable. And it smells really good." Eve scanned the photos on the cabinet shelves. Family shots. Generational. Baby pictures, little girls, young women, mothers and daughters. Some men sprinkled in. One of Audrey, Blaine, and 2 teenage girls. Heather and Piper, Eve remembered. Photos, some books. Lots of pretty, useless things. She turned when she heard footsteps. Delano had changed since her morning visit to Central, and now wore baggy gray pants, a hip-length blue sweater with a kangaroo pocket, and house booties designed to keep the feet warm. "I didn't expect to hear from you so soon," she began, "or see you. I hope it means you've broken the case, or that, at least, found some way I can help. We have some angles. My mother said you wanted to speak with her as well. She's excited about that." Delano let out a short laugh, sat on one of the sofas. "She's followed your work closely since Nadine's book. She's just getting coffee. She likes to fuss, as we don't get many visitors during the work week. At least not until the girls, and often some of their friends, charge in from school." "How soon will that be?" "The coffee?" "Your daughters. When do you expect them home?" "Oh, She looked at her wrist, laughed. "No wrist unit. I don't pay attention to the time when I'm working. What time is it?" 3:10, Peabody told her. "Really?" "I lose track." "Shortly, then. If you want them out of the way, I can just— Actually, we'd like to speak with them. With all of you." "Oh." A worry line dug in between her eyebrows. "I haven't spoken to them yet about any of this. They've been in school." If you'd like time for that, we can wait. No, No, Delano said more firmly. They're tough, and they're sensible. We can explain it all to them together. Just, can you tell me, should I be concerned for their safety? I don't think there's any cause to be overly concerned at this time, but we'll talk about that. Audrey carried in a loaded tray. Peabody jumped up to take it. Let me help you. I'm strong as an ox, but you're a good girl. Just on the table there. Sweetie, the girls will be home in a few minutes. Do you want me to steer them off? The lieutenant wants to talk to them, too. Mother and daughter exchanged a look. Audrey sat, patted Delano's knee. Well, we're in this and everything else together. Delano tipped her head to her mother's shoulder. Always. Before she walked into the club, Loxie popped a tab of Buzz. She had a few more tabs at home, and a decent supply of erotica, but she'd dip on Janice for the party favors and save her own for that trip to the islands. Her mood bounced straight up. The buzz and the crowds, the screaming music, the flash and swirl of lights. People, so many people who knew her, wanted her, envied her. She made it a point to scan for Glaze, spotted him at one of the VIP booths. Not just the hose, she noted, but his bass player, his hard-eyed manager, and a third pair of tits she didn't recognize. The minute she saw him grin at the pair of tits, lean toward her so they could share a laugh, she decided he'd be the one to scratch her itch. She swirled off her coat. She'd gone bare-legged, with a glittery, short, snug, crotch-skimming skirt and a top that opened in a V down to her navel. Thick chains draped into the V and hooked to the nipple clamps clearly outlined beneath the top. She'd damn near frozen on the trip to the club, but knew Glaze had a weakness for tits, and he'd given her the chains and clamps. He would remember what they'd done with them. She slithered through the crowd on chunky short boots with high curved heels. When he saw her, when their eyes met and held for just a couple beats, her nipples hardened against the clamps like shards of glass. "Hey there, G-Man." "Lox, how's it going?" "Up, up, and away." She had to shout it. The music's volume demanded it. She leaned over the table, leading with that deep V, pursed her red to the edge of black lips in an exaggerated kiss. "Haven't seen you around." "Haven't been around." "Yeah, another detox, right?" "I need a drink." She picked up his glass, downed some. "Jesus, WTF!" "Mineral water, twist of lemon." He took the glass back from her, set it aside. "How the mighty have fallen. You get up off that fine ass and want to live again, I'm over there." She hip-swung her way to another booth, where Janice and some of the usual crowd piled together. "Hey, Lox, I wondered if you'd show up tonight." "I said I would, didn't I?" She screwed her ass between two others, slouched back, angled toward Glaze's booth, spread her legs. Her smug smile faded when she glanced toward his booth, saw he not only wasn't looking, he had his head together with the new tits. In retaliation, she laid her hand on the cock of the man beside her, gave it a teasing squeeze. "Who do I have to fuck to get a drink and a tab?" She grabbed a drink off the table at random, downed it, and didn't see the woman with the blue dreads come out of the shadows to sit at the end of the bar. Loxie hit the obliging Janice for another tab of Buzz, pulled the obliging cock. Benny, she remembered. Maybe Bernie. onto the dance floor, push through the twisting, grinding bodies so she'd be in Glaze's line of sight. She turned her back to her partner, ground her ass into his crotch, arched and gleamed when his hands slid over her breasts, tugged lightly at the chains. When Glaze looked at her this time, she slithered up and down the body behind her, ran the tip of her tongue over her lips, and, lowering her hand in front of her crotch, curled her fingers in invitation. His eyes didn't fire with lust as they always did. Instead, was that fucking pity, she thought? Enraged, she nearly leaped to his booth, vicious words ready to scream from her throat. She stoked the rage by spinning around, grinding crotch to crotch, grinding mouth to mouth, fully aware that more than one club-goer had pulled out a link to record the moment. Everyone would see. Every fucking body would see. She was known, wanted, envied. She listened, blood cold, as Benny or Bernie or whoever the hell he was told her all the things he wanted to do to her. Later, I need that drink. She cast a look over her shoulder on the way back to the booth, but Glaze wasn't watching her. In fact, he signaled for the check. Leaving, she thought. Let him. Fuck him. She nudged the hands, groping and pawing all over her, away. I said later. Snatching up the martini glass filled with deep red, she drained it dry with a long series of swallows. She heard the shout-out to the Glaze as the band kicked into one of their hits. Perfect, she thought. Now she had to listen to that shit when... A woman moved, just for a moment, into her field of vision. Red hair, blue side dreads. All the layers of enhancements couldn't disguise the fact she'd already hit the 4-0 mark. Old bitch, smug smile, fucking crazy eyes. She started to shoot her the finger, started to demand another drink, another tab, and it all came flooding back. Poison, Pomtini, stay out of the clubs. No! She croaked it out, grabbed her dance partner, tried to scream. He took it for an invitation, began to dry hump her while the laughter rose, the music screamed. Her gasps for breath only made the man with his hand up her skirt moan. Then the music faded, the lights dimmed. When she went limp, Benny, it was Benny, tried to haul her up. Fuck, she passed out. He dumped her back on the booth. Unconscious, essentially already dead, she rolled onto the floor and began to seize. The woman who currently embodied Bliss Cather's killer smiled, satisfied, vindicated. She turned away, caught the stunned, horrified stare of the bartender. He looked straight at her, into her, and had a link in his hand. When he shouted something drowned in the music, she snatched a coat off the back of the dead woman's booth and sprinted away. Not toward the front. The bartender continued to shout, to gesture now, and to her own shock, leaped over the bar to push through people, to push in her direction. She turned sharply, slammed into the kitchen, ran through and out the back, kept running, shot around a corner, dragged on the coat. A coat that turned out to be a hip-length fur, mink, with a hood. She ran another block, turned another corner. She dragged at the dreads, yanking them, and some of her own hair, off. She slowed her rush long enough to shove them in a recycler, and pulling the fur hood over bold red hair, shed the character. Strongbow walked through the icy night, stroking the fur. She thought, to the victor go the spoils. Eve walked into chaos and knew it was too late, just as she knew whose body she'd find. Loxie Flash had been the only one on the list who hadn't answered her link as Rourke raced over the icy roads downtown. She badged the big bulk of the bouncer. "Stay on the door," she told him, and shoved her way to the first uniform she spotted. "I want this scene secured." "We're trying, Lieutenant. We've got close to 350 in here, and a lot of them are drunk, a lot are stoned, a lot are both. I just called for more uniforms." "Tap dispatch for Officer Carmichael out of Central and his partner." "Got it. We've got 2 men on the DB. Got people moved back from there. Looks like an OD. Somebody called the MTs, but she was already gone. LT, the bartender, Brad Smithers, claims you told him to bolo for a woman with red hair, blue side dreads. Says he saw her, tagged you." "That's correct. We've got him over there. But he stated she took off. He just alerted security, and they were on the main door. She caught on to him, he thinks, and she took off the other way. He tried to pursue. She went out the kitchen, again according to his statement. He didn't see a trace of her by the time he hit the back door." Eve nodded, continuing to push through. She found some relief the body had been blocked off, and 2 uniforms kept the area clear. Someone had covered the body with a long black leather coat. As it was bound to be death by poison, she opted not to grind her teeth over the possible screwing with trace and forensics. She lifted the coat enough to verify the victim, then called it in with a request to notify her partner. "Your field kit, Lieutenant." Rourke held it out to her. "Hold on to that a minute. I need to establish some damn order in here first." She elbowed her way to the stage. Some guy in leather pants and nothing but tats to his waist stepped up to block her. "You can't touch the equipment." She tapped her badge. "Yeah, but still." "I need one of those mics. You want to get out of here sometime before dawn? You can get me one. Set it up." "I can do that." He got her one that curled over her ear. "You're hot. The mic's hot, I mean," he said quickly. Eve stepped onto the stage, and even with the mic had to bellow. "I'm Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. I need everybody to shut the hell up. Knock it off. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner we can get your information and let you leave." "Fucking police state!" somebody shouted. "It's a crime scene, and while we have adequate facilities at Cop Central, I doubt most of you want to spend the night in the tank. I doubt most of you want to submit to a personal search, then find yourselves charged with possession." "Narc, bitch." "Homicide, bitch," Eve corrected. "One who'd be happy to take each and every one of you into interview and question you regarding the death of Loxie Flash." "Loxie!" Someone screamed it, then began to sob loudly enough to drown out the complaints. Eve shifted, subtly laid a hand on her weapon when the man she recognized as Glaze from his ID shot approached. "I might be able to help calm them down. They know me." He looked tired, she thought, sad, resigned, but not threatening. When she nodded, he got another mic, joined her on the stage. Inexplicably to Eve, a wild cheer erupted through the crowd. "Don't do that." He didn't raise his voice, but held up a hand. "Don't do that," he repeated. "This isn't the time for that. Most of you knew Lux. I'm asking you to show some respect. Just chill it off, okay? Chill it off, and let's get through this." "I need everybody to sit down. Keep it down," Eve told them. "Officers are going to take your information and statements. You'll be released in an orderly fashion." She pulled off the mic, turned to Glaze. "Adam Glazier, right?" "Yeah." I'm going to need you to stay. I need to speak with you, but we need to move the bulk of these people out. Sure. She gave instructions to the uniforms, then moved to where Brad Smithers sat at the end of the bar. I saw her. The redhead. I saw her, but it was too late. You did what you could. You did right. Loxie didn't listen. Tell me how it went. Okay. He blew out a breath, sucked another in. I was kind of keeping an eye out, and I passed the word like you said to. We were busy. A lot of people came in because the city asked people to stay home. It's like a red flag, you know? Yeah, I know. I took my break, went back to the kitchen, got some chow. Loxie must have come in when I was on break. Probably did. I didn't see her come in. I just heard a couple people talking about how she was making moves on Glaze and he wasn't having any. Then I saw the redhead. I saw her at the end of the bar. I didn't see her before, or see her come in. She was just there. It was crowded, so she could have slipped by me. If I'd... No ifs, Brad. You saw her, you tagged me. Like, right then. I swear. It took me a minute to get to Malted, that's our bouncer. A couple minutes. And when I got back, Jesus, when I got back, Loxie, was on the floor, convulsing. I was going to go over to her, like you said to, and maybe move her to my station at the bar, but... He scrubbed his hands over his face. I was going to tag 911 when I saw Loxie on the floor, and the redhead was standing there, watching. She saw me, the redhead. She saw me seeing her, and she took off. I tried to yell for Malt, but he couldn't hear me. I tried to run after her, but I got hung up. Back doors through the kitchen, so I figured that. I asked when I ran in, and they said she'd gone straight out the back. I wasn't fast enough. I lost her. He swiped at his eyes. I've never seen anybody die before. It's bad. Man, it's bad. I couldn't even give the artist cop a decent description, but I can now. He swiped again. I got a good look at her, good enough, and I've got it in my head. It's weird light in here, but I got a good look. Can you come into Central? Work with him tomorrow? Yeah, I can come in first thing. I'm sure as hell not going to sleep tonight. You go on home now. Is there anyone there? Yeah, 2 roommates, but I've got a girl. I think I'm going to her place. I'm going to get you transpo. You don't have to. It's bad out there. We'll get you to your girl. She walked off to arrange it, then took the other bartenders, and found the one, still shaking, who'd poured and shaken the base for the murder weapon. Sasha Quint, in her first month as bartender, trembled and leaked as she gave her statement. Brad told me. He told me about watching out for a woman with red hair and blue dreads, and to tell him if I saw her, especially if she ordered a pomtini. I wasn't paying attention. We were so busy and I just went on auto. This guy knocked over a whole screamer, all over the bar, then got in my face about it. He was really harsh, so I was mopping it up and making him a new one, and she must have sat down. She wasn't sitting there before the screamer? I don't think so. I really don't. I'm not 100%, okay? But I don't think so. And I'm dealing with this dickwad, and she orders a pomtini, lays down the cash, and a solid tip. I was thinking more about the dickwad and the tip. And Brad was on his break, I think, and people were yelling for drinks, and I had 2 table orders to fill, so I was just on auto. She snuffled back a sob. Am I in trouble? Did she say anything else to you? No, I don't think. She just said, pomtini, put the cash down. And I finished the screamer for the dickwad, who was still giving me grief like I knocked the glass over, which I didn't. and I finished one of the table orders, mixed the pomptini, took the cash, filled the other table order. She wasn't sitting there anymore, I don't think, because Dorinda, one of the waitresses, came up and ran down another order, and I think I'd have seen her. And Brad was back, and I thought, phew, then all hell broke loose. Did you see her when all hell broke loose? No, not really. People were yelling, and Jesus, Brad jumped over the bar and started running. Then some people were pushing and shoving, more than usual. And then I could see something bad was happening at VIP 4, but I didn't know what. I don't understand what happened. I know the Flash died. She OD'd, right? Not the way you mean. Do you have the cash for the pomptini? I put it in the till. I put the tip in my pocket. You're supposed to report it, but I need that. I'm going to give you a receipt for it, and you'll get it back. Okay. She took some bills out of the bar apron pocket, drew out a fresh lettuce crisp 5. It's this because it's, like, brand new. Eve signaled Rourke, then programmed a receipt, printed it out, handed it over. You can go. I'm not in trouble? No. I'm really sorry I made the drink. Not as sorry as Loxy Flash, Eve thought, and took an evidence bag from the field kit. Peabody just came in, with McNabb. Good. She slid the $5 bill into the bag, marked and sealed it. What can I do? Doubtful there are any cams in here. Take the outside surveillance. Find her. I can put McNabb on her personal devices. Peabody. Face pink from the cold, Peabody stepped up. Which one is it? Loxy Flash. Order in a screen, then round up anyone seated near VIP 4, Flash's table. Start on statements and contacts and releases. Hold anyone who had contact with or a good line of sight on the redhead. Leave Glazier in his group. We need to interview him separately. I'm going to start with the waitstaff and her table companions. Glaze is here too? Yeah. Was that a bonus? Or did she manage to arrange it? McNabb, the uniforms have the Vic's purse, coat. Check her pocket link. I spoke with her earlier this evening and left a V-mail that will likely time in after or around her TOD. See who and what else. I've got it. Eve started on the waitstaff. Got nowhere. No sightings until the dash. She walked back to the first on scene. Where are the people who were at the DB's table? We stowed them up in a privacy room, but had to put a man on the door. Bunch of assholes, Lieutenant, to tell the truth on it. I guess they fit right in then. Names? He checked his notebook, and she transferred the names to hers. She started for the stairs, stopped when McNabb hailed her. He jogged over on his plaid snow boots. You're gonna want to see her last text. It came in about 20 after your conversation with her. She took the link, read. Just couldn't say no and stay the fuck home. It's from a Janice Dorsey, one of her group. At least that keeps it simple. She's upstairs. I'll talk to her now. Rourke's got the door cams. You can help with statements and contacts. I need to clear out most of these people before I start on the DB. Roger that. Screen's on the way. Give me a buzz when it gets here. She went upstairs and to the uniform on one of the privacy room doors. Saw it was Shelby from her own division. Stick around, officer. Yes, sir. Sir, they were half stoned when we herded them in there. Won't this be fun? Eve went in. 2 males, 3 females, she noted. One of the males and one of the females were currently tongue-diving each other. The male's hand squeezed the female's exposed left breast with its glitter-painted nipple. A lot of them may have been half-stoned when they'd entered the room, but they'd crossed the finish line. I can see you're all grieving over the loss of your friend. A female with half a mile of blonde hair scattered with pink braids smiled glassily. Loxie puked and went plop right on the floor. The female beside her, who'd chosen swirls of black and white body paint in lieu of pants, giggled. Yeah, that's a laugh all right. The old puke, plop, and perish. Perish my left ass cheek. The other male snorted, slouched down farther on the single bed they all shared. Bitch is messing around like she does. Eve took out her badge, walked closer to shove it into his face. I'm homicide, you fucking moron. Dead's my business. Loxie Flash is dead. No serious way. I was humping her like a minute before she puked and plopped. Consider it her last hump. She's, like, dead? The blonde blinked, and some tiny glimmer of sanity flickered in the glassy eyes. Like, dead? Yes. You two. Eve kicked the bed to break up the tongue-diving competition. Knock it off. Cover it up. Sex is life, man. If you take that pathetic replacement for your brain out, I'll haul it and you down to Central, lock you in a cage, and forget about you for the next 48. Man. His hand paused in the act of undoing the trio of buttons that covered the bulge of his crotch. Fuck, a bitch ought to lighten up. Eve just opened the door, finger curled to Shelby. Officer, take that extreme asshole into Central. Book him on committing lewd acts in public, and toss him in with the other perverts. Whoa, whoa! He threw up both hands. Take it down, yeah? I'm chill, I be chill. Stand by, Eve told Shelby, and shut the door again. You be quiet until I tell you otherwise. Janice Dorsey. The blonde raised her hand, wiggled her fingers. Did Loxie have plans to join your group of stupid tonight? I don't know. I hadn't hooked with her in a few days. You texted her this evening. I did? I don't know. She looked at the woman beside her. Did I? The woman shrugged. You didn't say. But I didn't. The G-Man came in, and I thought it'd be some laughs if she came in too, but then we wanted to dance, and I forgot. Anyway, I texted her how he was in the Palisades when I went in to have dinner a while ago, and she got super pissed. And all like, why should I give a shit? So I wasn't even sure I should because she's mean when she's pissed. Then she came anyway. Let me see your link. I don't think you have to. The one whose crotch had ceased bulging gave Eve the hard eye. She needs, like, a warrant. I can get one. And you can go to Central and wait until I have one. Wait until I examine your friend's cold, dead body, until she's taken to the morgue, until I finish with the crime scene. Then I'll come let you out of the holding pen. You can't— I warned you to stay quiet. Speak again, you're charged with obstruction, the lewd behavior, and possession of whatever's left in your pockets of what you've ingested. You can see it, you can see it. Janice opened a tiny, useless purse, pulled out her link. Closed the purse so fast, Eve assumed some of what was left was inside the small and useless. Eve took the link, called up the texts, then turned the display screen around. She watched Janice's face, saw the baffled shock.
But I didn't. Hey, Dodo, look. This isn't from me. It doesn't have my sig.
Dodo stopped examining her nails, looked at the display.
Bogus. She, signs or texts. Jadar, like radar with a J, right? No sig, not hers. You can look. Go on and look. All my texts. I can show you.
I can find them. Eve called them up, ignored the gossip, the nonsense, the bullshit displayed, and saw every one with the Jadar signature line. All right. Did you lend your link to anybody?
As if.
Was it in your possession all evening?
Right on the table.
Right on the table, say, when you all got up to dance?
Sure. Nobody's gonna steal it, right? And I've got more at home anyway. Not like my hoodie. Somebody took my hoodie right off the booth and it was my favorite mink. Anyway, I didn't text Loxie.
I need the link. I'll give you a receipt. Janice sighed.
Bummed.
Run it through for me, from the time she came in.
Okay, well, I saw her go over at the G-Man's booth. He was there with a group, and I saw her hitting on him pretty hard, but he didn't bite, right? So she came over to hang with us, took my drink, right, Dodo? Slurped it right down. You gave her a tab of, hey!
Dodo objected when Janice jabbed her with an elbow.
What the fuck does she care? Anyway, Janice said quickly, Loxie said how she needed another drink, but then she slithered up Bernie to dance some sexy. Then she came back, drank her drink down. Then she fell on the floor. Plop, then puke. Everybody scrambled up because, wow, I didn't think she really died. I didn't think.
Did you ever? Eve wondered. How did she get the drink? The one she had before she died?
I guess she ordered it?
Who served it? Janice shrugged, looked at Dodo. Another shrug, looked at Benny. He was there when we came back to the booth. Eve looked at the second male, got a snarky smile. Speak. Little tits. I noticed tits. He brushed his hand over the partially covered breast of the woman currently curled up, passed out, and snoring beside him. The server had small breasts. Barely made bumps in her top, like yours. She let that pass. Did you happen to notice anything else about her? Some fan. He started to reach for the unconscious woman's breast again, caught the hard glint in Eve's eyes, laid his roaming hand back on his thigh. Why do you assume that? I assume it wasn't a waitress, because they all wear short black skirts and tight red tops, and she wasn't. Hangers-on send over drinks all the time. And other things, he added with that smile. What was she wearing? It wasn't that. Home dye job. Red, fake side dreads, blue. You noticed her tits and her hair. Her tits because I have a dick. Her hair because it's what I do and am. Silvio, hair designer to those who rock. You could use some work. Some brimstone lowlights to add some fire. I'll keep that in mind. 17. It took her longer than she liked to pick her way through the memories and observations of the group in the privacy room. Since the one woman slept through it, Eve arranged for her transportation home and earmarked her for later, if necessary. At least by the time she came back down, the screen closed off the body, and at least half the number of patrons had been moved out. Eve went first to Glaze's booth. I'm going to ask you to wait a while longer. Not a problem, As long as you need. But could you let the others go on home? Before she could answer, the man to his left shook his head. We stick, brother, we all stick. I'd appreciate it. Eve turned away, started for the screen. Rourke intercepted her. I've got her coming and going. You might want to have a look. He offered her a handheld. I copied the feed, just her bit. First, the arrival, front door cam. Second, exit out of the back. Eve studied the feed. The hat, the goggles, the same as she'd worn at the Vid Palace. Dark knee-length coat with some sort of glittery braiding on the cuffs, the hem, the shoulders. Thick-heeled ankle boots, gold chains with dangling skulls draped from the top. Skin pants with a star pattern. A shoulder bag, larger than the useless one Janice used. Big enough for a vial of poison, she assumed, and the cash needed, with room enough to stow the goggles, the gloves, the scarf, and the hat. She noted the timestamp. Calculated Strongbow had entered the club about the time Eve herself had spoken with the victim. Maybe slightly prior. She switched to the exit. Got the purse, she noted. Wearing it cross-body. I can see the strap across her back. Carrying a coat, but not the one she wore in. No, Rourke agreed. It looks like a fur of some sort, and there's a hood. It's dangling down there. Yeah, I see. It's gonna be mink. Damn it, she snatched the coat off the Vic's booth. Had the presence of mind not to run out into the cold and wind without a coat. That's thinking on your fucking feet. She handed him back the device. Start contacting cab companies. 10-block radius to this location. A pickup matching her description. They might not cooperate, as I haven't a badge number. You'll find a way. No question of that, Eve thought. She probably didn't cab it. Subway, maybe. Or grabbed a bus. Cabs are tough on the budget, but we'll start there. She scanned for Peabody, spotted McNabb. McNabb! Yo! Transit Authority. Start with lines going to Brooklyn. Have them scan for a woman wearing a hooded mink jacket. Add her description, though if she has brains, and she does, she'll have ditched the dreads. I want subways and buses. You got it. She damn well hoped so. Have Peabody search the club for a dark coat with glitter braiding. Probably homemade, she'll know. Eve stepped behind the screen. Okay, Loxy, you idiot. Let's do what we can. She removed the leather coat, tossed it on the padded booth, and did what she could. When Peabody stepped behind the screen, Eve closed her field kit, straightened from her crouch. Rounding it, TOD's 18 minutes before I got here. You must have flown. Rourke can drive. Strongbow sent the text from the moronic Janice Dorsey's link, one she conveniently left on the table when she got up to dance with her moronic friends. Sent the text, which Loxy answered in less than a minute to announce she was on her way to die, faded back, and waited. The place is full of a lot of other morons, most of them high. She looked down at the body with a combination of pity and disgust. She waits until Loxy comes in, and doesn't Loxy play right into the damn script and go over to try and sex up the ex? He, by all accounts, wasn't sexed. She comes over here, drinks, takes more illegals, gets up to dance, which presents excellent timing for Strongbow to order the drink, tip in the poison, and goddamn set it down on the table herself. She served the drink. Man, that's ballsy. Risk and reward, Eve muttered. Nobody gave a shit that some stranger set a drink down. Nobody gave a shit what might be in it. Probably hoped it was laced with good stuff. She comes back, drinks it down, lets the guy she was dancing with paw her, and it kicks in. If, as advertised, and as her color indicates, it's cyanide, she had some trouble breathing, felt off, weird. Did she think then? A hint of rage leaked into Eve's voice. Did it even begin to occur to her then that she'd killed herself because she couldn't not be a fuckhead? Who the hell knows? She passes out, falls off the bench, starts to seize. That cherry red's coming up in her face. Her system revolts, tries to expel what's already killed her. The morons she surrounded herself with squeal, scramble, and laugh. I'll bet vids of her death are already making the rounds. Meanwhile, the seriously not moronic bartender has not only called the cops and gotten his bouncer on the front door, but after locking eyes with the killer, tries to catch her when she runs. She's smart enough to grab one of the moron's coats, which, her lucky day, is a goddamn mink hoodie. She bolts out the kitchen and she's gone. So's Loxie, long before the MTs can get to her. A few people caught a glimpse of her, Peabody added. She knocked into a couple as she fled. The descriptions are what you'd expect, given the alcohol, illegals, lighting. I've got the coat she wore to get here. Score one for us. McNabb's getting a bag from the kitchen. We don't have any big enough. It's well made, professionally made. She's got skills, Dallas, and a professional machine. It's a cheap blended material, but she put in a decent lining for warmth. Cheap braiding, but perfectly sewn. Nothing in the pockets. She had a purse, put everything in there. Where did you find the coat? She left it on the bar stool. It looks to me like she hung it there when she ordered the drink, left it there when she walked the drink to the table here, but didn't go back for it. Stayed here, closer to the booth. She wanted to watch, to make sure it went according to script. I guess when she saw Brad Mater, she grabbed the closest coat right off the bench. Did you say mink? Yeah. Eve jammed frustrated hands in her pockets. If she tries to pawn it or sell it, we may be in luck. I've got the description from its idiot owner. We'll get it out. Contact the other women on the list, Peabody. Contact Yola Bloomfield. She got a text from the moron's link, too, and the rest of the list. See if they got one from another link. It's really late, Dallas. It's a hell of a lot later for her. Eve glanced at Loxie again. Let's get the dead wagon in the sweepers. She stepped out, moved to the only people present now besides cops and an expert consultant civilian. I'm sorry you had to wait. It doesn't matter, Glaze told her. If I could speak to you, Mr. Glazer, over there. Glaze, he said as he rose, laid a hand on the shoulder of the brunette sitting beside him. Mr. Glazer's my old man. She took him to a table away from the body and his friends. You and the deceased were involved at one time. We were a lot of things at one time. He had a compelling face, with deep dark eyes against pale, pale skin. Hair, nearly as dark as his eyes, that shagged long around it. We were a lot of things, off and on, for too long a time. You never think it'll be you. That you'll be the one to play too hard, party too much, cross that line, and check out. Lox thought she was invincible. I used to think the same. Eve didn't disabuse him about the overdose. Did you know she was coming here tonight? No. I guess I knew she might, that somebody might tell her I was here. The last time we ran into each other, it was pretty harsh. When was that? 5 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days ago. That's very specific. Yeah, I'd been clean. For 9 weeks and 2 days before that, I'd been clean. We'd busted off again, me and Lox, a couple weeks before that, and I meant it to stay busted off. I started seeing Lauren. He glanced in the direction of his booth. I met her at a friggin' bookstore, do you believe it? I was trying to stay straight, and I was reading a lot. I just happened into this place. I didn't have any actual books. She did. She worked there. We started talking, and it doesn't matter. I started seeing her, started to see how it could be. Then I got restless one night. 9 weeks and 2 days clean, and I got restless. Decided to drop into Styx, another club, not much different than this. Shifting, he stared at the stage. Not much different, he said again. I just wanted to hear some music, maybe jam in on a set. That's what I told myself. Maybe have one brew. What could one hurt? And there's Loxy. We got trashed together. Went back to my place, got more trashed. I woke up the next afternoon sick, strung out, hating myself, hating Loxy. We busted up again. I didn't tell Lauren. Didn't have to, as word got out. She wouldn't see me, talk to me. I begged. The next few weeks, I sent her a text every day. I'm clean, day 1. Day 2, like that. He spread his hands on the surface of the table. 2 thick silver rings winked on his fingers. Finally, she met me for coffee. It wasn't enough, she told me. And she was right. I needed help, she said, and right again. Nobody could make me, and God, didn't I know it? I had to do it. So I did. I went to Zurich, and I got help. I wrote music. I got my shit together. I've got Lauren. No sex, he added with a wry smile. I get to a year clean, we'll celebrate. We're recording. That's why we came in tonight. We had a string of really good days in the studio. I've been clean for 5 months, 3 weeks, and a day. He let out a long breath. I wanted to test myself, to see if I could sit in a club, hear music, be around people drinking and popping. And I could, and that was better than any high I'd ever pumped in. Can't explain it. You just did. He stared down at his hands. I needed to test myself, and I passed. And when Loxy came in and gave me all the signals, it didn't push the buttons. Not because of Lauren, or not only, but because of me. I was feeling so damn good about it, about turning that corner, man. Then, I didn't see her hit the floor. I heard, I think, maybe Janice scream, a kind of wild, laughing scream. I just glanced over. Then I saw Loxy on the floor, seizing. I yelled for Kick, my bass, my friend, to call 911 to get the MTs. I got over to her, finally. People in the way, crowding in, taking fucking vids. I couldn't find a pulse. I tried CPR, like you do, for a couple minutes, but she was staring up at me. Just staring. There wasn't anything there. I knew before the MTs got there, before they said there wasn't anything there. Lauren brought my coat over, and we covered her up. He let out a breath. She's not the first person I've lost this way. It would have been me, sooner or later. Me, lying on the floor of some club or bar or some alley after a score. I'd cut her out of my life, you know, to save my own. But I didn't want to see hers end. She's got a mother and a sister, he said. They don't get along, but if they can't or won't take care of, you know, the arrangements and all that, I can. I'll contact her family and let you know. I'm going to describe someone, and I want you to get the picture in your head. Think about if you've seen her, tonight, in here, or at any other time. Okay. A woman, in her 40s, but maybe trying to look younger. About 5'6", slim build, white, red hair, blue side dreads, orange dragon tat on the inside of her right wrist. He waited a moment. That's it? I'll have more tomorrow, but for now. I wasn't really scoping the crowd tonight. A test, right? I was sort of closed into the booth to friends. Some people dropped by. I don't remember seeing a woman like that tonight. Maybe around where you live, in a restaurant, around where you're recording. I don't think I... As he trailed off, his eyes narrowed. Maybe... Yeah, outside the studio, like last week. I went into the next room, this space where you can just sit and clear your head or have a meet. I wasn't nailing the bridge, just wanted to chill it down. I looked out the window. That redhead in the bad coat, all that glitter trim staring at the studio. Most likely for Jake. Jake Kincaid, Avenue A. It's his place, his studio, East Side Sound. But I caught her eye and waved. She ran like a rabbit. He laughed then, sighed out the rest. And I caught sight of her just this afternoon out there. Waved again. This time she blew me a kiss. I let Jake know he maybe has a stalker. He plays it low-key. I don't get how that plays into Loxie. Loxie didn't OD. But I saw what you saw was death by poison. The woman you saw, twice, poisoned her. His slumped shoulders jerked back. But, come on, murder? A lot of people might have wanted to kick her ass. I did myself, plenty. But... She saw it come into his head, saw it in his eyes. Was she stalking me? Me, not Jake? Oh, Jesus Christ. Did she kill Lox because of me? She killed Loxie because she's a murderer, and Loxie provided her with the target and opportunity she wanted. I don't think you'll see her again, but if you do, don't approach. Contact me. Lauren. She has no reason to wish any harm to Lauren. This person is delusional. She killed Loxie because Loxie fits certain characteristics. From what you've told me, Lauren doesn't have anything in common with Loxie. Me? She's got me. It's not you, Glaze. It's the illusion of you, and, again, certain characteristics that no longer apply. I can almost guarantee you're not even a blip in her world now. She's finished with you, with Loxie, with this scenario. And now she becomes someone else, Eve thought. Add to your security, and Lauren's if you're worried. But you, this, tonight, for her, it's a closed book. I will. I am. I'm going to talk to the rest of your group, then you're all free to go. Eve rose. You know, it's a long street after that corner's turned. I hope you stay on it. One step every day, the rest of my life. I like the street. I like who I am when I'm walking it. Eve talked to Blaze's group, excused herself to take a frantic link tag from Yola Bloomfield, then finished up. Before she could hunt down Peabody, Rourke pushed coffee into her hand. She all but inhaled it. "I'd grant you exotic and possibly illegal sexual favors for this alone. I'll make a list." He set a hand on her shoulder. "You should take a moment. Gather your thoughts." "They're gathered. Where the hell is Peabody?" Even as she spoke, both Peabody and McNabb came out of the kitchen area. "F train, 2nd Avenue Station," McNabb said. "Transit copied me on the feed. I can hook it to the stage screen. Might take a minute." "Take the minute." While he went to work, Peabody added her progress. "I gave the suspect's coat to the sweepers, told them to get Harvo on it. Any hair or fibers they're on, she'll find them and pin them down. Asshole named Silvio claims the red's a home dye job and the dreads are fake." "Silvio? Like the Hair King?" "He'd know. I can start running down the dreads." "Do that, and start a search for them. Focus between here and the 2nd Avenue subway station, also inside the station and on the F train. If she has brains, and she does, she'd have yanked them off and ditched them on the run. We find them, and Harvo's got something else to play with." "All over it." "The only one on the skank list who also got a text was Yola Bloomfield." "Culled it down to 2, Eve noted. "Got it up, Dallas." Eve moved over to the stage area. She watched the night owls, the party people, the LCs, calling it a night, head for the platforms. A couple of sidewalk sleepers, in from the cold, huddled together on the floor, begging hats displayed, and ignored. She saw Strongbow. Mink hoodie up and buttoned to the neck, wind goggles in place. As she approached the transoms, Strongbow unbuttoned the hoodie to reach inside for her purse, took out a swipe. Eve braced. Do it, you crazy murdering bitch." But she stopped, dipped her head lower. Stepping aside, she reached in her purse again, carefully counted out cash. She took it to the machine, paid for a new swipe. "Cash," Eve noted from the display. "1 ride." Smart enough to be careful. Didn't use a multi-swipe. We could have tracked her movements. Didn't use an account via her link, and you can bet she's got those. Cheaper than a ride-by-ride. Strongbow pushed through, kept her head bowed as she waited on the platform. When she got on the train, McNabb switched the feed. Eve saw her sit in a corner, huddle there. She's aware of the cameras, thinking about the cameras. Brooklyn, yeah, she's got to risk that, but you can bet your ass she won't get off at her usual stop. She'll walk, warm in a scene well written, and in that damn stupid jacket. Wearing gloves. Probably had them in her purse, but still she's careful not to touch things. Overcautious about prints? Or a germaphobe? Can't see any hair. You ought to get a hint of the dreads from some of the angles, but nothing. She's already ditched them. Peabody, push on teams to scour the area from here to the station where she got on. Eve paced in front of the screen as Strongbow rode. Mistakes. Got some mistakes now. Got spotted, had to run. What does she think of that? Is she asking herself how the bartender made her? Will she go back over the scene looking for the mistakes? Had to leave her coat. Got the better part of the deal with the mink, but we've got some pieces of her now. She didn't get away clean. I kind of wonder. When Peabody trailed off, Eve turned to her. Finish it. Halfway thoughts are weak and annoying.
Okay, I wonder if getting spotted, running, if that added a new element for her. If she got a thrill out of it. It's attention, right? She craves it.
That's good, Eve said. That's very good. First the shock, the fear, then the thrill. Nadine's broadcast gave her a taste of it, likely juiced her up to move on this next chapter tonight. Now she's got more. She hedged her bets, Eve added. She texted Yola Bloomfield from dumbass Janice's link seconds after she texted Loxie. Eve jammed her hands in her pockets, rolled back on her heels. Yola tagged me, full panic. Words already out on Loxie Flash, with video.
So it didn't matter which of them,
Peabody said. Glaze mattered. Loxie was likely top prize, but Yola's done the dirty with him a couple times, so she'd do. Or would have, if she hadn't had the sense to stay home. She's getting off. That's on Jay. Head down the whole way, Eve thought. Even in the expensive coat, she was a woman who barely made a ripple on the air. We'll check store and street cams in that area, Eve said. She's going to know where they are and how to avoid them, but we have to check. I'm betting her usual stop is at least a couple stations down the line, or a transfer. But we're going to have a sketch tomorrow. Copy that transfer feed to my units, McNabb. Peabody, morgue, 800 sharp.
I figured.
Go home, get some rack time. I'll seal up here.
I hear that.
There's transpo waiting for you outside, Rourke told them. Ice has gone to snow, which means ice under snow. It's ugly out there.
That's even better news than go home.
Wearily, Peabody shrugged into her coat.
Thanks. Mega serious thanks.
Squared, McNabb added, then snagged Peabody's hand, so they swung arms on the way out. Eve walked back over to the booth, shook her head. Loxie almost had to see her. Look at the angles, booth to bar. Strongbow had to be close to the booth. Maybe about here. Eve walked around, imagined the mink hoodie carelessly tossed over the plush back. Wits put Vic here. She circled again, pointed to the curved end farthest from the bar. Here, Loxie's got Glaze's booth in her line of sight, and she wants that. Wants his eye on her. Doesn't get it. The way the booth curves, if Strongbow's more or less where it makes sense, close enough, angled there, so she can watch Loxie drink and die, Loxie probably saw her. Does it matter? Rourke asked her. Just helps me get a picture. Vic here, killer there, bar there. Brad the bartender down there. People crowded around, moving through, plunked in other booths or at tables. She gets back from the dance floor, far end, because she wanted Glaze to see her rubbing herself all over some guy named Benny. Drink sitting here because Strongbow ordered it from this end of the bar, that stool where she left her coat, and set it down in front of 5 oblivious idiots. Eve sat on the end of the booth. Stand over there, will you? Rourke moved in as surrogate for the killer. Lots of weird lighting. Lots of people, lots of noise. But here I am, pissed and insulted because my ex doesn't have a boner for me. I pick up the drink. She mimed lifting it, drinking it down. Benny's got his hands all over me. Maybe I'll let him do me later. Probably. Definitely want to get laid. Can't get my breath. Weird. I don't feel right. Something's wrong. It's wrong. Benny's humping me, but I can't breathe. I can't... She drew a line with her hand from where she sat to where Rourke stood. Almost had to see her. Not unconscious like the first Vic. Not in the back like the second. She wanted to be seen. She wanted to see and be seen. And that matters because she's going to want that again. Heaving out a breath, Eve rose. Did Loxie have that moment of awareness? Seeing the woman with the blue dreads, thinking about the taste of that stupid martini? Did she have enough time for that fuck me moment? She shook her head again. Anyway, Strongbow cut back her lag time. Cut it way back. That's the broadcast with Nadine. You won't blame yourself for this. She turned back to Rourke. Damn right I won't. I laid all this out for Loxie Flash, just like the others. I warned her, showed her the crime scene pictures. Hardly more than a goddamn hour before she walked in here, I talked to her again, warned her again. She had to do one fucking thing to stay alive. Stay out of the clubs. Give me a few days and stay out of the clubs. Instead, she got her slut on, walked in here. Bad enough, all that's bad enough, but I told her the drink to avoid. She drinks it anyway. Drinks what's in front of her because she was weak, stupid, and likes sticking her finger in authority's eye. She's a goddamn accessory to her own murder. Releasing frustration, Eve kicked the booth twice. And now she's mine. She's yours, he agreed. And you're tired. Let's follow your own orders and go home, get some rack time. Yeah, nothing more to do here. Looking at him, knowing he saw her, saw in her, she let the exhaustion come. Damn it, Rourke. God damn it. She just had to stay home. Baby. He moved to her, drew her in. Some can't. For some, being alone is a kind of death. She made her choice. The last shit choice in a series of shit choices. Yeah, let's go home. I need to notify her next of kin, though if Yola's anything to go by, they already know. 18. Eve surfaced out of dreams, mildly annoyed with her subconscious. Couldn't it give her a break once in a while? Come up with some puffy white clouds for her to float on? Why would she, or anybody, want to float around on puffy white clouds? One strong wind could knock you off, then you'd have to dream up a parachute. And for all you knew, you could end up splashing into some big dream ocean and get eaten by sharks. Forget the damn stupid clouds. You're thinking too loud. Eve opened her eyes, looked straight into Rourke's. So blue, she thought. If you splashed into an ocean that blue, there wouldn't be any sharks because it would be perfect. What are you doing here? I was sleeping until your brain woke up and started muttering. Is there nothing left in the universe to buy or sell or build or invent? Have we reached critical mass? Buying, selling, and so on can wait another hour. As he spoke, his hands skimmed down her back, glided over her ass. Somebody told me last night that sex was life. Since it was handy, she gave his really exceptional ass a pat. I wish I had time to live, she added, rolling away from him and out of bed. Galahad leaped off behind her, beat her to the auto chef. Pretty much on auto herself, she programmed his kibble and 2 mugs of black coffee. The first glorious sip fired up a few circuits as she walked over to hand Rourke the other mug. Thanks. She narrowed her sleepy eyes at him. How can you look awake? How can anybody look awake before the coffee? It's just not right. I enjoy the awake more after the coffee. Not the same thing. Do you think the subconscious gets bitchy because it knows it's starting the day at the morgue? It may factor. Bad dreams? No, bitchy ones. As in dead Loxy Flash bitching about being dead. Everybody's fault but hers, right? Until you wanted to punch her in her whiny face. But since she's dead, what's the point? I'd say your subconscious recognizes your latest victim contributed to her own fate, and if personality follows into death, she'd bitch and cast the blame about. Yeah. She deserved a good punch in the face, but she didn't deserve murder. Or having her last moments splashed all over the internet and gossip venues. So, she drained her coffee where she stood. Morgue, she grumbled, and headed for the shower. She just started to work out the basic outline of her morning when Rourke stepped in behind her, into the hot crisscrossing jets. His arms came around her. That hard, wet body pressed against her back, and she lost her train of thought. A little life to start off the day. His hands slid down to her center, and to counterbalance the morgue. When you put it like that, she started to turn around, turn into him, and found herself pressed to the tiles. We'll just have to make it quick. His fingers slid into her, shot her straight to peak, even as his teeth grazed over the back of her neck. She splayed her hands on the tiles, prepared to push off, pivot somehow and grab onto him, but he thrust inside her, destroyed her with hard, fast strokes. Her vision blurred, crazed pleasure, rising steam, the pulsing beat of water. So she closed her eyes, surrendered. She heard the helpless sound she made, echoing, drowning under the hot rain, and everything in her tightened, clung, hung on that sharp, stunning edge between pleasure and panic. Then fell. Somewhere, somehow, she felt his heart pounding against her back and his lips brushing against the side of her neck. Felt his grip become a caress before he turned her. Once again she looked straight into his eyes and thought she'd fallen into that perfect blue sea after all. She skimmed her fingers through his wet hair. I guess the words, wow. His lips curved as she brushed hers over them. Something about having my naked wife serve me coffee in bed, I suppose. She held on to him another moment. Decided dreams of the bitching dead and trips to the morgue really could be counterbalanced. Then she nudged him away. Okay, that's done. Now hands off, pal. I've got to move. She finished showering, hopped in the drying tube, and, grabbing the robe off the back of the door, went out for a second hit of coffee. She'd programmed breakfast by the time he came out, a towel slung around his hips. Hungry. Are you? I am now. He grabbed a robe for himself so he could join her, and, after removing warming domes, sat a moment in silence. You programmed oatmeal? Yeah, so? What? Damn it! He sat back, laughing at her shocked consternation. You've screwed with my subconscious. I should be eating waffles. He patted her leg. Tomorrow, waffles it is, whoever gets to the AC first. Since she just continued to scowl at the bowl, he doctored up the oatmeal as he knew she liked or tolerated. It's a good choice. We're caught in this cold snap, dipping down from Canada. We'll be lucky to hit 20 degrees today. Canada's got no business dipping down here, so the rest of us have to eat oatmeal. But she ate it and comforted herself with berries. What can I do to help today, if I manage to find some time for it? You can let me know if you know any rich old ladies with a greedy, murderous son who plays the biddable and a daughter who can be framed. He considered as he ate. I likely have a passing acquaintance with a few. Next Vic. She'll have her target selected and set up. I don't know how long she'll wait to move on it now, whether she'll push or step back. But if the bartender comes through with Yancey, I'll have a face. And maybe Harvo finds something on the damn coat. Maybe we turn up the dreads and get something off them. Loxie made it easy for her, but she still moved too fast and she made mistakes. I've got to dig deeper into Delaware, she continued as she got up to go to her closet. Especially if I have a face. She had a life there. She lived somewhere, worked somewhere, shopped, ate, has a history there, maybe family. She thought it through while she dressed, came out to find Rourke knotting a wine-colored tie with thin gray stripes. The gray matched his shirt exactly and came in a few tones lighter than the suit. As she strapped on her weapon, she saw him pick up the gray button he always carried, slide it into his pocket, and felt a stupefying wave of love. She rubbed a hand over the diamond under her sweater. Here was the cop, sentimental over a big fat diamond, and the gazillionaire sappy over some stray button. What a pair they were. Luck's bullshit. He glanced over. Darling Eve, those are fighting words for an Irishman. Luck's bullshit, she repeated, and put a hunter green jacket over a sweater the color of Mira's tea. Except when it isn't. I'm feeling pretty lucky to wake up with you. Then there's the whole getting nailed in the shower, even if oatmeal followed. I can't say that counterbalances Strongbow's luck last night, but it's given me a damn good start to the day. Eve filled her jacket pockets with her usual paraphernalia. She doesn't have that. Not just the waking up and getting nailed. She might have a rush from the kill, but she's gotta be worried. She got spotted, chased, left possessions behind. She has to worry about that. She has to worry about me. Now he studied her as she'd studied him. How will she write you in, Lieutenant? Can't say. But I can guarantee her story isn't going to have a happy ending. Thinking of stories, of endings, she sent Feeney a long text as she drove downtown along madly slippery streets. Attached are several writing samples from my prime suspect in the 3 murders associated with Blaine Delano's Dark series. If you're not up to date, McNabb can brief you. Is it possible to run an analysis of the writing? Do a global search for similar styles, word uses, blah blah, focusing on sites for writers, wannabe types? Especially places where they can put up samples of their work for others to read? I can have Peabody start a search on social media sites. Suspect wrote a manuscript titled Hot Blood, Cold Mind, But my searches for the title on self-publishing types, social media, and so forth gets bupkis. On my way to the morgue now to see what Morris can tell me about her third Vic. I'll be in Central in about an hour if you need any clarification. Appreciate it. Dallas. Long shot, Eve thought. She wasn't confident Strongbow would put her work out there for comments or criticism. But maybe, there was a hunger that needed feeding. Maybe she'd risk it. Eve's DLE handled the ice patches with barely a shudder, and certainly better than the pair of rapid cabs she saw crunched together on 9th between 35th and 34th. Still, she couldn't deny relief when she could get out of the damn car, off the damn streets, and into the white tunnel of the morgue. Halfway down, she heard the unmistakable Peabody clump behind her. She paused in the air that smelled of chemical cleaning, fake lemon, and death. Bundled like a candied Eskimo in her pink coat, pink fuzzy-topped boots, a scarf in bleeding shades of blue with pink fringe, an ear-flap hat in the same pattern with bouncing pom-poms, Peabody clumped to catch up. I take it back about the dumbass wind goggles. I wish I'd had a pair just for the walk to and from the subway. Blame Canada, Eve told her. It's a change-up from blaming February. I've been looking at gardening sites. We're going to do some window boxes, plant herbs and stuff. I shouldn't have started thinking about spring. Maybe we'll blame you then. Eve kept walking and pushed through Morris's double doors. He'd gone for a black turtleneck rather than a shirt and tie, and who could blame him? It gave the steel blue suit a sort of artsy vibe. He'd wound his hair into a single thick braid that hung down the back of his protective cloak. Here we are again, he said. She wouldn't listen. Hit the club, drank the drink. Vodka, a whiff of vermouth, pomegranate juice, and a lethal twist of cyanide. That's in addition to the buzz, erotica, zoner, and the champagne cocktail, champagne, bitters, sugar substitute, and a splash of grenadine, already in her system. That's fast work on the tox. I started on her last night. We had several unexpected guests, weather-related. You've been here all night? Considering the weather and the state of the roads, it seemed wiser to spend the night with the dead rather than risk joining them. I have a very comfortable sofa here. It's unfortunate my house here doesn't run to anything approaching decent coffee. Peabody. On it. No. He waved a hand in the air. Don't go out in this urban Arctic on my account. Just to my vehicle, Eve told him. I have the real deal in its AC. Then I'd be grateful. Eve waited until Peabody scurried off. Plus, it gets her out of this part. She hates this part. Some never fully adjust. He looked down at Loxy Flash, naked, chest still splayed open from the Y-cut. Here you have a young woman, only a few years over the legal age, whose body has already been ravaged by addictions. Kidneys, liver, heart, lungs, all already showing signs of that abuse. If she'd continued down this path, it's unlikely she'd have seen 40. Of course, she didn't have the chance to continue or to stop. She had the chance. She didn't take it. Cyanide confirmed COD. Yes, and the TOD from your gauge confirmed. You see the cherry-red skin color. There are a couple of hairline fractures on her ribs I'd speculate came from an attempt at CPR. There was an attempt. The lack of bruising there indicates it was already too late. The cyanide salts she ingested would have acted quickly. The tats and piercings, as you see. She was a bit overweight, and considering the lack of muscle tone, didn't exercise. She had breast enhancements, and was wearing nipple clamps when delivered to us. She has little else to say. A life hard-lived, hard-ended. Peabody came back with a small pot. I grabbed this out of your office, programmed you 3 cups from the DLE's AC, dumped them in. You're a genius. I couldn't remember how you take it. At this moment, with great gratitude. If anything else shows up with her, Eve told Morris, let me know. Otherwise, you've given me what I expected. I don't think she's holding any secrets now, but we'll finish. I haven't heard from next of kin as yet. If you don't, her ex said he'd make her arrangements. Let's hit it, Peabody. Be safe out there, Morris called after them. And my eternal thanks for the coffee. I didn't stall, Peabody began, and Eve shook her head. Straightforward poisoning, no surprises. Unless you consider the fact she was slowly killing herself with alcohol, illegals, and bad choices a surprise. I don't. You can start trying to nail down where Strongbow got her hands on cyanide salts. Let's give the next of kin another 24 before contacting Glaze. Once she slid behind the wheel, Eve sat a moment, organizing her thoughts. We're going to focus on looking for the next target. Try to get ahead of her. In the book, the Vic was 68, so let's go from 60 to 75. She was worth about 260 mil. We're going to go from 2 mil up to 4. She can be widowed or divorced. The fictional Vic had been both, but she won't be currently married or cohabbing. She'll have a son and a daughter, maybe other offspring, but she'll have to have one of each. I reread parts of it last night before I got the call from dispatch. I can start a search. Okay. Unless Harvo pulled an all-nighter like Morris, she hasn't had time to get us anything yet, but we need to keep on that. I want Yancey all over the sketch. We push on the canvas for the damn dreads. Can I have hot chocolate? Peabody offered a winsome smile. I fantasized about it on the hike from the subway. Go. Eve flicked a hand at the in-dash. She drove to Central, saw with some astonishment a couple of kids sliding down the sidewalk on what looked like flattened cardboard. Why aren't their asses frozen? Probably because they're only 10-year-old asses. She handed Eve a go-cup of coffee. I've been thinking about the coats. The 2 she made. Well, 3, since one was reversible. She has to have a professional machine, like I said, something that will handle the heavier materials, the heavier thread. She probably brought it with her to Brooklyn. If she's on a budget, buying one's a big expense, so with her skill level, she probably had it before, hauled it, or had it shipped up here. Maybe we can track it. We need to push into Delaware. That's another angle there. If she had her own professional machine, she likely did work out of her own place, either full or part-time. Do you need a license for that? Considering, Peabody pursed her lips. Maybe a certification? I'll check. If she sewed under the table, didn't report sales or fees, that's a harder route to follow, but she'd have had some reportable income or big flag. She'd need a certification or a tax ID to buy supplies wholesale. She'd want that, Eve concluded. She'd need to maximize income. Start playing those angles back in Delaware, and we'll keep on them in Brooklyn." She pulled into a lot at Central, shuffling the agenda in her head. "Start digging on the license or certification or whatever the hell for tailoring. Female, in Delaware, and cross with any lapses in the last 2 years. Lapses or transfers to New York. We'll look for employment, income from tailoring, seamstressing in Delaware, and again the lapse that fits our timeline." Eve got out, headed to the elevators. "I'll push on Harvo, take another look at the Transit Authority feed, and see if we can track her from the stop in Brooklyn last night. Even in a stupid fur hoodie, it was freaking cold, so maybe she took a cab or a bus." As the elevator doors opened, some compact missile with arms and legs, launched out. It slammed Peabody on the fly, knocking her back and down. At the same instant, Eve managed to pivot, catch the missile on her shoulder, use its momentum to flip it over. A clatter of footsteps on the iron steps echoed with Peabody's breathless curse. Eve pivoted again, but wasn't quite quick enough to avoid one of the limbs, a foot from glancing off her jaw, another from banging into her ribs, before she dropped bodily on the now cackling man, she realized. A very small man with a really long beard. She said, "Fuck, fuck, fuck me," as she held him down, shifting to pull her restraints off her belt. He continued to cackle, to wriggle, as Peabody gained her hands and knees, and the thundering footsteps became a pair of breathless uniforms. "Little asshole," one of them spewed, as Eve finally clamped on the restraints. "He just all of a sudden went batshit." Eve sat on the little asshole, eyeing the uniforms balefully. "What the fucking fuck?" "Sir, he came in to report an assault," he said, "and we were starting to process when he went batshit. He took off for the elevator like he had wings on his tiny little feet." Eve looked down at the crazed, glassy eyes of a man who looked like a creepy garden gnome. "And neither of you could tell he's on something that makes him think he can fly? Get him in the tank. He assaulted an officer. Peabody, your status." "I'm, okay. Wrapped my head pretty good." She reached around, probed with her fingertips. "Ow! Haul his tiny stupid ass up the steps." Eve dragged him up, shoved him at the uniforms. "2 counts of assaulting an officer," she said, rubbing her stinging jaw. "Find out what he ingested, popped, or smoked. For Christ's sake!" "I love you, sweetie cheeks," the tiny wriggling man shouted at Eve. "Want to kiss your boobies?" "Yeah? Well, I want to kick your tiny ass. We'll both live with the disappointment." She gripped Peabody's arm, guided her into the elevator. "Boobies!" he shouted, before the elevator doors shut. "I'm surrounded by boobies. Do you need medical?" "I don't think... Were we just slammed by a giggling, bearded dwarf?" "You were." "Then I probably only need an ice pack. And a blocker." "Get both. Goddamn world's full of goddamn crazy people." The elevator doors opened. Several people started to get on. Eve snarled. Several people backed off. She repeated the process all the way to homicide, where once again she gripped Peabody's arm and dragged her to the bullpen. "Somebody get Peabody an ice pack and a damn blocker." Baxter swiveled in his chair. "You take a hit, Peabody?" "I got decked by a flying dwarf." "I can't count the times that's happened to me." But he rose, patted her cheek. "I've got you covered. Let's get your coat off, sweetie." Across the bullpen, Santiago pulled open a drawer on his desk. "Got your blocker, Peabody." Someone else came up with the tube of water, and the reliable and earnest Trueheart trotted over with an ice pack. Satisfied her partner would live through the morning, Eve started to turn away and walk to her office. She caught the scent of fat, yeast, sugar. Narrowed her eyes as Nadine walked in with a bakery box. And with a rock star. The blue line dissolved in the scent of fresh donuts. Nadine, wisely, pushed the box at Eve and avoided a stampede. "Are you all right, Peabody?" "I got slammed by a flying dwarf. Hit my head." "A flying dwarf?" Nadine repeated with a look of concern at Eve. "It happens. What do you want, Nadine? We're a little busy." "I come with baked goods and some potential information. If you aren't interested, my office." Eve set the box on Peabody's desk, gave her men the hard eye. "She gets the first, or I hear about it." "Aw," Peabody said as Eve stalked away. "What information?" Eve demanded. "I'm not bullshitting about the busy, and Peabody's eyes are still wheeling around in her head." Tall, built, and handsome, in a been-there-done-that sort of way, Jake glanced over his shoulder. Where did the flying dwarf come from? The elevator. Eve headed straight for the auto chef as her to-go cup of coffee had splatted on the garage floor. "You're here because I was going to look you up later, see if you could tell me anything about Glaze and Loxy Flash." "Actually, that's why—" Jake trailed off as he caught sight of her murder board. Eve programmed 3 coffees, gave him a once-over. "If you're sensitive, we can take this elsewhere." "I wouldn't have thought, but that's pretty harsh. I guess usual for you, like flying dwarves." She reassessed him. She'd only met him once, under tense circumstances, and had found him steady. He had that tall, dark, dangerous look she knew some women went for. She assumed he had more going for him if Nadine was flustered over him. He turned to Eve now, gestured toward her face with a long finger. "It looks like you got a slam, too." The dwarf had feet in really hard shoes, and her ribs ached at the moment like a bad tooth. "Sorry, crap mood." Getting kicked in the face by a dwarf's bound to sour the mood. Jake took the coffee she offered. "Thanks. Listen, I heard about Loxy. It's all over the everywhere. Nadine figured I should come in, talk to you." "Talk." She gestured toward her visitor's chair. He sat, winced a little. "Does this chair have teeth?" "Apparently. Glazier's been recording at your place." "Right." Jake shoved at his long, tousled hair. "I want to say he's turned himself around, and it's not always easy in our game. He's been an asshole, but he's young, and it's almost required you're an asshole when you're young and rocking it." "Are you an asshole?" "Jesus, Dallas!" "It's fair," Jake said to Nadine with a spark of humor in crystal blue eyes. "I'm not so young, and while I had asshole moments, I decided early on the music was more important than the party, even than the sex, though that can run neck and neck in some cases. Glaze took a while to get there, made some idiot choices, but he's on the road. Loxy was a big pothole in that road." The humor died as he glanced down at the coffee in his hand. "I'm sorry she's dead. I'm sorry she died like she did. But Glaze had already driven around that pothole and moved on. He wouldn't have hurt her." "Do you know who would have?" Jake looked at Nadine. "You can be straight. Nadine said in a way that told Eve she had said the same before. She won't think less of you. I think a little less of me for saying it, but okay. She was one prime bitch. Selfish, mean as a rattler, with no sense of loyalty. My opinion? She wanted Glaze more after he didn't want her. Dog in the manger. She had a dog? For a moment, Jake just stared. It's an expression. Like you want something more when you can't have it. What does that have to do with dogs and mangers? Never mind. You knew her well? Not really. I knew who and what she was. I've seen her kind, plenty. Between bouts with Glaze, she made moves on Rocky, our drummer. Our married drummer. He didn't move back. She made them on me, and just hell no. She just wanted to leech onto rockers. That sounds harsh. Apparently he did have a sensitive side, and Eve didn't have time for it. Does being dead make her less of a bitch while she was breathing? He blew out a breath, stared down at his coffee again. No. Nadine figured I should tell you I ran into her a few days ago, and we had some harsh words. When, where, what? She came to my place, wanted to see Glaze. They were recording. I was going to lay some tracks with them, so I was around. I saw her on the security. I didn't say anything to Glaze. She's a distraction. Was, he corrected. I went to the door, told her to blow. She told me to suck it and so on. She was high, buzzed most likely. She offered me a BJ if I let her in. I said shit. I said I thought too much of my dick to have her mouth on it. She took a swing at me, missed. I told her if she came back, if she tried any of that shit again, I'd twist her up. And I shut the door on her. So, I threatened her. How about you tell me where you were last night at about 2200? Is that 10 in actual time? Because about then, Lois and I were engaged in certain activities. He was at my place from about 9 o'clock last night, and we were together all night. Stop playing with him, Dallas. It's routine and procedure, Eve corrected. Did she try to come back? No, at least not when I was around. Glaze is clean. I know when someone isn't. He's seeing a real nice woman, and he's focused on staying clean, the woman and the music. This'll mess him up some, and I'm more sorry about that than her being dead, and that's harsh too, but truth. You're around the studio a lot? I live there. I work there, so yeah. When I'm not traveling, or we're not doing a gig or promo, I'm there. Did you ever notice a woman hanging around? Before she could finish, he flashed a grin, the one that told her just what flustered Nadine. Maybe one or two. A specific woman, Eve continued, about 5'6", on the lean side, red hair, blue side dreads, hitting around 40, a couple of times. She went on alert. Outside the studio? Across the street. I nearly ran into her. I think the same day as Loxie. I was coming back from a meeting to lay those tracks, and she must have been camped out, like I'd seen her a couple times. She sort of bumped into me, then freaked. I started to say something, but she jerked back and took off running. Didn't think much of it. We get the type. Eve jabbed a finger at Nadine to silence her. How good a look did you get? Face to face is a pretty good look. Off the record, Eve snapped at Nadine. I need you to work with our police artist. Jake lifted his eyebrows. You think that strange, spooky woman's involved? You were face to face with a strange, spooky woman who's killed 3 people. Nadine, none of this goes out. I know the damn drill, Dallas. I need a one-on-one update. Can't do it. Listen, if you get 2 from me in as many days, it'll rub too many feathers. I'm giving you an according to an NYPSD source, name withheld, as the source doesn't have authorization to discuss the investigation. Nadine sulked a moment, then nodded. That works. That source indicates investigators conclude the murder of Loxie Flash is connected to 2 other open cases. Multiple eyewitnesses have identified a person of interest, and investigators are pursuing new leads. That's a runaround, Nadine complained. Those are facts, and we're going to have a likeness of that person of interest this morning. Wait. Add the hair and a mink hoodie. A mink hoodie? She grabbed it on the run last night. No point letting her enjoy it. Jake, I need you to come with me. Nadine, out of my office. I need to feed this to the station. Not from my office. Fine. Are you using Yancey? Yeah. I'll be there in a few minutes. She patted Jake's arm when he rose. I won't be long. It's okay. Weird, but okay. Then he dipped down, kissed her. Do what you do, Lois. 19. Eve led Jake out of the bullpen and toward a glide. There's a guy back there wearing a tie designed to fry corneas, and another guy in a cowboy hat, Jake noted. Eve said, Yes. But they're cops? Yes. This is a really weird day. Eve didn't glide on glides. She moved. Jake, long legs and jump boots, kept up with her, weaving and bobbing. She noted he got a lot of double takes, chin and finger points along the way. Apparently he didn't consider being recognized every 5 seconds part of a weird day. She caught a movement, glanced back to see a woman barreling up the glide with a wild look in her eyes, so Eve finger-pointed herself. No, she said, firm and cool. But I just wanna— No. Jake flashed a smile over his shoulder as he quickened his steps to match Eve's pace. Maybe later. I love you, Jake, the woman shouted, with, Eve noted, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Is that usual? She asked. He shrugged. It happens. Did you really get kicked in the face by a dwarf? It happens. When he laughed, Eve decided he was, possibly, okay. Since you had that face-to-face, Eve began, did you notice her eye color? Brown. Maybe hazel-leaning brown. You pay attention. I like looking at women, he said easily. All kinds of women. The one who just confessed her love for you. Can you describe her? Heading toward 40. Not quite there yet. Pretty blue eyes, a lot of dark blonde hair. Wavy, not curly. Is this a test? You did okay. She was wearing a wedding ring, he added. Not everybody does who is— You do, but it's something I like to notice. Not a bad policy. How about the redhead? Did you notice any jewelry? Skull earrings, now that you mention it. She had gloves on, so I can't say if she wore a ring. Keeping up the pace, she wound him through to Yancey's division and saw Brad the bartender already there. Brad spotted her, and the initial look of relief in his exhausted eyes turned to wide-eyed stunned when he recognized Jake. Lieutenant, Dallas. Right, this is so chill. I mean, it's awful. I've been trying— Jake Kincaid. Wow. Iced. Detective Yancey, Mr. Kincaid also got a good look at the suspect. You were there? Another time and place, Eve said, before Brad could stammer out more. We appreciate you coming in this morning, Brad. Didn't get any sleep anyway. I got a good look at her, I did. It's just harder to, see her now. The lights in there are whack on purpose, so... We're getting there. Yancey, only a few years Brad's senior, offered the bartender an encouraging smile. Eve imagined Yancey looked more like an artist than a cop, with the curly, dark hair, the soulful eyes. But he was damn good at both. Let's see what you've got so far. As Yancey worked both by hand and by comp, he turned his sketchbook around. She'd worked with less, Eve thought as she studied the sketch. But she'd have judged the woman the face represented to be in her late 20s, and the hair dominated the face itself. We haven't been at it long, Yancey told her. Just really getting down to it. More than we had. Does this match your impression, Jake? Well, she's a good 10 years older than she looks here. She's got some wear. Don't mean any disrespect. We're not here to respect her, Eve pointed out. Okay, so... Head angled, he studied the sketch. She's got some wear, you know. Lines starting. He started to reach for one of Yancey's pencils, stopped himself. Out from the eyes, beside the mouth. Do you draw? Yancey asked him. I fool around. Why don't you go ahead and show me? I don't want to mess it up. It's already comp-logged. Go ahead. Okay, so... Jake took the pencil. I'd say her eyes are a little rounder. More like... He rounded them subtly, smudged some lines at the corner with the side of a calloused thumb. And maybe a little broader nose. It seemed broader because her face is narrow, and it narrows more at the chin, like... that. Then the expression lines here. And I want to say she looked sallow, like somebody who doesn't get out much in the sun. That's right, Brad murmured. That's really right. Her mouth's smaller than what I said, isn't it? I was going to say tighter, but yeah. Her features don't really balance. It's just a click or two off. She's not... Jake passed the pencil back to Yancey. It feels wrong to diss a woman in front of a woman. A cop, Eve corrected. You want to say she's not attractive. Not like dead ugly, but not the sort you look at twice. A fader, if you get me. The hair was all, look at me, I'm on it, but it didn't go with the rest of her. She was trying to be what she wasn't. Trying for younger, edgier, and just missing the mark. Wanted to be with, Brad supplied, and she's without. Yancey worked on the mouth, redefined the chin. Eve studied the sketch. Heavily lined eyes, darkly dyed mouth, the dreads falling on either side of the face, closing it in. It's a good likeness, Jake commented. It's a real skill to be able to draw a likeness that good of somebody just from other people's bits and pieces. We'll run it, Eve said. Log that, copy and send, she told Yancey. And can you do another? Take away the heavy makeup, the dreads? Jake says brown eyes, possibly hazel, so go with brown hair. Playtime. Yancey rolled his shoulders, swiveled to the computer, and began some tech magic. On screen, the dreads vanished. He filled in temples, cheeks, and side jawlines. Layer by layer, he brushed away the thick eyeliner, the thickened lashes, took the eyebrows from dark and bold to a calmer brown. The lips went from hard red to pale, almost undefined. Yeah, a fader, Jake murmured, as her hair faded to a nondescript brown. Before Eve could speak, Yancey held up a finger. "Gimme a second." He redefined here, smudged there, deepened some of the lines. "Naked face. They'd show more," he muttered. Eve leaned over his shoulder, studied the result. "There you are, bitch. There you fucking are." Satisfied, Yancey nodded. "I can start facial recognition here." "Do that. Send it to me, and I'll back that up. Damn good work. Go home, Brad. Get some sleep." "I helped?" She wanted to get to it, to start this part of the hunt with the scent inside her. But she took a moment. He looked so damn young and so damn tired. "You help now, you helped last night. The Flash is still dead. Not a damn thing you could have done to change that. There's another life on the line now, and what you did last night, what you did right here, could help save that one. Tagging me, that was smart. Chasing after her, that was brave. Coming here, that was responsible. You hit all 3 marks. Go home and sleep. Will you let me know when you get her? I'll sure sleep better when you do. I'll let you know. Do you need transpo?" No, thanks." "Thanks, Detective Yancey. Back at you, bro." "I know it's whack timing and all, but, man, it's like the ult meeting you, Jake." "Another back at you." Jake shook his hand, and Brad walked off grinning. "Got a book. Again, good work, Yancey," Eve said. "Nice meeting you," Jake added to Yancey. "I'll go with the whack timing, the ult, and add, Night Run still bangs all the bells." "Appreciate it." Jake had to stretch his long legs to keep up with Eve's. "What do you do now?" "The job." "Sorry," she said quickly. "You were a big help, more than usual, so we got this likeness nailed fast." "There's another life on the line?" That wasn't bullshit to make Brad feel better, because it did. The idea that he helped, I mean. He did help, and no, it's not bullshit. You're in line on helping save that life, too. Nadine came clicking along in her high-heeled boots before Eve reached the glide. "I got hung up," she began, "and you were fast." "Don't tell me you got her." "You got her?" "You said don't tell you." Eve hopped on the glide. Nadine reversed course, hopped on behind her. "Let me see her." "No." "God damn it, Dallas! You can't broadcast the sketch unless the commander gives that a green, and he's not going to give it a green at this time. If I broadcast it, odds are somebody's seen her, can lead you to her. Odds are shorter she rabbits. If I don't have her in the box or a cage within 36, that's another story. It's my story. My case. Your case, my story. They're not opposed. I damn well helped you get this far this fast. You'll get your story when I close my case." "Jesus, you guys are sexy." "Sorry," Jake said, without a hint of remorse when they both blasted him with stares. "Thinking out loud. But facts are facts. Sexy is sexy. Do you ever go at each other like that when you're, more casually attired?" "Don't respond," Nadine said. "It only encourages him." "Run with what you've got," Eve advised, "and within 36, less, she thought, less, you'll have the rest." With that, she vaulted over the side of the glide, dropped down 2 feet, and bolted. Nadine hissed after her. Jake grinned. "I like her." Eve double-timed it into homicide. "We've got a face," she snapped at Peabody as she continued straight into her office. She pulled up the file Yancey sent, programmed for facial recognition, then printed out hard copies. When Peabody hustled in, Eve slapped the sketch on her board. "That's her? She looks—" "Harmless," Eve finished. "Part of her arsenal, looking harmless. Being so bland, she can morph into anyone. A fader, Jake said, and that's just right. She can fade into the characters she chooses, and right now she's got some rich woman in her crosshairs. We are not going to let her take that shot. McNabb tagged me, said they're working on a search for you and have a first pass. Where is it? They're refining it. He says it's too broad and they're working on narrowing it. How fast will she move? Pacing the confines of her office, Eve kept that face in her line of vision. That's the question. She won't be in the system, so the facial match may take longer. She won't have done anything up until now to get noticed. Maybe we'll find some mental, emotional treatments in her medicals when we nail her down, but that's no given. Nothing to stand out. She's a good seamstress. Better than good. Yeah, you do that alone. And to make a living, you do it for other people who get to wear what you make or alter, right? Do they notice you? Do they give you a second thought? Like the line chef in a restaurant who's sweating it out to make the meal you order? Behind the scenes, under the radar. Writing. Now, you get your name out there. Bullshit book by A.E. Strongbow. You get recognition, praise, maybe some fame and fortune. Here I fucking am. It's her turn, goddammit. Finally her turn. Eve swung around, drilled a finger into Strongbow's face. How does she gain access to the rich woman? In the book, the greedy son argues with the rich mother, ends up shoving her. She falls down the stairs, breaks her neck. He manages to pin it on his sister because said sister had a public tiff with the dead mother just that afternoon. How does she get into the house? Disguises herself as the son? Eve shook her head. Rich people have security. She can't get through that pretending to be a member of the household. Security, staff. Delivery person? Peabody considered. Part of a cleaning crew? Newly hired staff? Eve held up a finger. What does she do well? Sews. Rich women hire seamstresses, right? They can have them come to their home, more private, more convenient. She's been in New York long enough to have established herself in that line of work. Has to pay the bills, and she thinks ahead. She needs a rich woman to kill. Leonardo. Peabody shrugged. It's a long shot, but we have a direct line to a top designer. Rich women, such as yourself, use top designers. I'm not rich. Rourke's rich. Leonardo's an angle. Let's see if we can contact him, show him the sketch. Maybe it'll ring. If not, he has plenty of contacts of his own in the business. Somebody he knows might recognize her. I'll tag him. Peabody looked at the sketch again. She doesn't stand out. Her work might, but try it. I'm going to set an alert on the search and go up to harass Feeney on his. She can't wait long, Eve thought as she headed up to EDD. The last chapter didn't go as she'd written. She knew she had a cop on her heels. Up until now, Strongbow had hidden in plain sight, and it worked for her. But under the crazy, she had a brain and had to know the plot had twisted on her. So no, she wouldn't wait long. Eve walked into the colorful circus of EDD. She took a quick moment to look through the dancing, prancing e-geeks to see McNabb hard at work at his station. Hard at work, she judged, as his shoulders bopped, his fingers snapped, and his head did a kind of jibe that had his multitude of ear hoops glinting. She dived for the sanity of Feeney's office. He leaned on the side of his desk in his shit brown suit. He had what might have been a coffee stain on his shit-brown tie, but it was hard to tell. His face, like his suit, looked comfortably baggy. She figured he'd had a recent trip to his barber, as his silver-threaded ginger hair sprang out to about half of its known capacity. He shifted his basset hound eyes from his screen to her face. "No point pushing us, kid. We're working it. I've got a face. Got a name and location to go with it? Not yet. We'll get her. Problem on this end?" He flicked a finger at the screen. "Her writing samples hit dead average. Even some below in some of them. So we've got a hell of a lot of maybes." Eve glanced at the screen, saw words, phrases skimming by, along with figures that looked like code and numbers that looked like math. Altogether, it looked impossible, which was why she wasn't trying to do the damn search herself. Average or just below is what she is, with a couple of exceptions. She can tailor and she can kill. She showed Feeney the printout of the sketch. "You got 40 to 45, white, brown, and brown. No distinguishing anything. If she's not in the system for a bump or two, you're gonna be a while on facial. Yeah, I got that. Hides in plain sight. A fader. That's the best term for her. Jake called her a fader." "Jake? You got a new man in your division?" "No." Eve frowned at the sketch, trying to see more. "Jake Kincaid. Nadine's tangling with him." "Didn't know she had a—" Feeney straightened, shoved a finger at Eve. "Jake Kincaid? Avenue fucking A?" "Yeah. She met him at the garden during the assault. I guess they hit it off." Feeney jabbed a finger again, this time made sharp contact. "You had Jake fucking Kincaid in the house?" "Yeah. He'd seen in the house. Jake Kincaid. And you don't think to tag your old pal, your old partner, the one who pulled you off street duty and into homicide?" His eyes looked a little fierce, a little wild. Eve eased back a step before she got poked again. "No. I was kind of busy trying to get the face of a serial killer so I could, discourage her from killing the next person on her list. Anyway, how was I supposed to know you'd want to meet him?" Now Feeney stepped back, almost reeled back, slapped a hand to his heart. "Do you even know me at all? What did I have playing when I trained you on stakeouts?" "Music." "Rock music," she muttered when he stared holes in her. And who would be my favorite rock band?" Mentally, she knew better than to try it physically with him staring at her. She rolled her eyes. "The Stones." "That is correct. What did I try and obviously fail to teach you about music? About Jagger and Clapton, about Springsteen, about Kirkland, Dobler, and Jake fucking Kincaid? They, rock? They are each the voice of their generation. My old man's and his, mine, yours. Jake Kincaid and Avenue A followed in the footsteps of the greats and made their own. Have you even heard their cover of Painted Black? But he's in our house, and you don't tell me. I'll get him back. You'll get him back. Yeah, I'll fix it. I have to go back down, but I'll fix it." She escaped. "Burn It Up is the rock anthem of your generation!" Feeney shouted after her. She quickened her pace, grabbed her link on the fly. "Nadine, I need a favor." Nadine's feline eyes narrowed. "Really?" "For Feeney," Eve corrected, before she ended up trading for an appearance on Now. "A favor for Feeney." She fixed it, put it away, and planned to close herself in her office and will the facial recognition to hurry the hell up. Peabody waylaid her in the bullpen. "Leonardo's coming in." "In?" He doesn't have to come in. Just show him the damn sketch. I did, and she didn't pop for him, but he was just leaving his studio anyway and said he'd come in, take another look, and maybe we can give him some details that could help. He'll talk to his team and spread the word. Okay, that works. Everything okay? You look hassled. Because I am. I am hassled. Did you know Feeney has a hard-on, musically speaking, for Jake Kincaid? Dallas, anybody who spins rock does. And for Feeney, rock's a religion. Santiago's sulking a little bit because you pulled Jake out before he could meet him. That, on top of not getting to meet Delano, has bummed him pretty wide. We're cops, Eve groaned. She turned toward the slightly sulky Santiago, then lifted her arms to the rest of the bullpen. We're cops! Murder cops, Baxter called out. Protecting and serving, Jenkinson added. Because you could get dead, Carmichael finished. Trueheart grinned. Go team! Jesus, I need coffee. She started to stalk away, rethought. She could throw one of her men a bone and save herself a step. Santiago, Carmichael, you're going to take the sketch of my suspect to Delano in Brooklyn. Santiago visibly perked up, actually adjusted his cowboy hat. Yeah? I want her and her family to watch for this individual who was known to have stalked them previously. Find out if Delano, her mother, or her daughters have seen this woman, when and where, if so. Take another copy to the daughter's school, show it around. Issue warnings. Check in with Brooklyn PSD, leave them a sketch. Hit the neighborhood shops, restaurants, and so on. Work it. The streets, alleys, shelters, boutiques, markets, diners, LCs, sidewalk sleepers, beat droids. She fades, but she's not fucking invisible. If she scouts in that neighborhood, somebody's seen her. Go. Santiago rose. All over it, boss. Peabody. Printing out sketches now. Once again, Eve started toward her office, stopped when she heard a trill of crazed laughter. Bella. Not just Leonardo, she thought, but the whole family. Mavis Freestone bounced in on electric blue air boots with 2-inch sparkling soles. The boots matched the current color of her hair, worn today in masses of braids. Her open coat, blue again, with thin stripes of pink and green, revealed a deep purple skin suit. Beside her, Leonardo towered, copper skin, bronze-tipped coils of hair, and a long leather coat the color of good port wine. In his arms, Bella, blonde curls falling under a hat with a puppy face and long floppy ears, waved her mittened hands and shouted, Das! Heartbreaker in training. Baxter got up from his desk grinning, walked over to snatch her and toss her up in a way that made Bella squeal and Eve's heart stop. Jesus, Baxter! She's a cutie. He set her down. She toddled straight over to hug Eve's legs, then tried to climb up them. Left with little choice, Eve hauled her up. Bella planted a wet, sticky kiss on her cheek, bounced, babbled with blue eyes dancing, and ended with a question. Orc? He's not here. Oh, of Orc. Right. Listen, I appreciate you coming in. We were close by, Leonardo told her. Anything I can do to help. Probability's high she's working as a seamstress or a tailor. Most likely out of Brooklyn, but she may commute. Peabody says she's good, really good. Design and execution, Peabody confirmed. Hey, Bellamina, wanna come with me? Bella blew Peabody a kiss, but curled into Eve. Das. Let's take it into my office. Because Eve couldn't quite get her head around standing in the bullpen holding a kid. Sure. Hey, Jenkinson, Mavis beamed at him. That tie is the total alt. Don't encourage him, Eve mumbled and led the way. I'm running facial recognition, she began, and we've got a couple other angles. Since you're in the business, maybe you know somebody who knows something. If she's as good as Peabody says, maybe she works for a top outlet or designer. We need to— As they stepped into the office, Bella gasped. She pointed at the board. Ow! Oh, shit. Leonardo grabbed Bella, turned her face into his shoulder. He went pale and glassy-eyed himself, even when he deliberately looked away from the board. Moving fast, Eve snatched up her coat, tossed it over the board to cover the crime scene photos. Sorry. Shit, sorry. Shit, Bella echoed against her father's broad shoulder. And again, sorry. Hey, Bellissima. Cool and calm, Mavis took her from Leonardo and gestured toward the sketch of Eve done by a young survivor. Who is that? Das! Ow, forgotten. Bella threw back her head, gave her big belly laugh. Das! Remembering how Leonardo reacted to the sight of blood and violence, and there'd been plenty of it on the board, Eve pulled out her desk chair. Thanks. I don't know how you do what you do. I don't know how anybody does. Got any of Mira's tea in the AC? Mavis asked. Yeah, give me a second. I'll get it. Hey, Bella, let's make Daddy some tea. Just think happy thoughts, Moon Pie. She managed them, Eve thought. Her friend, the former grifter, the woman who changed her hair color more often than some changed their socks, the music vid star and walking rainbow, handled the big man and the little girl as naturally, as smoothly, as if she'd trained for it all her life. With Bella on her hip, she set the tea on the desk, leaned down to kiss Leonardo's cheek. We're going to sit on the floor here and play with our blocks. Das! Dallas has to work, my baby doll, but we get to play. She sat on the floor, pulled a bag of colorful blocks out of the enormous pink and green handbag. Okay, then. Here's the deal. Eve leaned on the desk, brought Leonardo's attention to her. She's about 40, and she relocated from Delaware about 2 years ago. She'd live alone, on a budget. She'd be unlikely to socialize or make an impression. With her work, yeah, but not otherwise. Not the sort that draws attention. More slides into the background. She writes. She's probably a reader. She's going to seem harmless. She's going to have her own professional machine at home. She's likely to do side work. A lot of tailors do side work. Off the books. I did myself when I was just getting started. Did you go to clients' homes? Once you establish a relationship, that's usually what you do. If you have a place, they might come to you, but usually you're offering them the convenience. A fitting, alterations of something they already have, sometimes an original design. How do they find you? Word of mouth. He sipped tea and seemed to relax again. If you're working in a shop, department store, boutique, you'd slip them a card, let them know you'd be happy to come to them for a job, big or small. If you're working for another tailor, you'd have to be really careful about that. Some will fire you on the spot. If she doesn't socialize, it's harder. It might be she gets side work from having a customer approach her. Okay, got that. I've still got my contacts from my early days. I can ask around. I'm going to give you the sketch and ask you to do just that. If you get a hit, remember, she's not harmless. Just tag me. She stopped when her comp signaled. Turning to the screen, she felt the lift, the buzz, as she studied the ID shots side by side with the sketch. Anne Elizabeth Smith. Average name, average face. No more fading, she stated. I've got the bitch.
Bitch,
Bella said cheerfully, and laughed like a loon. 20. The minute she cleared her office, Eve started a run on Anne Elizabeth Smith, barked for Peabody. Peabody came on the run. Mavis said you... She caught the face on screen. Yes! Born and raised in Wilmington, Delaware. D.O.B. March 14, 2018. No sibs. Parents divorced in 27. Father relocated the same year. Remarried 6 months later. Already had a skirt on the side, she deduced. Mother, a seamstress, ran her own shop. Fit for you, established 2023. She learned young, Peabody said. Her mother taught her to sew. That fits. The mother remarried and relocated in 36. It looks like Smith took over the management of the shop. Run a side search on that, the financials. It shut down 2 years ago, coordinating with her move to New York. I've got a Brooklyn address and employment at Dobbs. Small, exclusive department store, Peabody told her as she worked her PPC. High-end clothing and accessories. Carmichael and Santiago are already in Brooklyn. Eve pulled out her communicator. We'll have them sit on her home address. Keep running that, and get us a conference room. Pull in uniform Carmichael and... Officer Shelby. We're going to work out the takedown. While Peabody went out, PPC in hand, Eve contacted her detectives, gave the order. Then contacted Feeney. Told you already. It's going to take a while, he said stiffly. I may have her. Don't stop what you're doing, and I don't want to pull McNabb off it. I need a geek. Can you spare one? You can take Calendar. His tone stayed as frosty as the day. She knows how you work. Perfect. I'm taking a conference room, working out the op. I'll get her moving. Though still stiff, he added, Good hunting. One more thing. I'm sending you an address. He offered her a mournful stare. You got any detectives in your own division? Non-work related. It's Kincaid's recording studio. Avenue A. The band is doing whatever, a session. They expect to start about 1500 today, go through till maybe 2300. It gives you a big window. You're cleared for it. Cleared for it? Feeney said blankly. To, go. To hang. Watch, listen. He didn't have time to come back to Central, but you can go there. If you want. I'm cleared to watch Avenue A record? The frosty tone melted into the odd. Yeah, I said I'd fix it. When he didn't speak for a full 15 seconds, Eve worried he'd suffered a small stroke. Feeney? You didn't fix it. His voice came out raw, then went to booming. You killed it! Holy shit! Holy mother of shit! Best day of my life. Don't tell my wife, my kids, my grandkids I said that. Ever. Holy hot, steaming shit! She wasn't sure she could tell anyone, ever, that the cop she considered to be as steady, cynical, bullshit-free as any she'd ever known currently looked just a little insane. That there might have been a tear in his baggy eye. Okay. So, we're good? Good, my ass! Kid, this is how you rock it. Okay, then. I've got to get on this, murder stuff. She clicked off fast, because Feeney's face reminded her of the big sloppy dog at the vet clinic. Peabody clomped back. Conference room 2. I've got some financial data. It's a little convoluted. Do I need Rourke? Not that convoluted. It looks like the mother retained ownership, kept Smith on salary. Decent enough, I guess, but not as much as you'd think for a daughter, only child, taking over the running of a family business. One said daughter worked in, on record, since the age of 17. It's, stingy. No percentage, no bonuses. Okay. Eve thought it through. Maybe a hard relationship with the mother. Mirror turf. But it may play into Smith's obsession with the female writer, the female characters, the female Vix. No personal female power or female circle, Peabody finished with a nod. A little more on that. The place did good business under the mother. Held its own for the first couple years after she passed the management. It shows a small decline, then a big drop. The big drop's about a year before she shut the doors. The mother, from my interpretation, shut them. Got it, Eve said, as she walked herself through transferring what she had to the comp in the conference room. Let's get set up. Walk and talk. We've got calendar on the e-work. On our way. Patch in Santiago and Carmichael when we're ready to brief. I want a map and whatever we can get of her residence. She'd probably be at work now, right? We need her direct supervisor. Let's find out. In the conference room, Eve immediately set up the board with Smith's ID shot front and center. Address is a 3-story, 18-unit apartment building. She's on the 2nd floor, 2nd unit, west side. Eve filed it in her head, visualized it, while she worked on the board. We tagged the store, Eve said, thinking out loud. Ask for the seamstress department. I think alterations. Then that. Request Smith by name for a link consult. She might know your face. We get calendar to do it. Determine whether or not she's in the store, how long she'll be there. We need a sense of the area she works in. Exits, how much running room. I'd rather wait until we're there to notify store security. We don't know them. As she worked out those logistics, uniformed Carmichael came in with Shelby. Grab coffee if you want. We're waiting for our e-person. Peabody, try records. See if we can access a blueprint of the Dobbs store. The one in Brooklyn? Shelby asked. I've got a friend who works there. Eve stopped what she was doing, turned to Shelby. Is she a blabbermouth? She can flap them, sir, but not if I swear her down. If I do, she'll zip it. Tag her and do that. I need her to find out if a seamstress is working today. Anne Elizabeth Smith. Eve gestured to the board. She's our suspect. I need to know if she's in the store and the structure of the department where she works. Jill, she'd know. She works in the fancy dress section, like formal wear and all that. Just the data, and no blabbing. She'll stay frosty, Lieutenant. Shelby pulled out her link as calendar came in. She'd whacked her hair short, added blue tips. She wore the many-pocketed baggies the e-geeks seemed to love. Her multitude of pockets sported blue and pink polka dots over their fields of electrified green. The rest of the baggies picked up the pink, while her high-top sneaks reveled in the green and blue. The frisky puppy frolicking over her shirt, and impressive breasts, seemed at odds with the weapon clipped to her belt. She said, Yo. Yo. Grab coffee. I'll brief in a minute. Got fizzy? She shook the go-cup in her hand. Ready and able. Lieutenant, the suspect isn't in today. We'll focus on her residence. Sir, Shelby continued, she hasn't worked there in almost a year. She quit, Jill says. handed in her notice and split. Didn't update her data. Is your friend still on your link? I've got her holding, sir. Eve walked over, took the link, flipped off the hold. This is Lieutenant Dallas. Oh, okay. The big-eyed blonde managed a nervous smile. Did you know Smith? A.E. Smith? Anne? Sure. Well, I didn't know her. We didn't, hang or anything, but I used her a lot when she worked here. For fittings and alterations. She was top-notch, you know. And fast, too. A lot of my regulars requested her. How did she get along there? She was really good at her job. I guess she wasn't so good with actual people. Not rude, just really shy, maybe. She never had anything to say. No friends? Around here? I guess not. Mo said I wasn't supposed to blab. I've got the lockdown. That doesn't apply to me. Shelby leaned into the screen. Spill to the lieutenant. Okay, then. She was weird. Not just quiet and shy, but weird. Wouldn't look you in the eye, mumbled. Spent her breaks huddled up with her PPC. That's if she took a break. Mostly she worked through. We're friendly around here, right? She just wasn't. And Dobbs throws a primo holiday party. She didn't even come when she was here. I guess she sort of creeped me. But she was really good at her job. You haven't seen her since she quit? No. I'm pretty sure some of my regulars use her on the side. Okay, appreciate it. Put the lock back on. Could I... Before I do that, can I ask if she did something whacked? You know how you hear people say, oh, she was so quiet, kept to herself, and how they never thought they'd do something whacked? Well, Anne was quiet and kept to herself, mega, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did something whacked. Shelby will let you know about that when our lock's off. Eve handed the link back to Shelby, made a wind-it-up signal with her finger. Gotta go, Jill. I'll get back to you. Peabody, patch in the others. Eve lined up the steps in her head, got the nod from Peabody. The suspect is Anne Elizabeth Smith, a.k.a. A.E. Strongbow. She has, we believe, killed 3 people. Rosie Kent, Eve continued, gesturing to the board, Chanel Rylan, and Loxie Flash. Each victim was chosen, each murder constructed, to correspond with the novel written by Blaine Delano. She ran through the outline of the victims, murders, motives, and Smith's obsession with Delano and the series. So, not only does the whacked, Callender said, she is the whacked. Legally whacked is for the courts and shrinks to say, but she's not the shy, quiet, harmless woman she appears to be. She's both dangerous and cunning. We won't underestimate her. Santiago, any sign she's in residence? Privacy screens are down, LT. We haven't sighted her going in or coming out. Our E-person will determine when we get there. If she's not in residence, we wait until she comes home. Peabody and me inside, Santiago and Detective Carmichael in the vehicle with Callender, uniforms out of sight at the rear of the building, moving in on my signal. If she's in residence, I want the uniforms on the rear, cutting off any attempt to exit. Detectives enter with me and Peabody, holding on the first floor to cut off that route. Callender with us. You'll knock. Get her to open up. She doesn't know your face, and she's not going to think cop seeing you. Hey! She won't think murder cop, Eve temporized. Accepted. She opens, you step out of the way. All weapons, low stun, but we take her down fast. She's a seamstress, so she's gonna have sharps. We don't know if she has other weapons. It's an old, low-rent working-class building, Peabody added. You should be able to get a heat signal with the portable Callender.
Copy that. I'll get eyes and ears, too, in case.
Gear up, Eve said, and let's roll. Straightforward, Eve thought, as she drove into Brooklyn with Calendar and her e-toys in the back. But no op, however straightforward or simple, could be taken casually. The straightforward could become the twisty and the simple the deadly. She worked out contingencies as she drove. The uniforms followed in a black and white, while Peabody mined for more data on the PPC. I've got the mother's social media pages. She's got a stepdaughter, well, 2, through her second marriage. But the younger just got married last June. A lot of pictures and commentary. Splashy white wedding in Savannah, where they're located. Gorgeous bridal gown. That's of great interest because Smith's mother designed it with her stepdaughter and made it. The stepdaughter's got commentary on here, refers to Smith's mother as Mom, new husband's a widower. Goes on and on about her new mom, the dress, the family. Not one mention of the stepsister she inherited. No photos of Smith anywhere I can find. I don't think she went to the wedding. No family ties. I'm not finding any. Her father, Smith's, has a page too. Not as chatty as the mother's, but he has one. Photos of him and his second wife, some golf buddies, and several including his son with second wife and his grandson. None of his daughter. Also no mention.
It's kinda sad, Calendar commented. The old man takes off, hooks up, starts a new family, and his daughter's left out. The mother sticks till she's of age, then she books too. New life, new family. Of course, since Smith is whack, maybe they considered it a kind of escape, but that's sad too.
Family's supposed to be family.
That's what I say.
Calendar bopped Peabody on the shoulder.
I mean, half my family's whack. Not kill you in your sleep whack, but we stick.
You're assuming the parents did the booking and forgetting, Eve pointed out, and not factoring in the father may have tried to keep lines open. And the mother didn't shut the doors of the shop until a couple of months after Smith walked out of it. Walked out of the family business, out of where she lived and worked her entire life. Then she walked out of her job here in New York.
You've got a point,
Calendar conceded. And whoever did the booking and forgetting, 3 people who did no harm are dead by Smith's hand.
Yeah, that's a big factor in it. Are Delano's books sexy? I like sexy books.
They've got a heat element, Peabody told her, but it's more, will they ever do it, instead of, hey, they're doing it again. We'll hold book club later, Eve said. Tell the uniforms to peel off. I want them to go around the back rather than drive past and go around. No point in having her glance out the window, see an NYPSD cruiser and panic. Peabody relayed as Eve made the turn onto Smith's Street. She spotted her detective's vehicle, approved they'd found a slot out of direct sightline from Smith's window, but with a good view of the building and the street. She pulled up across the street, contacted them. Hold there until Calendar gets her read. Officer Carmichael? Parking, Lieutenant. We'll move into position in a couple. First floor, rear door. We'll cover it until you say different. Calendar?
Take me a sec. It's a nice old building. Could use some work, but that's good solid brick there. And crap windows with crappier screens. I got you a heat source like bang. Far side of the room. Looks to be sitting down. One source, Dallas. Sitting but active.
We move in. Uniforms, take the back. Detectives, wait until we enter, then take the first floor. Calendar?
Wait once. I can keep this running, transfer to my pocket piece, and keep an eye on her. You want the eyes and ears?
Shouldn't need them. Ready?
Set, she said.
Peabody muttered, "Go," as they got out of different doors. They moved fast, not at a run, but a quick New York walk down the sidewalk to the building entrance. Eve mastered it open, gave her detectives the signal, then went in. She gestured up a set of narrow stairs. You knock. Say somebody gave you her name about tailoring.
What do I want tailored?
Oh, a wedding dress. Say a wedding dress, Peabody urged.
Frosty, I can play that.
She starts to open the door, step back.
I'm a real cop, you know.
You're a real cop, and you're coming in behind us. Draw your weapon and keep your hands out of view. Eve judged the doors they passed. A couple solid kicks, she estimated. If Smith didn't open, they'd take the door down and her with it. Where is she? Eve kept her voice low as they approached the apartment.
Same spot.
Peabody, take the other side of the door. Santiago? Got the door and the stairs. Officer Carmichael? On the back, Lieutenant. Stand by. She nodded to Calendar. Calendar put on a happy face, stepped up, weapon held low, and buzzed. A staticky intercom clicked on.
Yes? Hey, I'm Debbie. A friend of mine gave me your name. It's about my wedding. She said you're really, really good, and my mom really wants me to wear her dress, so it has to be altered before the big day.
Sorry, what?
In May. The wedding's in May. I've got a picture. Can I show you?
Hold on. A chain rattled. Calendar stepped back. Doors opening, Eve murmured into her comm. When the lock clicked and the door creaked open a crack, she shoved through, had the woman spun around against the wall. Oh my God, take whatever you want. We're the police. And though she was already cursing silently, Eve turned the woman to face her to make sure. It's not Smith. Where is Anne Elizabeth Smith? Eve demanded.
I don't know.
The woman's gaze, full of fear, bounced from face to face.
I don't know anybody like that. Please, my kid'll be home soon. Take whatever you want.
NYPSD. Eve holstered her weapon, took out her badge. This apartment is listed under the name I gave you.
I'm Gracie Lipwich. I've got ID. I can show you.
No need, Ms. Lipwich. And I'm sorry we frightened you.
Frightened? I may have wet my pants. I'm sitting here on my day off, icing cupcakes for my kids' scout meeting, and the next thing I know...
You said wedding. I thought you were looking for a wedding cake. The damn intercom's a piece of crap. Ms. Lipwich, how long have you lived in this apartment?
8 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
That's very specific. We moved in exactly 1 month after my kid's no-good father took off on us. I'm going to sit down. My legs are shaking. Can I get you some water? Peabody asked, but Lipwich waved her off.
You scared the life out of me.
I'm very sorry, Peabody said, adding a look of concern. The person we're looking for lists this as her address. She pulled up the photo on her PPC. This woman. Lipwich looked at it. I'm sorry. I don't think I know her. But the way you came barging in here, she better have killed somebody. At the beat of silence, her face went pale. Oh, God! You think I killed somebody? No, we don't, Eve assured her. Can you tell us if the previous occupant left anything behind? The place was empty, and not all that clean when me and Darby moved in. My girl. I cleaned like a maniac for a full day. A lot of, slivers of material. A lot of smudges on the wall, like from taping stuff up. That's about it. You said wedding. Now she let out a long breath. I thought you wanted a wedding cake. I'm a baker. I work at a bakery a couple blocks from here and do some cakes on the side. My day off, she added, and what am I doing but making 3 dozen cupcakes for my kids' scout group. They look really great. Lipwitch looked at Calendar, sighed. You can have one. I made a few extra. Seriously? We'll split one. Calendar chose one with the swirl of creamy white icing, broke off a chunk. They're terrific. Eve dug out a card. You can contact me. I'm going to make sure the address is changed so no one bothers you again. Okay. Listen, did somebody who lived here really kill somebody? We're looking for this individual in the course of a homicide investigation. That's even scarier than having you barge in here. I don't know if it helps, but I got this place fast because one of the people who lives downstairs comes in the bakery a lot, and she knew I was looking for a place for me and my kid. It's just a 1-bedroom, and I wanted 2, but the price was right, and it's close to work, and it was available. Whoever lived here before just walked out. I mean, she left the last month's rent in an envelope with the keys, took her stuff and left. It looks like nobody knew the difference for a couple weeks. That is helpful. Can you tell me the name of the person who told you about the empty apartment? That's Mrs. Waterstone, down in 103. She's probably home. Don't scare her. I won't, and I apologize again. I'm mostly over it. I might even think it's exciting later. Look, take her a cupcake. Lipwitch transferred one onto a little paper doily. She's got a sweet tooth. And I guess if anybody knows anything about anybody, it's Mrs. Waterstone. Eve started downstairs with the cupcake. Officers Carmichael and Shelby, mission abort. Suspect no longer lives here. Do a canvass of the neighborhood. Show her photo. Maybe we'll hit something. At the bottom of the stairs, Detective Carmichael pointed a finger. That's a cupcake. Excellent powers of observation, Detective.